Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Naruto had pleasure nights voyage Athena? Join Patreon for early ACESS and exclusive content of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. It was just another day in the village of Konoha. The sun was shining, the birds were singing and the Godime Hokage was in the midst of dealing with a headache. That headache was none other than one blonde-haired, blue-eyed demigod known as Naruto Uzumaki. For the last time, brat, this is non-negotiable. Tsunade glared at the teenager dressed in an orange and black jumpsuit. You will take your squad with you to this, America, or I'll have your headband. But I don't need their help, no offense, Naruto said to his friends and teacher. The white-haired Jonin that stood off to the side shrugged. With his foreboding job as the Rokudime coming closer, he had no desire to be in the village, but he wasn't exactly thrilled to go to a new continent either. So, Kakashi merely turned the page in his favorite orange book. None taken. Naruto, you could get really you could get sick. Sigh, any thoughts? Sakura asked the last member of their team. The pale artist tilted his head and smiled. It seems that Dickless doesn't want us to come in fear that he'll embarrass himself in front of us, again. What did I say about calling me that? Sigh. Naruto glared at the former agent of Root with a red face. The pale shinobi just laughed softly while Naruto crossed his arms and pouted. Stupid nickname. Sorry, Naruto, Sai said with a small smile. But if we're being serious, Tsunade-sama has a good point. We could get information on this new country. And we could meet this so-called mother of yours, Sakura said with a huff. Nah, Ruto wasn't as forthcoming with that S-class information as she'd thought he'd be. And if Sasuke knew anything, she had no idea because the Wanderer had done as he did best and vacated himself from her sight as soon as he could. Doubt it. Naruto sighed and looked to the window, where a golden eagle was perched and was in the middle of cleaning her feathers. Mew was as impatient as he was now to. His few weeks away from camp had come and gone. Both had had their fun and were ready to go back to the home for Greek demigods, Camp Half-Blood. What was that, Naruto? Sakura asked with a frown and her brow ticked in irritation. Naruto scratched his cheek with his bandaged right hand and nervously laughed off the violent girl's growing temper. Nay, nothing, Sakura-chan. Just telling Mew to be patient. Mew looked up at him and squawked. Roll with it, he said and then turned back to the Hokage. Look, Bachan, I'm telling you, I don't need any help. And if I do, I could always send a summon, right? Tsunade's honey brown eyes glossed over slightly and she blinked. I suppose you're right, Naruto. What? The four in the room asked. She had never conceded to Naruto's requests that quickly. It usually took a lot more from the young shinobi to get a win over the Godime. Naruto was quick to recover. Yeah, I'll be totally fine, and since I'm risking my life I deserve a raise, right? Don't get ahead of yourself, brat, Tsunade said, the glaze in her eyes gone. She sighed and rubbed her forehead. Naruto clicked his tongue in disappointment. Worth a shot. Well, if you're going to go you might as well go now, Tsunade said with a frown. Be careful, brat. Naruto nodded and gave her a two-fingered salute. Mew left her perch in the window to his shoulder and he grabbed the bronze staff that leaned against the wall. He nodded to the toad that was perched on the Hokage's desk and waved to the other four shinobi. Yane. With his farewell said and done, Naruto was engulfed in a cloud of smoke and left his home village. What would have taken days or months had he left by any other manner of travel, took him seconds to reappear in the center of a large camp. The inhabitants rushed to the source of the commotion with weapons of bronze in their hands. Once the smoke cleared, Naruto lifted his bandaged hand up and waved. Hi guys, I'm back. While some campers were shocked, others murmured in disappointment and they walked away, though the whispers were still audible. Naruto chuckled and scratched the back of his neck. He looked at Mew. Think I might have made it a bit too much smoke. It could have been less flamboyant, said a wise voice that made Naruto turn around and grin. Hey horse guy, how's it going? Chiron, the trainer of heroes and the camp's stand-in head counselor, sighed and shook his head. Naruto, If I didn't know better I would have called you a son of Hermes or Apollo. Maybe in another life, Naruto said with a shrug. Mew nipped his ear in disapproval and he gave her a sheepish smile. Sorry, Mew. He reached over and stroked her beak, his bandaged hand caught the attention of Chiron. What happened to your hand? Naruto looked at him and then at his hand. Oh, right, hey, I'm so used to it. Yeah, my, doctor said to bandage my arm because it's pro-athletic or something. Do you mean prosthetic? Chiron asked, amused. Yeah, that. I did think something was off with your arm, Chiron said. He held his hand out. May I? Sure. Naruto held his hand out and Chiron took it. He turned it over a few times and pushed down with his fingers. Ow, 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 hey, I feel pain, man. Astounding, Chiron said. Modern human medicine is nowhere near this type of prosthetic limb. What is it made of? The first Hokage's cells, Naruto said. Chiron gave him an odd look and Naruto shrugged. What? It is. I see. What happened to it? It seemed fine while you were here, Chiron said as he released the limb. Naruto rolled his wrist and shrugged. I don't know, wasn't really paying attention to what Sakura said. Something about my chakra coil being broken. Chiron said. He nodded and turned away. I'll leave you to settle back in. Come see me after lunch tomorrow so that we may continue our lessons. You got it, Naruto said with a nod. He couldn't wait to continue his sage training. With a nod in return, Chiron trotted off back towards the big house. Naruto grinned and looked at Mew with a smile on his face. It's great to be back, right Mew? Mew gave a nod and he chuckled. She suddenly let out a cry and took off. Before he could ask what her deal was, he heard someone call out his name. The blonde demigod just barely managed to turn in time to get hit by a tackle hug from his sister. Welcome back, Piper said with a smile. Wow, Imouto, I wasn't gone that long, Naruto said with a chuckle. He hugged her in return and released her with a smile on his face. Things been good, yeah, a few tiffs withdrew but I dealt with her. Piper gave a nonchalant shrug. Naruto grinned. See, being in charge isn't so hard. Piper nodded and took note of his hair. You got your hair cut. Yeah, my sensei said it would look better short, Naruto said with a chuckle. They were right, Piper said. She looked her brother over and gave him a frown. That's a lot of orange, Naruto. Naruto arched a brow. What color is your shirt? That doesn't. Your argument is invalid. Naruto smirked at what he considered a victory. It does suit him. Naruto looked past Piper to see another blonde teen approach. The whiskered blonde grinned wildly and offered his hand to the newcomer. The teen took it in a firm shake. Thank you, Flyboy, Naruto said. How've you been, Jason? Can't complain. Leo. However, Jason rubbed the back of his neck. Wants some clones? Naruto asked with a tinge of amusement. Jason nodded. He wants some clones. Piper frowned and crossed her arms over her chest. My brother isn't a mule for labor. She obviously hasn't seen you work in Konoha. Be nice, Kurama, Naruto thought as he made some clones that rushed off towards Cabin 9. Since he had rear, Kurama had become more vocal than ever before. He was also a bit more careful when it came Naruto's use of the Biju's chakra. Naruto wasn't allowed to train for longer than 30 minutes in the full nine-tailed cloak. Something that irked him immensely. It was his body, not the Biju's. Whatever, Naruto. Wake me if there's any problems. Lazy Kitsune. Naruto chuckled to himself. Piper and Jason, who were in the middle of a small verbal debate over the morality of clone labor, turned to him. The whiskered blonde scratched the back of his neck. So where's Anababa? Piper snorted and Jason let out a suspiciously cough that sounded more like a small laugh. Piper nodded towards cabin 6. Holed up in her cabin with the others. She's been making plans since Leo announced a deadline last week. How did he announce a deadline? Naruto asked. Well, Leo's already had your labor and while you were gone he had his siblings on overtime, all other projects on hold. He compared the 2 times and, after he asked Piper when you were going to come back, made an estimation, Jason said. Wow, that sounds like math, Naruto said. He gave a look of disgust that made Piper and Jason smile. Math sucks. It's not that bad, Piper said. Are that hard? Jason said. You're the beautiful brains and you're the son of a banker, Naruto said dryly to them. He smirked at their red faces. Well, now I'm off to say hello to Anna Baba. Be back in time for lunch. Yeah, I'll tell the others to get their clothes off your bed, Piper said. She grabbed Jason's arm and led him away, the Roman demigod still a bit flustered. Naruto waved at a camper that walked past as he made his way toward cabin 6. He hadn't given much thought to his aunts and uncles since he left and was hopeful that EY were a bit more open to Jason's presence. And if not, then he'd just have to stop waiting and go with Plan B, knock some sense into them. I'm pretty sure that your grandmother wouldn't be too pleased with that, Kurama said. Whatever. Her anger at the Romans is a bit much. It's been what? Millennia since the Romans took her statue. Forgive and forget is a phrase for a reason, Naruto thought as he walked up the steps. And weren't you asleep? Z's. Smartass fox, Naruto mumbled. He stood outside of Athena's cabin and took in a breath of air. With a small exhale, his bandaged arm lifted and knocked on the door. After a moment of patience, the door opened and one of his aunts stood on the other side. Naruto grinned at her. Hey Aunt. Lexi. Alexi blushed lightly. He may be her nephew, but he was still hot. Hey Naruto. Anna B. Whatever he was going to ask was cut off by the sound of a throat being cleared. The two looked behind Alexi and found a teenage girl with honey blonde hair and princess curls standing there. Her arms were crossed over her chest and her eyes were steel cold. Alexi, please go help Malcolm with Plan Theta Chi, Annabeth said as she glared at Naruto. The last thing she needed was for her cabin to recall what her nephew liked to call her. Right, later Naruto, Alexi said as she ducked back into the cabin. Bye, Naruto said cheerfully before he held his arms out. Aunt, Annabeth. Annabeth continued to glare at him. I missed you. Annabeth still glared. Naruto started to sweat under the gaze and lowered his arms. I'm sorry I didn't come say goodbye before I left. Another note. Really, Naruto? Annabeth asked. Naruto rubbed his neck. Well, things were tense and I figured it'd be better if I just left without much fuss. You caused a delay on the Argo too, Annabeth said with a frown. And I had to deal with Nissa's whining. Naruto winced. Note. Apologize to Nissa. Kurama snorted. You're just horny. Awake again. Naruto's question was met with the sound of forced snoring. He smiled apologetically. Would it help if I said I was sorry? You should be sorry. Annabeth glowered at him. Naruto pouted at her. Annabeth stood strong like a wall made of steel. That's not going to work, Naruto. What can I do to make it up to you? Naruto asked with a sigh. He really didn't want his aunt to be mad at him for something his ex-friend with benefits did. Annabeth looked at him for a moment before she became slightly nervous and pulled him aside and away from the door. The look on her face made Naruto worried. He'd never say anything like that didn't involve Annabeth's missing boyfriend Percy Jackson. After she double-checked that no one paid any particular attention to them, Annabeth looked at him. I saw Mom, she said softly. Naruto blinked and frowned. But didn't Zeus put the gods on lockdown? It wasn't exactly Mom, though, Annabeth said. You've lost me, Naruto said. It's not that hard, Kurama said. Yuck it up, fuzzball. Naruto looked at his aunt, still confused. I saw Minerva, Annabeth breathed out. She gave me a gift. I get the feeling this isn't one of those awesome godly gifts, Naruto said. Annabeth's grimace confirmed his concern and she fished a hand into her pocket. Out came a silver drachma that had an owl on it. I got a quest, she said. Annabeth's grimace turned into a sheepish look. And my hat doesn't work anymore. We had a spat. Naruto stared at her. You had a spat? With a goddess? With a goddess, Annabeth said. Naruto's confused frown turned into a wide grin and she scowled at him. That's not a good thing, Naruto. You're just like him, I swear. I'm pretty sure that's a compliment, Naruto said. Annabeth rolled her eyes. Anyway, I have to find her statue. Naruto's smile died into a look of shock. Wait, statue? Like the Parthenon statue? Bingo, I'm in. Annabeth was taken aback by the serious look that overcame Naruto's features. What? If we get the statue back, Athena will stop with the whole anti-Roman agenda, right? Annabeth gave him a hesitant nod, but still looked a bit unsure. Naruto nodded confidently. Good, because this seriously has gone on for too long. Talk about a grudge held over generations. Annabeth looked a bit worried. She recalled what Minerva had thought about her idea to include the legacy on the quest. The Roman aspect of her mother said that Naruto's fatal flaw would most likely cost them the statue rather than recover it. Annabeth couldn't even begin to wonder what his fatal flaw was. She hadn't been around him long enough to get an idea on it, and that made it an unknown variable. Annabeth hated unknown variables. As though he sensed her unease, Naruto gave her a grin and pointed his thumb at himself. Don't worry, Anna Baba, we can get this done no prob, Datbeo. Datbeo? Annabeth asked, a smile tugged at her lips. It's a tick, comes and goes, he said with a shrug. Annabeth shook her head, the smile still in place. You're such a dork sometimes. Naruto's mouth fell into another pout. He wasn't a dork. I beg to differ. Go back to sleep. After he left his aunt with this new quest in mind. A clone dispelled. His destination changed from Cabin 10 to Cabin 9's hidden bunker. The clone was not dispelled on accident and Naruto was intent to tell the pyro off for the wrench upside the head. And maybe meet up with Nissa again. So with these two thoughts in mind, Naruto walked through the forest until he found the trail that his clones had made with their kunai. Naruto was glad he got to prepare this time. His mom's surprise was nice, but a bit annoying to be without kunai or shuriken. Now that he had his holster and his supply pouch, Naruto was more confident in case he ever had to fight another werewolf, or cyclops, or dragon, or chimera, or giant. Naruto grinned. He really hoped he got to fight another giant. He'd beat them in his nine-tailed fox form for sure. You can only hold the transformation for 10 minutes, Kurama said. They won't know that, and besides, I could practice to hold it longer if someone let my train in it. No. But Kurama, no. I'm still recovering and prolonged transformations would split me in half. Your body can't handle my chakra stead. So not fair. Octopops can transform for as long as he wants. Well, that's because Gyuki hasn't been split in half by Kurabi's father. That's not Dad's fault. Kind of. Kurama snorted. Kind of, he says. Bah, you're just biased. Whatever, we'll talk about this later. Naruto said as he walked up to a large metal door in the side of a tree-barren hill. Naruto banged his bandaged fist on the door several times. Leo, open up. You don't hit me with a wrench. The door's handle turned before it opened and the elfish son of Hephaestus smirked at him from the other side. It was just a clone. We resent that. Came from the inside. Yeah, you don't have to deal with them. Naruto said as he walked in. What's up? Only the baddest of airships to ever be created, Leo said. He led Naruto to the main workplace at the end of the bunker. Naruto gap, Ed at the half-finished skeleton of a ship that his clones were being used to finish. It was huge. Leo grinned at the look on Naruto's face. Like what you see, that is one big boat, Naruto said. Leo nodded. Soon enough we'll be able to sing. I'm on a boat, on that big boat. Still seems like someone's compensating. A girl walked up to them and Naruto smiled at her. Her dark hair was pulled back under her red bandana and her body glistened with sweat from hard work, giving her the look of a bronzed statue. Nissa smiled slyly at Naruto and then looked at her counselor. Lies. Leo glared at his sister. What would you know? Quote, that I'll forever compare guys to him, Nissa said as she pointed at the whiskered blonde. Leo glowered and Naruto laughed sheepishly while he scratched his whiskers. Nissa bypassed her brother and grabbed Naruto by the front of his pants. Catch you later, Leo. Thanks for popping that clone for me. Number. No, not in my bunker. Leo chased after them to ensure they left. Isn't this a bit too fast? Naruto asked his ex as she pulled him along. Nope. Naruto stumbled out of cabin 9 early the next morning, his hoodie unzipped and revealed his bare chest. His fishnet armor that had previously covered him was ripped to shreds thanks to Nissa's urgency. Shame, too. That was the only fishnet shirt he brought with him. Naruto ambled over to cabin 10 and attempted to quietly open the door. Unfortunately for him, one irate Piper McLean pulled the door open before he could try to sneak in. She took one look at him before she sighed. Not even one day. She jumped me. Naruto chuckled nervously. Like a mountain lion. Shut up, Drew. Piper glared at the Asian girl and then turned back to her brother. No ramen for lunch or dinner for the next week. Naruto's jaw popped open. Wah, but she jumped me. And she wrecked my fishnet. We can make more if you want them, Lacey said. Lacey. Piper almost shrieked. The giggling 14-year-old D should not know, let alone consider making that article of clothing. Piper had heard of fishnet before and it was borderline X-rated clothing in her opinion. Naruto pouted. But ninja wear it to protect their bodies. It's legitimate shinobi gear. No. Piper frowned at her brother. Just get a camp shirt and get dressed, and for mom's sake take a shower. The others in the cabin giggled or snicked while Naruto walked in with his head hung. Shame on you, Naruto. For shame. Oh, shut up, Kurama. As he walked into the bathroom, Naruto heard Drew say, "You're just jealous you haven't gotten Grace yet." Piper sputtered for a moment before she elegantly put their sister in her place. Shut up, Drew. Ooh, I bet Jason would look good in a fishnet shirt, Lacey said. Naruto snickered at the thought and he outright laughed at Piper's reaction. Lacey. A few weeks passed. Naruto had his clones spread far and wide throughout the camp and he focused his attention on the camp's new addiction. It was something that all of the campers were preparing for, despite the preparation for the next journey aboard Leo's ship. There was a competition coming up and Naruto was determined to rank at least in the top 5. Or he was going to go for it all. He was going to be Camp Half-Blood's Pokemon champion. Use the Fire Stone already. He has 6 tails. The slug's number. If he bears my name, he should have 9. Shut up. Poke Kurama is only at level 20. If we use the Fire Stone on him now, he won't learn any good moves. Naruto thought as his thumb tapped the A button on his Game Boy DS. The whiskered blonde was enamored with the game as soon as Annabeth finished explaining it to him. He had 6 clones read copies of the walkthrough of Pokemon Diamond and Pearl, the latter of which was his chosen game. At the same time for 3 days until he had it ingrained in his head. Then once he started to play, he completely scrapped strategy and went with what he felt was right. And he was rewarded greatly. Just go to the move teacher then. Or use a technical machine. Those cost heart scales, and I don't have the right ones yet. Naruto leaned back against the roof of his mother's cabin and switched. Kurama, his shiny Vulpix, a very, very rare occurrence in the games that had some wonder if he hacked his game, out for Mew, his level 31 Staraptor, to take on an in-game trainer's Roselia. Besides, the first entry Express Machine Swap is sure to level him up faster than having him face weaker wild Pokemon over and over again. Just evolve him soon, and tell me again why you named that primate after the village. Naruto rolled his eyes. I named my Chimchar Kono after Konohamaru. Kurama, whatever. Just evolve the kit, dammit. You're a bit too eager for this, Kurama. I am not. Sure. Naruto grinned at the bottom of his DS went white. Hey, check it out. Kisame is evolving. Soon I'll have a Garchomp to take on Jason's Dragonite. Kurama snorted. Anything could beat that dumb dragon. Hey, Flyboy worked hard to get his Dratini and level it up. Not his fault it looks silly. Besides, it's orange. Naruto grinned. That always made up for any faults. I don't know why I bother, Kurama said. Naruto. Naruto looked away from his game down to where Piper stood. What? You need to do your chores. It's your turn to do the trash. Okay, Naruto said. He made a clone and handed the Game Boy over. Here, she'll know if I send you. Don't fuck up. Duh, the clone said as it began to play the same way he did. Naruto dropped down and turned around to yell back up. And don't evolve, Kurama. I know, boss. Content. Naruto went into the cabin and collected the trash with ease. He also took a moment to stop a fight between a few of his sisters who were debating who would be the best coordinator if the game were based on reality. Once he had finished his chores and helped give a few tips to some of his siblings that were stuck, Naruto returned to the roof. Swapped out Kono for Hokage. The clone said, I was going to take on the Elite Four again, Naruto said with a nod of approval. His Gyarados was a big-time requirement to do that. Any level ups? Kisame got another level and I ditched Sandstorm for Slash. We could always go to the memory move guy and get it back. Or get another ground Pokemon, Naruto said with another nod. That too, the clone said. It dispelled and Naruto settled back on the roof to relax and play. Despite all of his time spent on the game, Naruto got beat by Piper in the semifinals. Annabeth, who had beaten Jason's Pokemon, and Piper duked it out for the championship title. It was close, but eventually the strategist came out on top as her well-timed use of potions, often abandoned once other more efficient forms of healing were available, helped Annabeth survive Piper's monstrous legion of pseudo-legendaries. Every member of camp had a blast during the tournament, well, everyone save for Leo. The mechanic hacked his game and gave himself a full team of fully leveled up Mewtwo. Chiron had banned him and the rest of the campers agreed with the decision with no questions asked. Leo chose to belly Eve that the rest of the campers were just afraid of his team badass. It was Yuto rolled his storage scroll up and tucked it into a hidden pocket in his jacket. He stepped out of his cabin and began his trek to Bunker 9. It had taken 2 more months, but with his extra clones, Leo's estimated date of completion came earlier than anyone expected. And despite Chiron's protests to wait another day, the group was eager to head out. "Are you sure you want to go?" Drew asked as she caught up to him. She had changed over the course of the past few months, slightly anyway. She knew not to use charms. Peek on her siblings or she'd face the wrath of Piper and Naruto. And miss out on meeting this Percy Jackson guy. "No way," Naruto said with a grin. He'd been waiting months to meet the guy, any launch. And he'd go crazy with his imagination. Like he had when he thought about what was under Kakashi's mask. Still, it would have been funny to see giant beaver teeth on his sensei's face. "All right. I'll help Lacey keep the others in line," Drew said. "And I'll set up some more blind dates for you." "Funny," Naruto chuckled. He patted his younger sister on the shoulder. "Don't do anything you'll regret, Drew." "Same to you, Naruto," Drew said coyly as she turned to go to the big house. "Don't woo any Romans," Naruto frowned. "What's that supposed to mean?" With a shrug, Naruto resumed his journey. Why until he made it to his destination in the forest. Mew swooped down and landed on his shoulder just as he made it to the bunker's hidden door. With a chuckle and a tap on the eagle's beak, Naruto entered what Leo called his sanctuary. "Hey guys," he said as he walked in. The other Neo's Argonauts looked up and greeted him in return. "Naruto, did you pick a room?" Annabeth asked. Naruto grinned. "You know it, and got it custom painted. Orange." "Duh." Annabeth shook her head and Piper palmed her face. Jason chuckled as he looked at the calendar. "I just realized we should arrive before or on the Feast of Fortuna." "Feast?" Naruto asked. A grin came to his face. "That's a lot of food, and free." "That's if they let us land, Naruto," Annabeth said. The blonde waved her off. "You worry too much, Annababa." Annabeth glared at him with a dust of pink on her cheeks. "And you don't worry enough, Blondie." Naruto turned around to glare at the satyr that stood behind him. "What are you doing here?" Naruto asked irritably and Mew hissed at the satyr. Coach Hedge grinned. "I'm chaperoning." Naruto blinked. "What?" "See, last time a few kids went on a trip a certain blonde shacked up with a girl rather obviously." Hedge said with a chuckle. Piper and Annabeth frowned while Naruto flushed lightly and Jason rubbed his neck awkwardly. "I'm here to make sure that we stay in our own rooms with our clothes on." "What, you think I'm going to sleep with my sister or my aunt?" Naruto asked. Piper and Annabeth's faces turned red and they glared at Naruto while Jason shook his head. "It's possible. Greeks are known for it," Hedge said. "Weird. The only people I knew like that were the Hyuga," Naruto said. He shrugged. "Whatever. Are we ready to go?" The question was directed at Leo, who was very amused at the whole conversation. The son of Hephaestus grinned and pulled out a set of car keys. He hit a button and after a chirp, a ladder lowered. "Does this answer your question?" "Yeah, finally, it's back. I wanna thank you all for the constant support and the requests to continue. With college finally getting on track, I can work on multiple stories and try to see what I can do with older fics. But enough about that, y'all know what I want ya to do. Review The Talking Statue. Disclaimer. I don't own Rick's stuff or Masashi's stuff. Fils de l'amour. Mark of Athena. 2. The talking statue. This is more like it. Naruto grinned as he reclined on his roll-out bed and took in the color of his room. They had taken off a few hours ago and, once he was content that they were en route, Naruto decided to check out his digs. He found his room set up next to Leo's and far from his aunt and sister. As he had requested, the walls were orange, the same shade as his jacket, and his mother could do nothing to change it. There was only a roll-out mattress and a desk for him to write at. Aside from the perch for Mew placed near a window he could open, his room was rather plain. Well, except for the pinup that hung on the wall. Naruto tilted his head in thought as he stared at the bodacious woman captured before him as she ran across the beach in a red swimsuit. Who the hell is Pamela Anderson? He asked Mew, only for the eagle to tilt her head in response. With a shrug he got up from his spot and went to the poster. Sorry Ms. Anderson, but I'm not into blondes. The poster came down and was crumpled up into a tight ball. The ball was tossed into the wastebasket from where he stood and Naruto pumped his fist. Yes, his fun was interrupted by a knock that came from the door. Naruto answered the knock and poked his head out. As he looked around, an insistent thud made him look down. Naruto felt his eyebrows shoot up as he looked down at the three-legged table that stood before him. What's up Buford? Naruto asked. His experience with the table that Leo had rescued was limited, all of his clones a bit unnerved by the sentient furniture that assisted the head engineer. Naruto wasn't going to lie. That thing was downright weird. And this came from a ninja that had a demon sealed in his gut and fought a deity along with legions of undead shinobi made by plant man her son had created. The table shuffled on two of its legs and let some steam out. Finally it pointed towards the deck and Naruto snapped his fingers in understanding. Oh, Leo wants me, right? Buford stomped its feet and Naruto decided to take it as a yes. Okay, tell him I'll be there in a second. The three-legged assistant galloped back to the front of the ship and Naruto scratched the side of his head in thought. And I thought some of the summons I've met were weird. Oh well, come on Mew. Leo wants us back on the deck. The eagle looked at him blankly before she shuffled and looked out the window. With a lopsided smile, Naruto shook his head. All right, fine, if you want to stay in here, feel free. But I might stop in the kitchen on the way back and grab a snack. Mew was quick to return to his shoulder and he laughed. He poked her in the stomach, which made her nip at his finger, before he stroked her beak. You're a little glutton, aren't you? Says the insatiable ramen inhaler. Shut up, Kurama, Naruto said with a pout. The blonde son of Aphrodite slipped his hands into his jacket's pockets and sulked to the deck where his friend awaited him. With a sigh he looked up just in time to catch Piper come out of her own room. A smile replaced his frown. Hey Imouto. Piper turned and smiled at her brother. Hey Naruto, how's it going? Meh, it could be better. I sue. LD have a never-ending supply of ramen and my bunk at camp could be surrounded by orange, Naruto said. He glowered at her snicker. Oh yeah, yuck it up. Anti-ramen evil Imouto, you deserved it, Pip. Said as she rolled her eyes and crossed her arms. I only pray that Camp Jupiter doesn't have a supply otherwise you may never leave. That is a legitimate concern. Shut it. Naruto ignored the Biju snicker and pouted at his sister. What, are you afraid that I would leave the camp for a bunch of ramen? That's hurtful, Imouto. It's a legitimate concern. You worship those noodles like they themselves are gods. Piper said with a snort. Naruto frowned. It's the food of the gods. Naruto, what god or goddess eats noodles? Piper asked. Inario Kami, he said with a smirk. Piper frowned at him. That's not. Our mother is Aphrodite. If she exists, then who knows what else exists? Piper narrowed her eyes. Touché. Naruto grinned. Point for me. Be careful who you say that to, Piper said with a frown. She didn't want her brother to get smote because he had to be right about his precious noodles. I'm sure Demeter would back me up, Naruto said with a shrug. At least, I think she would. Kendra D. Ched. Kendra only did that so she could get in your pants. Well, it worked. Piper closed her eyes and let out a breath as she thought about the few girls that Naruto had dated between the time of his return and their departure. Kendra was one of the nicer ones, who didn't go around and gloat like she had captured the flag from Athena's cabin. Piper wouldn't have minded her if she hadn't started to brag about the sex after they had broken up. Admittedly, it was better than the daughter of Apollo that Naruto had dated for a few weeks just before the Pokemon tournament. Piper ground her teeth together and felt her eye twitch at even the thought of his. That girl had made it obvious that she wanted Naruto for the sex alone, but once she got what she wanted, she couldn't get enough. It was a wonderful day in camp when Naruto returned to the cabin, a bit irritated and down, after he had dumped her. Of course, Piper didn't stop giving her smug looks for the day. But that was icing on the cake. And if that wasn't enough, the other girls in camp continued to dry hump him with their eyes even when he was in a relationship. It drove Piper into a rage, and she nearly bit off Drew's head when the girl tried to make light of Naruto being turned into a sex god. She may have overreacted to that, but still, Naruto was like a puppy. He was so eager to please an innocent, that it seemed wrong for him to be in a relationship with some of the girls at camp. He needed the right girl to look after him. Piper would usually vent and give her opinions to Annabeth, and it was nice to know that she agreed. It was just hard to find the right girl. Piper, hello. Piper blinked as Naruto waved his hand in her face. You there? Sorry, I was just thinking about something, Piper said with a sheepish smile. Naruto blinked. About what? Piper hesitated for a second. What we'll encounter at Camp Jupiter. Oh, yeah. I can't wait. I wonder what they act like, Naruto said with a grin. I bet their capture the flag is really fun. That's if they play capture the flag, Piper said. She rubbed her arm. I trust Jason, but still, Annabeth had been in camp for most of her life and she'd never heard of Camp Jupiter until he brought it up. You're worried about what could happen? Naruto asked as his head tilted slightly. Piper nodded and stumbled forward when Naruto clapped a hand on her back. She glowered at him for his stupid ninja strength. Seriously, she might have bruised from that, but he just laughed merrily, unaware of his accidental overpowered pat. Naruto gave her a reassuring grin and pointed his thumb at himself. Don't worry about it, Imouto. If anything goes wrong, I'll take care of it. Besides, I'm sure things will be fine. We're just going to talk, well, Anna Babas anyway. Piper let out another snort at the nickname he had given Annabeth. I'm sure she will, and give Percy hell for his disappearing act. Naruto laughed again. Yeah, that'll be fun. Well, I should get back to the deck. Leo sent his table for me a while ago. Later, Imouto. Later Naruto, Piper said as he walked away. She reached behind her and rubbed her back. Ow. Seriously, he needs to watch his strength. Naruto walked onto the deck and joined Leo where he steered in the protected room. The different machines used to create the control center were a bit too much for Naruto to wrap his head around, so he just ignored most of them and focused on the engineer. Leo stood in a solitary place and steered with two white controls from something called a Wii. The son of Hephaestus, eyes moved from one screen to the next and occasionally looked out the windows. Next to him, Buford steamed and had began to make some sort of hot drink for Leo. You called? Naruto asked while Mew flew over to Buford and investigated the concoction that was being created. The table used a thin arm to lightly flick the eagle on the beak, which got a squawk from the eagle. She then pecked the wood table in retaliation. Yes. First, tell your bird to get off Buford, he said. Naruto rolled his eyes and called Mew back to his side. The eagle glared at the table, which waved another thin arm in anger and steamed heatedly. Leo chuckled and hooked the remotes onto the controls. Second, I wanted to ask you for some advice. Me? Naruto asked with a frown. Advice about what? Leo rubbed his neck. Look, I don't want this to get to Jason, so promise to keep quiet. Sure, Naruto said with a shrug. He could keep secrets when it called for it. Okay, so, you know how the Romans and Greeks weren't buddy-buddy back in the day, right? Leo asked. Naruto snorted. That's an understatement. I'm pretty sure if she could, my grandmother would have bounties on the Romans' heads. Yeah, exactly. So, what should I prepare in case the worst was to happen? Leo asked. Naruto blinked. What, like, should I prep some heavy artillery or some air-to-ground missiles? I could whip some up in a second with all the spare stuff I have in my room, Leo said. Wait, Why are you asking me about this? Naruto asked. Anna Baba would be a better person to talk to, right? Leo rolled his eyes. Yeah, and listen to her prattle on about getting Percy first. No thanks. Naruto conceded to that. Okay, but why not Jason? Jason would either brush off my concerns or freak out. And I don't want either of those, Leo said. I'm a realist, I wanna be ready for anything. So you decided to ask me. Naruto frowned. You've been in legit war, dude, Leo said softly. Not against monsters or titans, but other humans. Ninjas even. I don't know about you, but monsters aren't as scary as humans who can control elements at their whim, that aren't demigods. True, Naruto said with a hum. He had demonstrated to Chiron and few others his wind techniques on a hellhound when they asked why he had gotten to go. Needless to say, when they saw the effects of the Rasenshuriken firsthand, they had to agree that Naruto would be a reliable asset on the mission. Naruto scratched his cheek. Well, the last thing we want to do is start an actual war, so non-lethal weapons would be the best. Some kind of smoke missile or something. Yeah, but let's just say they managed to kill one of you guys, Leo said. Naruto gave him a look and he shrugged. It could happen. Well, I guess you could go for shock and awe, Naruto said. He scratched his chin. A big explosion or something in a non-populated area. Scare tactics. Exactly. We show them we see. And make shit go boom and they don't mess with us, hopefully, Naruto said. He hummed and cupped his chin. I mean, absolute worst case scenario I go all out, but I really don't want to destroy a whole camp. I'd be a hypocrite if I did. I'm sure your grandmother would love it, Kurama said. No duh, but I'm not going to give her the satisfaction, Naruto thought in return. Leo nodded in agreement. You've got a heck of an evil mind. Ninja boy. Must come from Athena. Hey. Naruto frowned. Just saying, Leo said. He turned back to the controls and returned to steer. Alright, I'm going to think this over. Thanks for your help. Am I dismissed, Captain? Naruto asked, amused. Begone, peon, Leo said with a wave of his hand. Naruto gave him a mock salute and walked out back to his room. Iu flapped her wings a bit and Naruto stretched his arms in front of him. I hear you, it's a bit cramped on this boat. The blonde looked up at the tallest mast and then looked at Mew with a grin. Bet I could make it to the top before you. Quote, Mew's eye narrowed and she took off from his shoulder, which made Naruto squawk indignantly before he raced vertically off after her. Hey, I didn't say go yet. Cheater, Naruto said with a pout to his smug avian friend. Mew had beaten him to the top 3 times, which shouldn't have been possible considering the strong winds behind them. It wasn't until Leo chased them off the deck did Naruto give up at his attempts to beat her. Mew crooned at him and Naruto crossed his arms. My ass, literally the fastest human alive thanks to his lightning armor. Mew cawed at him and Naruto stuck his tongue out at her. I am not a sore loser. The eagle just stared at him until Naruto turned away from her with a pout. Shut up, Mew. Naruto, we've talked about arguing with yourself. Naruto frowned at the blonde girl that leaned against his door with her arms crossed. Annabeth had an amused smile on her face and was dressed in jeans, the camp shirt and a jacket made from the same material of her jeans. She started it, he said with a finger pointed at the eagle. Mew nipped at his appendage and Naruto frowned at her. You did. Gluttonous bloater. I should have beaten you easily. As funny as it is to see you argue with your eagle, can we talk? Annabeth asked. Mew looked affronted at being labeled a pet and Naruto blinked. Well, aren't I the popular one today? He said with a hint of amusement. He nodded and opened his door. Annabeth followed him in and left the door open behind her. Naruto flopped down on his rollout while Mew moved to her perch and began to clean her wings. So what's the main problem on your mind, Baba? Annabeth's eye twitched. Now it's that stupid nickname. You said I could call you it. In private. And Annabeth rubbed her face in mild irritation. Whatever, Naruto. I didn't come to you to argue about what you call me. Naruto 2, Girls 0, Naruto thought with a grin as he lounged. Okay. Then why did you want to talk to me? Because you're relatively the only person here I really trust, Annabeth said. Naruto frowned and she flushed. I know, but Piper and Leo are too close to Jason and Jason's too perfect. Naruto snorted. Yeah right. Flyboy can't block a roundhouse to save his life. My friend Lee would knock his head clean off, then again. Lee can cut through pretty much any metal known to man with his kick. Anyway, Annabeth said, a frown directed at her nephew for his interruption. I'm nervous. About things going wrong, Naruto asked. About things going right, Annabeth said. When if we land, we'll have to meet the leaders of their camp and Romans have councils. Hope they're not like mine, Naruto said. You and me both, brother. Corruption and best interests aside. Old farts are just plain annoying, Kurama said. Amen to that. Naruto looked at Annabeth as she prattled on about her concerns over the meeting with the leaders. He half listened as Shioka Only repeatedly doubted her own capabilities to lead the conversation about the threat of Gaia. As the fifth what if came out of her mouth, Naruto sighed loudly to interject. Annabeth, he said, our full name used to show how serious he was. You're the smartest person at camp. It's not about winning them over, that's just a boon. What we need to do is get them to realize that Tsuchi-chan is a threat. Did you just refer to Gaia with an affectionate suffix? Annabeth asked with a frown. Did I? Naruto asked in return. Annabeth narrowed her eyes and frowned at him. For a few tense seconds. It was quiet until she broke the silence with a question. Naruto, what do you make of Gaia? Naruto sat up and thought about it for a minute. Well, Ha said that nature chakra comes from the earth, which I now know as Gaia. And whenever I use it I don't feel a lot but strength and warmth. But I also sense a hint of loneliness, so, maybe she's lonely. That makes no sense. She's the earth itself, Annabeth said pointedly. She can't be lonely. Naruto frowned at her. Of course she can. She's been asleep for what? Thousands of years, right? And when she wakes up, her children are gone or sealed away. Sounds pretty lonely to me. His hand went to his stomach absent-mindedly and Kurama snorted in the back of his mind. Naruto gave a light smirk at his friend's attempt to act tough. Annabeth hummed as she took this all in. Still, I want you to be there with me when we land. Your charm speak should help greatly. I don't have it, Naruto said with a roll of his eyes. Honestly, hen would the campers get it through their heads. He just had, as Leo put it, mad speaking skills. Though he did wonder why it felt like Leo made fun of him. Annabeth rolled her eyes. Sure you don't. Fine, I'll be there. Won't be a lot of help though, Naruto said as he flopped back onto his bed, his arms acted as a cushion for his head. Anything else you need to talk about? A certain son of Poseidon, for instance. Shut up, Naruto, Annabeth said with a light flush. Naruto sat up and interlaced his hands together over his chest while he made kissy faces. I'm sure he misses you, Annabeth tilde. Die. He was hit with a pillow and then tackled to the bed, the pillow being thrust into his face while Annabeth told him to die over and over again out of embarrassment. He might have, he was laughing hard enough to. And the suffocation did little to stop it. Of course, their actions attracted the attention of a certain satyr. Aha, I knew it. Out. Get out and go back to your own room. Hedge said to a blood-red Annabeth. Assaulted by my own aunt. Naruto wailed while he hid his face. Annabeth caught sight of a hidden smile and glared at the blonde. Fuzzy pants, how could this happen? That's. Annabeth failed to give a proper response. That's a good question, Hedge said with a growl. He pointed at Annabeth while she fumbled over her words. You, get back to your room. And Blondie, you stay here until I get back. Why yes sir, Naruto said with a large sniff. Oh you are so dead, Uzumaki. I thought you loved me. Out. The next few days weren't as eventful as the first. Annabeth had finally cleared her name in Hedge's eyes when Naruto admitted that they weren't doing anything of the sort. Hedge seemed to accept it when Naruto laid out all the facts. 1. She's his aunt. 2. The door was open. 3. She's his aunt. 4. Why would she threaten to kill him if they were doing that? And finally, she's his aunt. And let Annabeth have free roam once again. Naruto, however, regretted it as Annabeth tried to make true on her promise and chased him repeatedly to his room, only to be stopped by the door slammed in her face each time. Around the third day, it stopped and they reconciled. That and Leo threatened to kick them both off if they messed up his ship any more than they already had. Which, in Naruto's opinion, was because Annabeth got a bit too close to the walls while she was stab-happy. Currently, Naruto was at his desk working on a few papers he had to fill out before he could get promoted to Jonin. He sighed and rested his cheek in his hand as he flipped to the third page. The paperwork gets more detailed as you get older. Maybe I should have just stayed a genin and then become Hokage. He looked up at the sound of a tone and listened to Leo's announcement. According to the map, we're an hour and 30 minutes away, Leo said. So all aboard going ashore should prep for landing, or battle. Leo. Naruto heard Jason shout. Just being a realist, Jason. Geez, Captain out. I was just kidding when I said he was going to be captain, Naruto said under his breath. It took another 30 minutes, but Naruto finished the grueling paperwork. He put his pen away and put the papers in a vanilla folder before he sealed them into a scroll to be checked over later. With a glance to the still sleeping Mew, Naruto crept out of his room and made his way to the control room with his staff in hand. By the time he got up there, Naruto was welcomed to the sight of Jason fumbling with a purple cloth over his clothes, Annabeth CCH. Ecking her plans and notes and Leo doing some weird exercise with the controls. Piper went over to help Jason with his cape, so Naruto decided to meditate by the door. As soon as he reached out with his chakra, he wished he hadn't. As though Ma's staff smacked him across the face, Naruto fell back out of the chair he had sat down on and groaned. Annabeth, disturbed from her thoughts at his fall, got him back to his feet. Ow! Naruto rubbed his head. Someone oughto be hit by chakra. No attack shall breach my barriers. The 5 teens looked to the source of the new voice and found a statue that was not present before. It was that of a man, but armless and nude from the waist up. From the waist down, he was no better than a giant brick. So, who brought the automaton on board? Leo asked. The statue scoffed at the title. I am no machine, he said with a sneer. His head tilted when Naruto poked at him with his staff. Not metal, Naruto said with a nod of confirmation. This dude's as hard as a rock and feels like one too. The statue glared heavily at him. I know not what you are, demigod, but you will do best to get that weapon off of my face before I destroy it along with you. Number need to be so mean about it, Naruto said, his staff returned to his side. He lifted his other hand in greeting. Name's Naruto Uzumaki, sup stone guy. The stone guy glared daggers at the blonde. My name, Graces, is Terminus and you would do well to remember it. I am the god of boundaries that protects Camp Jupiter. Why don't you have arms? Naruto asked. All eyes went to him and he shrugged. What? It's a legit question. This form before you is merely a representation of my true self. I have always been carved without arms as they limit the effectiveness of my vocal commands, Terminus said with a sneer. Name your parentage, Naruto Uzumaki, before I smite you where you stand. You've got to have a scratch somewhere, that's the only reason you're so pissed, Nar. Yuto said under his breath before he cleared his throat. I'm the son of Aphrodite and the legacy of Athena. Terminus sneered at him. Oh Jupiter, you're a legacy of that goddess. Disgusting. I thought the Greeks had better taste than that. Quote, Naruto's eye twitched at the slight to his father. You wanna go, stone man? Naruto. Annabeth hissed. He started it. The blonde glared at the boundary god, who glared right back. I could take you any day of the week, stone man. I would welcome the sacrifice, Graces. Terminus huffed. Wait, we're getting off on the wrong foot here, Jason said as he stepped forward. Terminus. Do you remember? Jason Grace. What are you doing in their company? Terminus asked with a sneer. You disgrace us, Jason. Perhaps I should bring the ship down with you in it. It would save the camp from the shame of being associated with the Greeks any more than we already are. Hey, watch it buddy or I'll dismantle you, Leo said with a screwdriver in hand. It was sent from his hand to the wall behind him and Leo gaped. What the? Near me with that weapon, Graces, and you will lose more than it next time, Terminus said. You will listen to me now. This ship is in a no-fly zone and you will turn around. But Terminus, you are free to return with me, Jason, Terminus said, slightly kinder than how he had addressed the others. But the rest of you will turn around. There has not been a single Greek weapon in camp without my say-so and thus far, I have been given hardly a reason to allow one as large as this. Please, Piper said. Naruto realized. She must have started to turn the charm on. Sir, we just want to land and talk to the leaders of the camp. Enough of your tricks, Venus Spawn, Terminus said with a scowl. They will not work on me. Piper frowned and Annabeth took her turn to step up. What if we don't land? And who are you? Terminus asked. Annabeth Chase, she said. My mother is Athena. Terminus snorted. So even to th. Is Dame Minerva as disgraceful to her oath as a Greek? No, it's different, Annabeth said with a small frown. Wait, does Minerva not have any children? Of course not, Terminus said. She is a virgin goddess. And if she did have a child, they would be artists, useless to our legion. Hey, watch it, Stone Dude, or you'll find yourself reconnecting with the ground. Naruto snarled. Diss his family once, you get a freebie. Diss him twice, you get a warning. Last diss would earn the God, a butt-whooping only Naruto Uzumaki could provide, God or not. Naruto, shut up, Annabeth said. She looked back at Terminus with a pleading frown. What if we left our ship in the air? Along with your weapons. Terminus frowned. Annabeth's frown deepened. We can't be defenseless. Then you will turn around and leave. Terminus scowled at the girl. You dare intrude us on our festival, armed to the teeth in a warship. And expect us to allow you hospitality. You are more foolhardy than I thought. Fine, the weapons will stay, Annabeth said with a scowl. Terminus smirked at her. I knew you'd see it my way, he said. I will alert our praetors. Be aware, Jason Grace, your position has been filled and your new allegiance will be noted. Jason frowned as the god vanished just as quickly as he came. We're not landing, I'm not going, Leo said after a beat. He crossed his arms. Hedge and I will keep an eye out up here. Yeah, and I, Hedge said as he walked in the room with a bitter scowl on his face. Naruto smirked as he remembered the deal Annabeth made with him about letting him get a good fight back at camp if he stayed on the ship. Sorry, I couldn't get in because of an invisible force field or some bull hockey. All right, you two will be our support. Keep the engines running, but don't do anything unless we say so, Annabeth said with a gesture to herself and Piper. You got it, Leo said. He looked at Naruto. You staying? I'll leave a few clones, Naruto ate as he leaned his staff against the wall. He created a dozen to watch the ship and followed Annabeth, Jason and Piper to the ladder that was lowered to the ground on the edge of the camp. Naruto looked down past the others and groaned. This is going to be a long climb. Yeah, and I get the feeling these Romans will be just as welcoming as Terminus was, Kurama said. Keep your guard up, Naruto. Who knows what we will encounter down there? Right, Kurama, Naruto thought as he resumed the climb down. It took a total of 13 minutes, but eventually, Naruto's feet touched the ground once more. The camp was more like a city than a camp, but then again, Jason had said there was also a city or something, New Rome. Neat name. A sea of people awaited them at the bottom and parted as Annabeth led them through. They stopped a good distance away from the other praetor, Reina. Naruto took her appearance in dark eyes hard and wary, skin that looked like a healthy deep tan, and hair akin to the night sky outside of Konoha. Dark and glossy with starlight. She was gorgeous, like most demi-goddesses were. Then came the teen that walked up to stand beside her. He was lean and muscled. His hair was dark as well, though not the same intensity. It was swept to one side like he had just walked on the beach and his sea-green eyes were locked with Annabeth's gray eyes. A smile that Naruto knew he had seen in the mirror several times before crossed his face and Naruto immediately knew who stood across from them. Percy Jackson. And there's Chapter 2, you know what to do. Review. Percy Jackson. Disclaimer. I don't own Percy Jackson and the Olympians are Naruto. Co-written by engineer Forever Fils de l'Amour, Mark of Athena 3, Percy Jackson. Naruto examined the hero of Olympus with intrigue. The son of Poseidon was lean like a swimmer, but for all of his worth, Naruto wondered just how strong he really was. Jason proved himself and Naruto knew he'd have to put Percy through the same trial someday. He grinned as he thought about the possible fight. To give Percy a handicap on water or not would be interesting. Would it be like fighting Zabuza again? Could Percy form a dragon from the water? Could he manipulate the mist like a dense fog to sneak up on his opponents? Don't get your hopes up, Kurama said, and Naruto felt his smile dim. Yeah, I don't think anyone will be able to fight me like Sasuke. Naruto thought. Jason Grace, my former colleague, Reina said, her voice broke Naruto from his internal dismay. It was firm, but warm, save for the way she said the word colleague like it was a disease. Her there group with a small frown on her face. I welcome you home. And these, your friends. Annabeth and Percy suddenly shot forward. Naruto's eyebrows shot up as the couple embraced in a kiss. Huh. Didn't see that coming. I think you found some rivals for your title as most unpredictable. Naruto mentally scoffed at Kurama's amused comment. Yeah right. Let's see them use the reverse Oroik no Jutsu on Kagaya. Ugh. You're the dumbest being alive, I swear. Your words hurt me, ow, but not as much as that probably hurt him. Naruto thought with a wince as Annabeth Sue. D. Denli hip-tossed Percy Jackson to the ground. Geez, and I thought Sakura's punches hurt. I'm glad she doesn't throw me. If you ever leave me again, Annabeth said from her position above Percy. I swear to all gods. Percy cut her off with a laugh and Naruto grinned. Oh yeah, he liked Percy. The guy was okay in his books. Consider me warned. I missed you too. Annabeth seemed to accept that and helped him back to his feet. Jason cleared his throat and stepped forward. Well, it's great to be back. Understatement, Naruto said with a grin. This was gold. Jason introduced Reina to Piper. The two held a glance for a moment before they greeted each other with nods. Jason then turned to Naruto, who grinned at the praetor. And this is her brother, Naruto Uzumaki. How's it going? Naruto asked as he reappeared in front of her with his hand extended. The Romans around them were in shock at the speed he displayed, and Naruto heard skin slap skin, undoubtedly either Piper or Annabeth. Clapped a hand over their face in embarrassment. Reina studied him for a moment before she took his offered hand and shook it. It is well. Glad to hear it. So, where's the food? Naruto asked as he retook his hand. Something pinched his ear and pulled him back. Ow, Annabeth, ow, you're making a scene, just be patient. Annabeth hissed. Naruto pouted at her and crossed his arms. Oh yeah, I'm the one making the scene. Miss Judo flipped my boyfriend, Naruto said. Annabeth glared at him with red cheeks and Percy watched them with a bit of amusement. I like him, Percy said with a chuckle. Naruto grinned back at him. Oh gods, I was right. There are two of them, Annabeth said under her breath. And this is Annabeth, Jason said with a sigh. So much for a smooth, professional meeting. Normally, she doesn't attack people or chastise them like they're children, but for Naruto we make an exception. I take offense to that. You should, Jason said dryly. Naruto stuck his tongue out at his fellow blonde. Reina ignored them and looked at Annabeth with amused eyes. Are you sure you are not Roman, Annabeth? Or an Amazon? A what? Naruto asked. I'll explain later, Annabeth said to him. No, and I only attack either my boyfriend or Naruto like that. She's so cruel. Aren't you lucky? Naruto asked with a teasing grin to the son of Poseidon. Percy just grinned back at him. Jealous? No, not really. Annabeth's like an aunt to me, Naruto said with a snicker. Percy blinked and Annabeth clarified. He's my nephew. His father was my brother. Oh, okay, the son of Poseidon said with a nod. Interesting. Reina said. I wasn't aware that Camp Half-Blood also allowed legacies. They're rare, but welcome, Annabeth said. Naruto felt a wave of apprehension come fr. Annabeth and gave her a concerned look. She's just uneasy about being in enemy territory. Something you amazingly lack, Kurama said. I see. Well, we were just about to feast and you've come all this way. Centurions. Reina turned to several teens that walked forward. A couple got Naruto's attention. One was a boy that reminded him of Choji, a bit on the hefty side but had a good nature to him. And the other was a girl that was a few years younger than them, her eyes an impressive shade of gold. She reminded him of Karui, the liaison of Kumogakure no Sato, and the girl he had willing allowed to beat the snot out of him. Only without the red hair. Naruto scratched his head, wondering why something about the similarities was so funny. Kurama, however, had begun to burst into laughter. Naruto asked what was so funny. But the fox refused to elaborate. The two flanked Percy like they were his personal guard or close friends. One centurion suddenly spoke out with a sneer on his face. "They are enemies. You wish to welcome them into our camp. They are our guests," Rhaena said, emphasizing each word as she said it with a pause. "Now go and burn an offering to welcome them." Percy grinned. "Yeah, Octavian. Go burn your teddy bears." "That's a horrible job," Naruto said with a snicker. He and Percy shared another grin while Octavian sneered at them and stormed off. Annabeth sig head and slapped the two chuckleheads on the back of their heads with a frown on her face. "Ow, what was that for?" Percy asked as both he and Naruto tried to nurse their growing goose eggs. "I've learned that with him. There's only one way to stop embarrassment before it can happen," Annabeth said with a glare to the innocently whistling Naruto. "Yeah, but I have a position of power. Let me flaunt it a little," Percy said with a pout directed at her. Naruto snickered. "Sounds like you want to show off for your girlfriend," he said. Percy brooded. "Well, duh." Annabeth smiled at him and crossed her arms. "Sweet, Percy, but unneeded." Naruto smirked. "Ah, so he's already charmed you, I see. I'll be sure to tell Leo to activate Hedge's laser door." Naruto. Annabeth turned red and Percy blinked in confusion. "Hedge, Leo?" Percy asked. "Leo's the captain of our ship," Naruto said. He nodded in the direction of the Argo II. "Refused to come down after the stone guy threatened to blow it up. He's got separation issues, like with his magic three-legged table." Percy blinked and turned to Annabeth. "How much did I miss exactly?" Annabeth shook her head and laced her hand in his. "Just come on, seaweed brain. We'll talk at the feast." Food. Naruto perked up. He grinned and ran after Jason and Piper, who were already behind Rhaena, and walked off. "Wait for me, finally, what I've been waiting for." Annabeth pinched the bridge of her nose while Percy chuckled. "He's an all-right guy. I like him," the boy that stood behind Percy said with a small smile. Percy grinned. "I know, right? I'm never going to leave you two alone in one spot," Annabeth said with a sigh. "Oh, what's the worst that could happen?" He waved off her concern. The table was filled to the edge with food that smelled absolutely delicious. However, it wasn't as impressive as an average night at the Akamiki clan house. Now that was a feast. Naruto was sure that the last time he ate there, his stomach had literally exploded. Kurama refused to answer and only said for the blonde to eat less next time. However, that wouldn't be an issue if he always asked Piper for help. Naruto stared at his plate of vegetables and then glared at Piper. "When I said help me pick out the good stuff, I meant more than just the introduction to the feast." "Vegetables are good for you," Piper said with a frown to her brother. Naruto cringed. They taste so nasty though." "Eat, now." Piper gave him a stern glare. He needed to eat healthier than just ramen all the time. Plus, she needed some support on the vegetarian side. "We're not at camp," Naruto said with a smirk. "You can't boss me around here. And, you know that charm talk doesn't work on me for some reason." Piper pouted at him. Behind Naruto, Errol Romans began to dig into the vegetables without any desire to. Damn his immunity to charm speak. Naruto gave his plate to a Roman that had finished his salad and grabbed another plate. He grabbed some random food and continued to pile it up until it was a small mountain on his plate. He grabbed the turkey leg and was about to take a bite, but stopped when Rhaena toasted for good health and luck to the two camps. Here, Naruto said with a grin before he ripped into the leg. Piper glared at him after he swallowed and he frowned. "What?" Piper sighed and shook. Naruto looked at her, held the leg in his hand and then back at her. He held the leg out to her and grinned at her when she gained a look of repulsion. "Come on, you know you want a bite. The birds will forgive you, Imouto." "Get that out of my face," Piper said dangerously. Fine, you don't know what you're missing, Tilda," he said with a smirk as he took another bite. "That'll teach her to make fun of his glorious ramen." "Carnivorous monster," Piper said with an accusatory glare. Naruto just exaggerated his bliss as he chewed the meat. And as if to rub salt in the wound, he suddenly paused and ripped a piece of the meat off. There was a shriek and the piece of meat in his fingers was suddenly gone. Another shriek and the eagle that all those who rode on the Argo II knew had returned to her perch on his shoulder. "See, Even Mew likes the turkey, he said with a smirk. And she's a bird, Mew squawked and he chuckled. Eagle, sorry. Both of you, carnivorous monsters, Hyper said in distaste. Naruto just streaked. UCK his tongue out at her and fed Mew another piece of turkey. Excuse me. Naruto looked to the Roman that sat next to him. The boy's eyes locked on the golden eagle perched on his shoulder. Why do you have a eagle on your shoulder? Quote, well, I'm not about to let her sit on my head with those talons of hers, Naruto said as he gave Mew another piece of turkey. When he didn't get even a smile, he sighed. I don't know. Mew just likes me for some reason. Right, Mew. Mew chirped and nipped at his turkey leg. Oi, you'll get what I give you, glutton, Naruto said with a stern frown. Mew squawked and he scoffed. Oh, trying to play the faster card. I don't think so, Mew. The Romans were entranced as Naruto and Mew began to bicker. The eagle cawed and shrieked, but Naruto held firm on his stance. Finally, Annabeth got up, went over to the two and with her best Athena glare in place, told them to knock it off. Mew hung her head alongside Naruto and Annabeth returned to the amused Percy's side. Wow, look at you, he said. Is he really that bad? Annabeth gave him a mild glare. I swear, if you two could swap hair, eyes and cheeks, there'd be no way to tell you apart. Not true, Naruto said after a moment of silence on his part. He grinned. I wouldn't kiss you, he would. Percy grinned back and Annabeth rubbed her temples. This was a bad idea. Leo should have come instead. Oh, that's right, Naruto said with a snap of his fingers. He pointed at his plate and looked at Reina. Can I get some to go? Leo wanted to try some Roman cooking. I don't see why not, Reina said. She returned to her conversation with Jason and Piper. Naruto noticed that her hands tightened around the utensils in them and he shook his head. He snorted and went back to his meal. A bowl of cheese-covered noodles, not bad. But not ramen. And they say I'm dense. You are dense, Kurama said dryly. It took your first ex-girlfriend a solid kiss on the lips to get your attention. The blonde bime, from the golden cabin had to practically shout at you. And the flower girl couldn't muster the courage so she spelled it out, literally, on a piece of paper. Naruto pouted as he focused on his friend. Well, now, that's a different story altogether. Sure it is, Kurama said. Naruto could feel his eyes roll from where he sat. If you weren't your father's child I would wonder where you got it from. Naruto blinked and then chuckled suddenly to himself. So, I get it from grandma. You might have gotten it from your paternal grandfather, Kurama said dismissively. Or perhaps it's a trait that goes back to your past life as Asura. There's that, Naruto conceded. He didn't think often of his past life, personally not one to believe in reincarnation. The fork that had impaled the makar, oni and cheese, went into his mouth and he chewed it absent-mindedly. Did you ever meet him? No. The Rakuto Sennin made us once his sons were trained and grown, Kurama said with a frown. And that was only a year or so prior to the beginning of Asura and Indra's war. I was but a kid then, so I kept myself hidden. Naruto blinked. A kid? Wait, you were a baby. I was no baby, Kurama snarled. I had not accumulated the mass I have today. Naruto let a smile cover his face as he ate more macaroni and cheese. I bet you were an adorable kid. Naruto, friend or not, I will kill you if you keep this up. Come on, give me a mental image. You had to have looked at a lake or something, right? Naruto smirked. I'm warning you, I could always ask Chome, or Shukaku, heck, I'm sure Matabi would be more than willing to share some memories with me, Naruto thought. I will rip you apart the next time you come in here. Just one peek, Naruto silently asked as he took another bite of macaroni and cheese. Kurama growled before an image came to the forefront of Naruto's mind. The whiskered blonde nearly spewed out the food in his mouth in shock. The vicious fox he learned to love like a brother was freaking adorable. Dare he say it, but Chibi Kurama was downright kawaii. You're so cute, Naruto thought with a laugh as he choked down the food in his mouth. I will murder you from the inside out. Kurama roared. Can I hug Chibi you? Naruto asked. He wasn't even kidding. Kurama might be as tall as a mountain, but his younger self, probably only as big as a two humans stacked on top one another. In essence, a giant fluffy fox. Naruto, I swear on the sage's name that if you so much as dare ask that question again, I will ensure that your line does not continue. Ma. So mean, Naruto muttered with a pout while he played with his macaroni and cheese. What, Naruto? Nothing Imouto, Naruto said with a sad sigh. A mischievous smile crossed his face. Nay, Imouto, if you could hug a giant fluffy fox, would you? That does it. Consider your sperm sterile. Piper, once she got over the confusion caused by the strange question, tapped her chin in thought. Well, I guess so. It's an orange fox, by the way, Naruto said, as if the color was the most important feature. Of course it is, Piper said as she smiled at him. Typical Naruto. No biggie. Octavian suddenly spluttered. Naruto and Piper looked over at him. The praetorship of Rome is no biggie. So you're the brother of Talia Grace, huh? Odd, you look nothing like her, Percy said, as he ignored Octavian. I noticed, Jason said. He gave Percy a grin. Thanks for taking care of my camp, by the way. Back at you, Percy said with a grin of his own. Oh joy, Piper murmured. A bromance. Naruto suddenly understood what Ino meant each time he and Sasuke started a mock spat in front of her when he was home. So that's what he and Sasuke looked like. Weird, but understandable. Percy suddenly yelped and glared at Annabeth, who glared right back. Reina's right, she said. We should talk about serious things. The great prophecy, for instance. It sounds like the Romans know of it too. Reina nodded. We call it the prophecy of 7. Frightening name, right? I'm still not talking to you. Oh, come on, it was a joke. Humph. Pay attention to the conversation, Baka. Naruto pouted. One joke, okay. One half joke and Kurama gets all fussy. He looked back at Annabeth just as the centurion that looked like Choji, named Frank, asked, Is it true you're a child of Athena? Yes, Annabeth said, a bit defensively. Why is that such a surprise? Octavian scoffed and Naruto felt his eye twitch and the desire to deck him in the schnoz grow as he spoke. If you're truly a daughter of the wisdom goddess. Enough. Annabeth is what she says. She's here in peace. Besides, Reina gave Annabeth a look of grudging respect. Percy has spoken highly of you. Naruto saw Percy play with his cheeseburger. That oddly had literal blue cheese on it, and he watched Annabeth's face grow red. Naruto's brow furrowed. Did he miss something? The praetor came on to your aunt's boyfriend. He refused her. Kurama snorted. Naruto suddenly let out a few suspicious coughs and cleared his throat with a glass of water. He really did, but damn. That's a whole new level of awkward he was glad to not be a part of. He was open to watching it play out. Though, Annabeth gave him a glare and Naruto swallowed. Oops, now he was in trouble. He whistled innocently and fed Mew a piece of turkey. Thank you, Annabeth said to Reina. At any rate, some of the prophecy is becoming clear. Foes bearing arms to the doors of death, that means Romans and Greeks. We have to work together and find those doors. Hazel, the girl, that reminded Naruto of Karui but didn't have her red hair, put a red gem in her shirt pocket and spoke softly. My brother, Nico, went looking for the doors. Wait, Nico D'Angelo. He's your brother? Annabeth asked with a confused frown. Naruto and Mew shared an equally confused glance. Nico the what now? Quiet, Piper said to him. Yes, Hazel said, either not hearing Naruto or ignoring him. She licked her lips nervously. He disappeared. I'm worried, afraid, I'm not sure, but I think something happened to him. Then we'll look for him, Percy said. Naruto nodded in agreement with Percy's promise. Family and friends always come first. We have to find the doors of death anyway. Thanatos told us we'd find both answers in Rome, the original Rome. That's on the way to Greece, right? Thanatos told you. The death god, Annabeth asked him. Naruto frowned. I thought Hades was the dead god, god of the dead. Hades is the god of the underworld, Annabeth corrected. Thanatos is the god of death itself. Oh, sounds like a lame job either way, Naruto said with a shrug. Well, Percy said around a bite of his burger. He swallowed. With death free, the monsters will disintegrate and go back to Tartarus again. But, with the doors open, they'll just keep coming back. Like water leaking through a dam, Piper said as she played with the feather in her braid. Percy smirked. Yeah, we got a damn hole. What? Inside joke. Never mind, he said with a sigh. The point is we gotta find the doors and close them before we go to Greece. It's the only way we'll be Sue. The giants stay down once we defeat them. Wait, does that mean Enceladus will be back? Naruto asked, now interested in the conversation. Percy frowned. I'll sell a who? Auntie Athena, Annabeth said. She nodded in Naruto's direction. Naruto defeated Enceladus with Athena's spear, lucky. Jealous Tilda, Naruto sang with a smirk. He sat back and crossed his arms, his smirk gone and a serious look on his face. But if that asshole is coming back, I want another crack at him. Maybe I'll be allowed to use Aegis next time. Annabeth scowled at him. Naruto, enough. Naruto just smirked and what? Shed Reina pluck an apple from a plate as it floated past. She studied it as she turned it. You realize that you are suggesting to go to Greece in your warship. A place more dangerous to demigods than anywhere else in the United States. You said that about Alaska and we turned out all right, Percy said. Yes, but these are ancient lands and not to mention the Mare Nostrum, Reina said as she peeled the apple with her nails. Short, but sharp, deadly, much like a shinobi, Naruto noted. This Camp Jupiter didn't seem so bad. However, he was confused by something she said. The Mare what? Mare Nostrum, Jason said. RC. It's what the ancient Romans called the Mediterranean Sea. Oh come on, I'm the son of Poseidon. What sea is going to give any boat I'm on trouble? Percy asked. Percy, the Mediterranean is a different level of danger altogether, Reina said with her frown still in place. Roman demigods have been banned from crossing it for centuries. No hero in his right mind would cross it. Naruto laughed. Well, it's a good thing we're all a little nuts, huh? Besides, I practically built the Argo 2 on my own. Granted, Annabeth and Leo showed me where to put some pieces, but it's sturdy. We have to hurry, Jason added. I'm not sure about the giants, but Gia is getting closer to being fully awake with each passing day. She's appearing in dreams, making full Aperon. CES and summoning more and more monsters. We have to stop the giants before they fully wake her up. Naruto grudgingly agreed with Jason. Sure, Gia might be lonely, but she was still bad news as far as history went. Her childhood sweetheart betrayed her, her grandchildren killed her children, and she decided to marry the entity of Tartarus. Naruto had never been to nor met Tartarus, but he was TTY sure that the father of Enceladus was 10 times worse than the giant he fought. 7 half-bloods must answer the call, Annabeth said. From both camps we need 7. Jason, Piper, Leo and I are 4. What of him? Reina asked with a finger pointed at Naruto. Naruto waved her off. I'm pretty much a liaison from my home. Your home? Reina asked. Isle of the Latoids, he said. The table went quiet and he groaned. Don't tell me you've never heard of it. Octavian bristled. You dare say you come from the home of Apollo and Diana? Yeah, Naruto said as though the other blonde were an idiot. The guy rubbed him the wrong way and all sorts of negative emotions came from him. I dunno how, but it is. Chiron confirmed it and so did my mother. Your mother? Octavian asked with a snarl. Aphrodite, Naruto said with a grin. Octavian narrowed his eyes and Naruto could see the insult form in his mind. Before Octavian could speak, Naruto whipped out his killer intent and focused it all on Octavian alone. Annabeth would kill him if he used it on the whole area. Do you have an issue with who my mother is? And no, Octavian said as he began to sweat. Jason and Piper stared at Naruto worriedly while Percy and Reina gave Octavian confused looks. Naruto smiled and the pressure he was applying vanished. Good. Then let's put it behind us, shall we? Octavian merely nodded, but still glared at the blonde. Okay, Percy said slowly as he glanced at Naruto with a newfound respect. Well, with me, Hazel and Frank, that's 3 from Camp Jupiter. There's 7, and Naruto. And Fuzzy Britches, Naruto said with a snicker while Mew squawked. And Mew. Octavian seemed to recover from the ki blast. What about the debate? The Senate must decide what should be done. Octavian, don't worry, we will have a meeting within the hour, Reina said. She turned to the others. Now, you're sure about this? Yes, Percy said. It's the only way we can manage to beat the giants. Fine, Reina said. Is there anything else you'd like to discuss? Jason began. He rubbed the back of his neck. Would it being alright if I showed Piper around New Rome? She's never been, and we'll be back before the Senate meeting. Reina narrowed her eyes as the wind spirits that had served them began to clear the table. The way she answered nearly froze Naruto solid, it was so cold. Fine. Thanks, Jason said before he and Piper made a quick getaway. Percy looked ready to talk, but Octavian cut him off. I don't like this. That ship is untrustworthy, Octavian said. I could take you aboard, Naruto said nonchalantly. The Romans looked at him as he crossed his fingers. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Quote, an exact replica appeared and the Romans gawked at it. The clone nodded to Naruto and then smiled mischievously at Octavian. Would you care to join me and the captain? Yes, Octavian said. The look in his eye clued Naruto into his suspicion while the other Romans whispered. But, what sort of magics? Jutsu, the clone and original said together with frowns. It's a boon from being born on the Isle of the Latoids. That seemed to placate the Romans. Octavian looked more intrigued now than suspicious. Is it? Tell me more and show me this ship of yours. Yeah, come on. If you're good, I'm sure Leo will give you a paper hat or something, the clone said as it led Octavian away. That was interesting, Reina said with veiled uncertainty in her eyes. Naruto shrugged. Meh, child's play. The real trick is making the clone listen to me. Wet Willy. The clone's voice called out from a good distance away. See, Naruto said with a smirk. Percy shook his head and turned to Annabeth. Okay, you have to catch me up. Annabeth smiled. Sure thing, Preetor. How did that even happen? Quote, Percy chuckled and looked to a slightly disgruntled Reina. You mind if we? No, she said, though Naruto could tell she had no truth to her words. She waved him off dismissively. Go off, but be back in time to meet with the Senate. You got it, Percy said. The couple left with their hands intertwined. Naruto watched, a happy smile on his face, glad to see Annabeth out of her funk. Percy was an okay guy and he was glad that they reunited. He looked back at the slightly dismayed Reina and got up from his seat with an exaggerated stretch while Mew took off to scour the camp. Naruto turned to Reina and rubbed the back of his neck while his other hand slipped into his jacket's pocket. So, wanna give me a tour? I mean, if it's not too much trouble. Reina studied him for a moment before she nodded and rose from her seat. She dusted herself off and began to walk away. Naruto quickly caught up to her with both of his hands in his pockets. So, what exactly is a Preetor? Woo. Update number 3, right on time. Okay, a couple of hours early, but whatever. Not like you guys are going to complain. You know what I want ya to do. Review, Preetor, cages, and dramatic escapes. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto. Percy Jackson and the Olympians are heroes of Olympus. Co-written by engineer Forever Fils de l'Amour, Mark of Athena. 4. Preetor, cages, and dramatic escapes. Reina looked at Naruto for a moment, a bit amused by his question, before she answered. A Preetor is one of 2 leaders of the Legion. Praetors are the highest ranks one can achieve in our forces. And it's a grand honor to become one. Not only are you in command, no one, only your fellow Preetor, can overrule you. Oh, so it's like a cage, but co-ruling. That's what I thought, Naruto said with a nod. 2 leaders of a large force was clever, but one person had to rise above and make the hard decisions, especially when it came to the possible loss on a mission. Kage. Reina repeated the term with a frown. What is that? A cage, or shadow in English, is the highest rank of the hidden villages of the elemental nations, or as it is known here, the Isle of the Latoids, Naruto said. He tapped his headband. My village, Konoha, is led by the Hokage, or the Fire Shadow. Why is your symbol a leaf then? Reina asked. Our village is known as Konohagakure no Sato. At her frown he elaborated. The village hidden in the tree leaves. Sorry, I'm used to campers filled in on my village. I see, but why is your cage called the Fire Shadow if you are in the trees? Konohagakure no Sato is hidden in the land of fire, hence, Fire Shadow. Naruto grinned. And you have only one ruler. Reina frowned. Of the village. The daimyo, sort of a royal emperor. is the ruler of the land while the Kage run the ninja villages. We're sort of like mercenaries, but with much better training and loyalty to the land of fire first and foremost, Naruto said. Our current Hokage is the 5th, Tsunade Senju, granddaughter of the first and founder of Konoha and the grandniece of the second Hokage. So the role of Kage is hereditary? Reina asked. Oh, no, anyone with enough drive, heart and strength can become Hokage. Tsunade only took the job because I convinced her to when I was 12. Naruto's grin slipped into a wince and he rubbed his forehead. Though, I wish she didn't flick me so hard. Reina smirked. A little flick? No, her flicks are like a super punch, Naruto said. He grinned and looked ahead of him, lost in memories. She's the strongest kunoichi in the world and one of, if not, the best doctors on the planet. How strong exactly? Reina asked. She had a small worried frown on her face. Who's that strong dude with the club? Herc something. Heracles. Yeah, that guy. She's probably as strong as him, Naruto said. He cupped his chin in thought. Though now with Sage Mode, maybe I'm stronger than her. I'll arm wrestle her when I get back. Reina arched a brow. You would challenge your leader to an arm wrestling contest. Old lady's got 2 major weaknesses. Naruto held up his fingers as he listed them. Booze and gambling. And I'm gonna exploit these to prove that I'm more than ready to be Hokage. He tilted his head and hummed. Do you hear barking? It's just Aurum and Argentum, Reina said. A silver and gold D. Og trotted up to either of her sides and she smiled at them. They're automatons, but much more lively and my pets. They're kinda cute, Naruto said with a chuckle as he let his hand be sniffed by the golden dog. It slipped his hand over its head and Naruto scratched it, his nails unaffected by the metal. Sort of like Akamaru, only not as fuzzy. A dog you know? Reina asked while she scratched D. Argentum before they slipped away to go play with a few children nearby. Naruto grinned and watched the dogs play. Yeah, he's a ninkin, about the size of a lion by now I'll bet. Interesting. Tell me more about your homeland. You've piqued my curiosity, Reina said. Well, I can't tell you everything, ninja secrets and all, Naruto chuckled at his own joke. Wouldn't want to start another war by accident. Another war? Naruto's smile dimmed once more. We've had 4 wars. I was born just a little after the 3rd Shinobi War and recently emerged victorious in the 4th. Heck, Matima. I beat the crazy rabbit chick that started it all. Reina blinked. I think I need a bit more than just a summary for this. Then we're going to need more soda or something because it's a long story, Naruto said. Reina looked at him and he shrugged. Goes back hundreds of years and there was a bunch of behind-the-scenes shadow stuff going on. Reina shook her head and then turned in another direction. This way, we can sit in Bacchus Garden. Naruto nodded and followed her to the garden. He whistled at the sight of it. Very nice, Mr. D used to just grow strawberries for us. Pollux helps with that now, nice guy. Mr. D. Reina asked. Dionysus, Naruto said. He shrugged. Apparently he was grounded by the big guy for something. Dunno, really, wish I could have met him. I haven't really met a god. Except for my grandmother. Reina's eyes narrowed. That's right, you're a legacy of Athena's, Naruto said with a grin. He noted her frown and his smile dimmed. Is that a bad thing? I mean, I know that octopus guy was going to say something and the statue god was a dick about it. Minerva doesn't have any children in camp, Reina said as she pet Aurum. Naruto blinked owlishly and she continued. It's never happened, and with good reason. The vow of a maiden is treated very seriously in Roman history. That Athena broke hers, it's outrageous. Well, she didn't break the vow, Naruto said. Reina gave him a look that told him she didn't believe him for a second. I mean, I guess in a way she did, but at the same time she's still a virgin. You know how she came to be, right? Jupiter ripped the unborn Minerva from Métis, womb and swallowed the babe whole, in fear it would be stronger than himself, but Minerva burst from his head fully grown and with his wisdom. Naruto gaped. Wow, that's very graphic. Is it not how Athena was born? Reina asked. Not exactly, but, damn. Naruto shivered. Really glad that's not how Athena's story goes. Zeus turned Métis into a fly and swallowed her, much for the same reason as Jupiter did. Later he had a headache and an axe was used to split his skull, where Athena sprouted out, fully clad in armor and a spear in hand. Reyna hummed and looked over to her dogs, both of which began to sniff around the garden. I see, similar, but different in a few ways. Yes, but in both versions, she was born from Zeus or Jupiter's mind. Naruto tapped his head. Brain baby, so she sprouts children from her mind? Reyna asked. That's even more outrageous than the thought of her actually conch, but she's a goddess. An intellectual goddess, Naruto said. He leaned on the nearby railing and looked over New Rome. She picked out the brightest minds and out came the brightest demigods. My dad was one of them. Very interesting. Reyna stood next to him and looked over her city with a smile. I love this place, it lets me see everything that I protect. I hear you. There's a mountain in Konoha where all the village leaders' faces are carved. I sit on a head from time to time just to collect my thoughts. Naruto smiled nostalgically and then laughed. Man, I wonder if they'll get my sensei to take his mask off for his carving. You were going to tell me about the war? Reyna asked. Oh, right. Well, it didn't start with a war, it all started with a princess named Kaguya and a tree with mystical powers. Naruto began to tell Reyna about the Isle, or hidden continent, where he was born and the bloody past. Naruto began with the princess who became the primordial entity known as the Jubi. A monster on par with the frighteningly powerful Typhoon. Then he explained how the legendary Sage of Six Paths and his brother, both sons of Kaguya, stopped the Jubi and sealed it within the Sage. Then came the Warring States, caused by the Sage's sons Asura and Indra's clash over virtues. After that was the founding of Konoha and the fight between Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage. He told her about the First War, which was inadvertently caused by the first Hokage, who distributed pieces of the Jubi to other villages and were wrongfully used to create human weapons. After the explanation of the First War came the story of the Second War, which as Reyna pointed out, mirrored the World Wars. Naruto said he was envious that the planet was more willing to stop fighting after two, considering there were still 2 more wars for his continent to be had. The Second War was very similar to World War II, where factions were made to spread the land. It was in this war that his clan's village, Uzuoshigakure no Sato, the land hidden in the whirlpools, was destroyed by 2 or 3 villages. Admittedly Naruto meant to brush up on that, but got sidetracked with training and catching up with his friends, and it was in this war that Konoha gained several legends. Tsunade, the current Hokage, and her teammates Jiraiya and Orochimaru became known as the Densetsu no S. Anin, literally the legendary 3 ninja, for their fight against the tyrannical ruler of the Land of Rain, Hanzo the Salamander. A few months later Jiraiya met the Rain Orphans, Yahiko, Kononen, Nagato Uzumaki, who Naruto told Reyna would come into play much later. It was at this point that Naruto noted either Reyna was a good listener, or he was a very good storyteller. Either way, Naruto was glad to hear Reyna urge him on for more in her own way. Then Naruto told Reyna about the Third War, where his father made a name for himself and the pieces for the Fourth War fell into place. The war was originally a cold war between all of the villages, again mirroring the world around them, but instead of coming to a peaceful solution, skirmishes broke out and the fires of war were lit. Naruto didn't elaborate much detail on the war, because it wasn't entirely the war that was important. How is the whole war not important? Reyna asked. Well, I mean to most people it would be, but there were a few key factors that would have the most effects on my life, Naruto said. First, my dad's team, my sensei Kakashi, Rin and Obito, were ambushed after a vital mission that seemingly cost Obito his life and gave Kakashi his Sharingan. Reyna, who was informed of the Dujutsu in the story of Madara and Hashirama's battle, frowned. Seemingly, he survived, but Team Minato didn't know that. A few years later Rin had been kidnapped by Kurigakure and turned into a Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, Naruto said. Kakashi went out to rescue her. Your father didn't? Reyna asked. Naruto chuckled. My dad was handing the soon-to-be fourth Raikage's ass to him on a platter at the time. I see. Anyway, Kakashi went to rescue her, but she had him kill her to prevent being used against Konoha by Kurigakure, Naruto said. What they didn't know was that Obito witnessed the whole thing. Kakashi returned to Konoha with Rin's body later that night. He said her funeral was his near breaking point. What happened to Obito? Reina asked. We'll come back to that. Another factor was the sheer amount of genin that participated in this war. Children no older than 10 were on the battlefield more than able adults were. Naruto said. The sheer amount of dead kids would harden the determination of one young prodigy, Itachi Uchiha. Remember his name because he'll be important later. Reina nodded. It's from there that the war turned in Konoha's favor and soon, Gigi and the Tsuchikage agreed to a ceasefire, Naruto said. Then, my dad was named Hokage and a few years later, I was born, and my parents died. Well, Dad did. Dunno why Mom didn't just come get me, maybe she knew I was needed at home, maybe she didn't. Naruto shrugged. Doesn't matter now, can't change the past, but the future is always worth fighting for. A nice saying, Reina said. How did your parents die? Obito. Naruto sighed. His survival was caused by none other than Madara Uchiha himself. From what you've told me he had to have lived to be well over 100 years old, Reina said with a frown. And he did, Naruto said. He was also helped by another, Zetsu, the lost third son of Kagaya. Reina's eyes widened slightly. Zetsu had manipulated Madara, Obito, pretty much the entire continent all to bring his mother back to life. Did he succeed? It was here that Naruto grimaced. Yes. What happened? Remember the chakra tree I told you about? Yes. It came back, only now it had engulfed the entire continent and was sucking people dry, Naruto said. My team, Kakashi, Sakura and Sasuke, were the only ones who weren't affected thanks to some past life thing I don't really understand. That's because you didn't listen to the sage. And because you're a moron. Kurama snarked. Oh, who asked you? Naruto thought in return. He stretched his arms up and let his back crack. And that's pretty much my life up to a few months ago. Fought in the Fourth World War, beat the crazy rabbit princess into space. And saved the world from being eaten by some energy-sucking tree of doom. Reina had a frown on her face. I'm starting to wish you hadn't been born Greek. Naruto blinked in confusion. Why? Kurama scoffed. Because you're an enemy, Naruto. Sage, I thought you were smarter than that. You're being a whole lot more mean than usual. Are you still mad about the Chibiu thing? Yes. Naruto palmed himself in the head while Reina stared at him in confusion. Are you all right? Just a headache, Naruto said with a grumble. Kurama let out an indignant growl at being called a headache while the blonde Jinchuriki gave the praetor a light smile. So, anything else you want to talk about? Reina opened her mouth but was cut off by the sound of a whistle followed by an explosion and the ground shaking. They turned to see a tower of smoke rise up from a rounded building off in the distance on a hill. Another loud whistle had them looking up at the Argo 2, Two more large projectiles came from to strike New Rome. Reina and her dogs rounded on Naruto with glares. You come speaking of peace but instead attack us? She asked him. Diplomacy was just a cover. Naruto shook his head. It's not like that. We came here to talk. I mean, we prepared for the worst, but we came without our weapons as instructed. Reina narrowed her eyes while Argentum and Urim bared large sharp metallic teeth at him. Naruto's face betrayed nothing, but another explosion happened and the two dogs backed down. Reina sighed in relief. If you had been lying, Argentum and Urim would have attacked you immediately. Quote, I don't lie about things like this, Naruto said firmly. He kept his eyes on the Argo 2 and the net, where crowds formed to attack his friends. The railing bent under his clenched fist. Mob. Pluto's pauldrons, Reina swore under her breath as she followed his gaze. She hopped over the railing and dropped to the ledge a bit below. Naruto followed her and they descended to the streets. She scowled at the sight of the rioting Romans. I hate my job. Hey, nothing worth doing is ever easy, Naruto said lightheartedly despite the situation. He caught a Roman that tried to jump at him and slammed the citizen to the ground. Down boy. They won't stop until the attackers are dead, Reina said as she shoved back a few other rioting Romans. Argentu. And Urim snapped at the crowd's legs to keep them away while Reina turned to her Greek companion. After that, they'll call for the home of the attacker's blood. Rome defended itself with offense. Yeah, best defense and all that. Naruto said softly as he looked up at the trireme that carried him and the others here. You do what you gotta do, I'm going to stop as many blasts as I can. How? Reina called after him as he ran off and jumped atop the crowd, running on her citizens' shoulders. The daughter of Bologna watched him leap to a building and scale his way to the rooftops. She shook her head. Shame he's Greek. So, any brilliant ideas on how to stop the ballista missiles? Less sarcasm and more cooperation, Kurama, Naruto said aloud. The fox huffed. Yeah, I'll send you some of my yang chakra. Don't play around. Taking all the fun out of it, Naruto mumbled. He felt the warmth of Kurama's chakra surge through him and let it encase him in golden flames. Naruto's blue eyes turned red and his pupils slitted. Stage 1. More. Let's go full out, tailed beast mode. A bit overkill, isn't it? We're not taking any risks. Naruto growled as his eyes lightened too. Orange and the horns over his head lengthened. More chakra flooded through his system and the chakra around his chest split his jacket open. His chest became shrouded in darkness as a golden circle settled itself around his navel and 6 golden magatamas rested at his collarbone. The jacket lengthened to fall behind Naruto's calves and the sleeves widened to cover his arms while black lines ran down his arms and legs to the back of his hands and the tops of his feet. I can keep the yin chakra out indefinitely in this form, but if you go to Biju mode, we'll have 5 to 10 minutes at best before the yin chakra seeps in. I think that's all I'll need if it comes to it, Naruto said. He held his hands at his sides and extended his pointer fingers. 2 small finger-sized arms appeared on either finger and began to rotate chakra over the tip. Mini Recentrican. 2 more missiles were fired from the Argo 2 and Naruto's hands reared back before he flung them forward and sent the 2 miniature Recentrican forward. The attacks impacted with the missile and then exploded outwards, making a sphere easily double the size of a normal Recentrican's impact would make. The ballista missiles were obliterated and Naruto leapt to another rooftop higher than his previous perch to scan the area. Annabeth, Percy, Jason and Piper were on the ladder while the blonde jerk from earlier pointed and shouted something at them. The crowd's bloodlust nearly made Naruto stumble back. The Romans were a lot like shinobi, very patriotic. Naruto admired them for that, but he wouldn't condone needless bloodshed or violence. That reminds me, when we get out of this, Leo is so dead, Naruto said to himself. Ah, but I like that one. He makes things explode. Naruto let a small smirk cross his face. True, I'll just sick Nissa on him when we get back to camp. He sent another mini Recentrican at another ballista missile and then turned just in time to catch a spear thrown at him. Naruto arched a brow in amusement and spun the spear around. I think you misplaced this, here catch. He tossed the spear back so it landed in between the thrower's legs. More spears were sent at him. Naruto just used his chakra arms to swat them away while he focused on stopping the ballista strikes. When this is over, I'm tearing that giant bow apart. Naruto grumbled. A rock suddenly lunged over his head at the Argo and Naruto quickly destroyed it with a mini Recentrican. He turned around to see several catapults at the ready on a hill in the distance. How'd those get set up so fast? A Roman at the side pointed a sword at him. Fire! Damn it! Naruto growled and turned his attention on the Roman counterattack. He was on that roof for about 5 minutes before someone joined him. After he destroyed another boulder, Naruto turned with a fist at the ready to strike. Whoa, Frank, the boy that reminded him of Choji, held his hands up. I'm on your side, you gotta get to the Argo. Hazel and I will give you some cover. Naruto looked and saw the Argo 2 start to fly off while the missiles stopped firing and then looked back at Frank. Not happening. You and Hazel get going and I'll cover you. How are you going to do that? Frank asked in disbelief. Naruto gave him a feral but wry smirk. Oh, I have an idea. Now get going. You first, Frank said as he started to shift into a different form. His body lengthened and became covered in scales, his arms and legs shortened, and his face turned more lizard-like. When he was finished, it was obvious that Frank had turned into a dragon. While Naruto stared in mild surprise at the feat, Frank roared and dove into the crowd below. Awesome, Naruto said with a blink. He grinned. But he's not the only one who can change. Kurama, we need to be the bigger target. Kurama growled. Somehow, I just knew you were going to say that, he said. Despite the obvious disapproval, Naruto felt more yang chakra fill his system. Naruto closed his eyes and clenched his fists as he ran to the edge of the building and jumped up. He felt his cloak expand out around him into something big. Bigger than a giant. Bigger than anything that wasn't an immortal. The way the Romans stopped all movement to stare at the mountain-sized nine-tailed golden fox was priceless. Flames of chakra flickered from the fox's body in black. Tribal-like markings covered the fox's form and the tails waved pensively. Hidden in the head of the form was the cloaked Naruto, his eyes the same color as the fox's. Naruto lifted his right hand and the right claw-like hand of the fox followed suit. This'll get their attention. Now, here's a gentle breeze. Naruto slammed his hand down and the foxes followed suit. A new crater filled the street of New Rome. One that would be left alone so that the Romans would forever remember the beast that came to the Argoi's aid and later changed the world as they knew it. A giant gust of wind accompanied the force of the impact. The force of the wind made the Romans stumble back as it washed over all of them. A whistle made the fox look up at a boulder that was heading for its head. A tail shot and wrapped around the boulder before it was crushed into dust. Naruto crossed his arms, but the fox didn't follow suit. That wasn't very nice. Naruto frowned. He let his arms drop to his side and reared his hands back when 3 more were sent his way. A small ball of energy appeared in front of the fox's snout. Once the black orb had become the size of a small car, Naruto moved his hands forward and the fox's mouth opened, sucking the ball of energy in. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he brought his hands back once again. Kurama roared excitedly. Let's show the world what real power looks like. Naruto's eyes hardened as he threw his hands out. Bijudama, tailed beast ball. The fox's mouth slammed shut around the energy and then opened wide. A black orb the size of an SUV shot out and collided with the boulder in the middle of 2 others that were at the peak of their ascent, well above the city's rooftops, at least 100 feet above the city. The orb expanded into 8 times its original size, nearly double the size of the fox and scraping the rooftops of New Rome. The Elode shattered all the windows in the city, temples and in the camp a good distance away. Not to me. Ntion, the quake that shook the whole state, dwindling as it spread. All of the Romans had to cover their ears while the matter that used to make up the air and boulders were obliterated. Naruto sighed, as the Romans started to fidget nervously, but didn't run away as he'd hoped. They were too stubborn to know when to retreat. He didn't want to do this, but a more appropriate show of force was going to be needed. Naruto had the fox's right hand rise up and a large blue sphere started to grow. White energy built around the sphere and began to rotate. Once the sphere had eclipsed the fox in size, Naruto had it leap up and scoured New Rome and the surrounding area. He spotted an area that looked near dead, where no casualties could take place. That'll do. Naruto reared his right hand back and then threw it forward. The Romans followed the massive Rasenshuriken as it was sent soaring towards Naruto's target. It struck the earth and the air went still for only a moment before a giant explosion, even larger than the last one, rocked the area. Naruto used the explosion to drop out of his Biju mode and run after the Argo 2. Another flawless escape, Naruto thought with a smirk. The force of the explosion was felt all the way on the Argo 2, which prompted the 5 demigods and 1 satyr aboard the ship to run to the back of the ship and look back at New Rome. Percy's jaw popped open at the dome he saw. The field of Mars, gone. Leo's eyes widened and a grin spread across his face. Awesome explosion. One thing I'll agree with you over, Valdez. Coach Hedge grinned. A wonderful show of force. Annabeth and Piper both simultaneously slapped their hands to their heads. Only Naruto. Piper groaned while Annabeth rubbed her temples. That was Naruto. Percy asked. Dude, Naruto don't play around. Leo said informatively. He nodded. Blondie's like a super ninja or something. Okay, really glad he's your nephew right now, Percy said. Annabeth smirked at him. Jealous. No, just glad he's on our side. The 2 members of the quest to rescue Hera all shivered at the thought of Naruto turning on them. Talk about game over, Leo mumbled. Coach Hedge snorted. Please, he's a son of Aphrodite. What real damage could he do? While Piper scowled at him, Leo stared at the satyr. Coach, He just made what looked like a nuke. You don't know that was him. It could have been anything. Coach Hedge shrugged. Who knows? Romans are weird. I know one thing. He's so chewed out when he gets here, Annabeth said with a sigh before she turned to Leo. Tell us again what happened. Leo shifted uncomfortably. All right. It was like I was being controlled. And woo, there's the latest update. For those that don't know, Phil's de l'Amour Naruto has his own Wikia page. But the writer of the page needs help. Look up Mantequilla 219 on Percy Jackson Fan Fiction Wiki or PM Eternal Night 219 here on FF. Be a friend and lend a hand. But most of all, you know what I want ya to do. Review. Crash Landing. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto. Percy Jackson and the Olympians are heroes of Olympus. Co-written by engineer Forever Fils de l'Amour, Mark of Athena 5, The Crash Landing. Naruto continued to run at 185 miles per hour, something that he considered a leisure pace while a normal human being would consider it jaw-dropping, until he saw the speck that he recognized as the Argo. He jumped up and landed on the Argo II's deck with a light thump. He let out a light sigh as he took in the feeling of the wind brushing across his skin. Please. D-Cry made him look up and hold his arm out. Mew landed and crooned at him, which earned her a light brush over her beak from a finger. I'm fine, thanks for worrying, Naruto said softly to the eagle. The eagle crooned under his touch, but suddenly flew from his arm. Naruto. Naruto turned to the sound of his sister's voice and gave her a smile. Piper pulled him into a tight hug and he hugged her back. Glad that she and the others were safe. When she released him, Piper glared daggers at him and grabbed him by his whiskered cheeks, known by their cabin to be one of, if not the only, his sensitive spots, and tugged on them. Not stretching, per se, but no one likes having their face gripped tightly. Ow, 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 Naruto whimpered as Piper abused him. You had me worried sick. None of your clones were on the Argo once we got here. Piper frowned heavily, not to mention Leo's crazed chants of, die Roman, die. That was unsettling. Please let go of my fash. Naruto pleaded. Piper huffed and released his cheeks, crossing her arms with a glare locked on him. Naruto took a wary step back and rubbed his face. Mean, Imo Udo-chan, you have some explaining to do, Piper said, undeterred by his pout. Naruto frowned and closed his eyes, searching through the many memories of his clones that he was now aware had popped. It happened when he made too many at once, the memories and to him were jumbled and difficult to separate, so he never registered the clones, dispelling. The whiskered blonde sent a glare to the innocently whistling Leo. You roasted them all, really? Naruto asked flatly. I was being mind-controlled or something. Leo protested, though he sounded exhausted. Naruto pursed his lips in thought. He took note of Jason's supporting nod and Frank's disbelieving frown. Frank also took another step closer to the Karui lookalike, Hazel. Okay, still, there should be punishment, Naruto said, scratching his sore cheeks. Naruto snapped his fingers and a gleam appeared in his eye. Got it, a spar. You and me, once were a bit further from Jupiter, one-on-one and no powers. Leo grimaced and looked at Jason, who unlike him had prior hand-to-hand training. And sparred with Naruto constantly before Naruto went back to debrief his village leader. Leo remembered the aftermath of being thrashed around by Naruto in Medea's mall. The skin around his left eye was still a bit darker than it used to be. I'll only use one attack, Naruto added, and Leo suddenly felt a lot more relieved, until he remembered Naruto had obliterated the fields of Martians or whatever it was called. Speaking of, the Smith demigod frowned and crossed his arms. I might not have been in control at first, but I saw you change into that giant golden fox. Is that something every ninja you know can do? Naruto blinked while all eyes turned to him in question, save for Coach Hedge, who wandered off when he realized there wasn't going to be any real violent punishment. The whiskered teen rubbed his neck, closed his eyes and laughed sheepishly. Ah, yeah, forgot I would have to explain that, he said. Naruto, Annabeth said sternly. The blonde in question chuckled nervous. Lee under Piper and Annabeth's combined gazes. Long story short, I have this entity sealed inside me, Naruto said. Entity, Piper repeated flatly. Naruto arched a brow and looked up in thought. Yeah, I think that's much more kind than calling him a demon. Thank you, Kurama said with gratitude. No problem. Naruto noted that he was met with gazes of disbelief. Oh, what? Greek gods being real is okay, but demons are entities of malevolent energy aren't. And the giant fox? Annabeth asked, silently agreeing with his argument. It's what Kurama looks like, only golden, Naruto said with a shrug. It's a giant power boost that lets us take on anyone. And blow up a lot of stuff? Percy asked, amusement twinkling in his eyes. Yeah, more or less. Naruto nodded. So it's like going Super Saiyan. Percy's grin widened. Percy, Annabeth groaned. Since he had seen what Naruto could do, he wouldn't shut up about the comparison between her nephew and the Japanese cartoon he loved so dearly. He turned gold and blew stuff up. Percy crossed his arms and gave a firm nod. Like a Super Saiyan, or some kind of Super Saiyan god. Leo added. Percy frowned. That just sounds stupid, and if anything, it wame a Super Saiyan god. True, Leo said with a nod. Kurama snarled. I am better than some stupid wannabe monkeys. Those dumb apes are only 50 feet high and can't control themselves. I'm 16 times that height and I can control myself just fine. Naruto just blinked at Kurama's rant. When did you measure yourself? Kurama scoffed. I was easily twice the eyes of the Raikudo when I was but a kit. An adorable kit. Naruto snickered, earning odd looks from the others. Kurama growled at Naruto's comment. Shut up. I compared myself to mountains in the area. Naruto, why are you laughing? Annabeth asked. Naruto wiped a tear out of his eye and chuckled. Kurama, the demon? Piper asked with a frown. She wasn't sure how to feel about a demon sealed inside her brother and planned to find out who did it so she could give that person a piece of her mind, or make that person walk off a cliff. She hadn't decided yet. Entity. Naruto corrected his sister. He clapped his hands together as Mew landed on his shoulder. So, to wrap up. Giant fox sealed in my gut, big power up, and yeah, that's it. I have more questions, Piper said with a frown. How did it get sealed? Who sealed it? And when? Fuinjutsu, my dad, and when I was born, Naruto answered simply with a nod. He blinked at the disbelieving looks on their faces and frowned. What? My last question is why? Piper asked with a frown. Naruto smiled proudly, a hint of sadness in his eyes. To protect the village. Jason, Hazel and Frank nodded in agreement to this. The Romans understood that sort of patriotism. The dedication to protect one's home despite the consequences. Many Romans damned themselves and their families to protect Rome, and many legionnaires did even worse when it came to Camp Jupiter. The Greek demigods couldn't have reacted any more differently. Leo's jaw was popped open in disbelief. He remembered Naruto's story in the sewer a few months back, about being cursed with power. It made sense now, how Naruto made it his own. Leo's respect for the blonde rose immensely. Piper just stared at her brother. She knew Naruto was an orphan and that his father died when he was born. But she didn't know it was connected to protecting the village. Still, she wanted more details on the whole thing, and she really wished she could have a chat with her mother Abo. Why Naruto was left alone for so long. Annabeth shifted uncomfortably at his answer, having heard the story before, especially after her, in hindsight, bias against Jason and other Romans. The Ghtr of Athena knew it was smart for the village, but the toll it took on Naruto was still painfully obvious. Naruto lacked a lot of social skills, tact, and knowledge that most parents would provide to their children. Throw in the fact that he was a ward of a state that encouraged child soldiers and you had a grunt that was begging to be killed on the battlefield. If it weren't for Naruto's determination and hard work that made him so strong, Annabeth highly doubted she'd have been able to meet him. Knowing it was because of something one of her siblings did made a lot more conflicting feelings and thoughts come up. Percy, like his girlfriend, was torn between understanding and being disgusted with Naruto's father. He would do anything for Camp Half-Blood, but putting a demon inside a baby. If Percy even knew how to do that and had no other obvious choice, he wouldn't even consider it. He would stubbornly find another way. The sad acceptance in Naruto's eyes was unsettling to him. Naruto shifted awkwardly, uncomfortable with the emotions that filled the ship. So, he began, trying to clear the air and change the subject. What's our new plan? considering Leo messed the other one up. Hey, Leo frowned at the blonde. All that respect he just got. Yeah, it's gone now. That was slimy and uncalled for. And what happened to you, Flyboy? Naruto asked, now noticing that Jason had a bandage around his head. Jason grimaced and his hand went to the bandage. Some of the Romans weren't happy. Naruto gave him a dry look. No, really, what gave you that idea? The brick thrown at my head, Jason said. Piper gave him a curious look that he shrugged at. It was better in Jason's opinion to say that, than explain to Naruto that the brick had been meant for his sister. Jason didn't want Naruto to get mad and run back to Camp Jupiter. According to Leo, that explosion was no joke. Naruto nodded in understanding. Yeah, the fogginess will go away in an hour or so. The headaches should pass in a day. Piper's head swiveled back to Naruto. How did you know he was foggy? So that plan? Naruto asked as he ignored Piper's curious stare. There might have been an inside NT or two with a drunken villager when he was young, but that was all water under a bridge. Annabeth crossed her arms and frowned at him. No, I'm with Piper on this. How do you know what Jason is feeling after he was hit by a brick? Kurama chuckled again. Everything seems to be going well for you. Karma, how it punishes those that mock me. And with that, Naruto gained a brilliant idea. Annabeth and Piper, while scary in their own right, were still only teenage civilian compared to Naruto, anyway girls. If there was one thing Naruto learned about teenage girls from the few girlfriends he'd had in the past few months, it was this: they loved cute things. I need your chakra, we're going to do something risky, Naruto thought to his friend. Kurama sighed. Yeah, fine. Wait, what do you mean, we? Naruto looked Annabeth and Piper square in the eyes, lifted his right hand up and placed his left over the hidden seal on his stomach. His left hand latched onto his stomach and with a slight shift to the right, chakra flared from him and Kurama. A cloud of smoke, a common effect of chakra discharge, suddenly encased the blonde and the other demigods tensed. Jason lifted his ND and willed the wind to clear the smoke away to reveal a toddler with a fox hanging from his arms. Jason, Leo, Percy and Frank stared in disbelief at the sight. The toddler barely came up to Jason's knee. His hair a mess of blonde that looked like he'd just rolled out of bed from a nap. His blue eyes were wide and watery. He wore a white t-shirt with an orange spiral on it and dark shorts. The whisker marks on his cheek looked larger than when he was a teenager, and his face had suddenly regained a lot of childish chub. The fox kit in his arms, dangling pitifully, was about the size of a full-grown cat, but looked larger due to the boy that carried him. It had long rabbit-like ears and 9 tails. The fox had red eyes that were slitted, and the right seemed to be twitching violently. I fucking hate you, Naruto Uzumaki. The fox growled. Quiet, Kurama. Naruto hissed at it before he looked up at Piper and Annabeth, both of whom were still staring at him and his fox friend in surprise, with wide watery eyes. Nichan, Oba, does he really think that's going to work? Percy asked dryly. Jason nodded in agreement with him. Leo just stared in awe. That genius bastard. I'm with Leo on this one, Frank said as he looked at his girlfriend. Her eyes had widened immensely and a gleam he hadn't seen before entered them. A second later and Hazel joined Piper and Annabeth as they surrounded Naruto. Who could be mad at you? Annabeth asked with a sweet smile as she picked the transformed Naruto up and hugged him while Piper cuddled the fox kit. Naruto hugged her around the neck with a soft smile and then opened his eyes to meet the other boys. His sweet smile turned into a wry grin and he winked at them. Number way, Jason said as he watched Piper rub her nose against the weird-looking fox kits while Hazel and Annabeth cooed at Naruto. Dude's my hero, Leo said with jealously obvious in his voice. He suddenly grinned. Screw being his wingman, I can go with the babysitter approach. I don't want to know what that is, but I want to know what he did to Annabeth, Percy said, disbelief written on his face. He'd only seen this Sid to dogs, or trained monster canines like Cerberus or Mrs. O'Leary. Seeing Annabeth coo and coddle a toddler that was once older than them, it was weird. It's like all their brains have suddenly shut down, Frank said. torn between being fascinated at the sight or jealous that his girlfriend was obsessing over a fox kit. "Come on, let's go back into the Argo and we can make a plan and have some cookies," Annabeth said to her nephew while Hazel cuddled the fox and Piper tickled the kit's whiskers. The three girls passed the stunned demigods, giggling and cooing as they did. Naruto made eye contact with Percy as they passed and winked again. "I don't know whether to admire him or hate him," Percy said with genuine confusion. "He would kill to be able to make Annabeth not be angry with him like that." Leo pat Ted the son of Poseidon on the shoulder as he walked by. "He's the ultimate wingman, dude. And since you've got a girlfriend, stay away." I called dibs. "Are they really going to give him cookies?" Jason suddenly wondered aloud. Frank and Percy exchanged a look before they quickly raced after their girlfriends. Jason followed behind them. They wanted cookies, too. Slightly annoyed she had been forgotten, Mew puffed up in annoyance where she was perched next to Festus' head. The dragonhead let out a few clicks and Mew squawked in return before she flew to the control center with the intent to get revenge the one way she and most other birds knew how. Naruto scratched the cat-sized Kurama behind the ear as he lounged on his roll-out bed. He had managed to escape from Annabeth, Hazel and Piper's attention thanks to Leo's announcement that there was some damage to the Argo too. What was even better was that Annabeth and Piper had completely forgotten why they were mad at him in the first place because of his transformation. And he got cookies out of it, too. Henge no Jutsu for the win. Seriously, if Naruto could meet the one that developed that technique, he would kiss that person on the cheek. Because of the henge, he created his first original technique, the Oroku no Jutsu, sexy technique, when he was 12. Through use of his newly mastered Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto made the Harem no Jutsu, a combination of the Oroku and the Kage Bunshin. Then he developed the God-slaying Jutsu, the one technique that defeated Kaguya, the rabbit goddess, and the mother of chakra. A technique that his team had made him swear not to use unless absolutely necessary, the dreaded Oroku Harem no Jutsu, sexy reverse harem technique. Naruto grinned. Henge no Jutsu is the best jutsu ever. Yeah, sure, whatever. Oh, by the sage that feels good. Kurama purred under Naruto's attention, his voice deep now that Naruto ended the transformation. Once he went back into the seal he would never speak of this again. But for now, Kurama felt like he was in heaven. Those females Naruto labeled as his sister and aunt were also very good at scratching him behind the ear. Sir. Prized yell made the blonde look up as Mew swooped in from the corridor and perched herself on the windowsill. Naruto looked from her to the door as Percy poked his head into the doorway. There was a small scratch on his forehead, undoubtedly from Mew's talons, and Percy's green eyes narrowed in what would be an intimidating stare if he weren't trying to use it on Naruto. Honestly, it was a meager attempt at best to scare Naruto. Nothing was as scary as an angry girl, except for maybe ghosts. What? Phobias weren't supposed to be rational. Your bird nearly took my head off, Percy said flatly. Mew squawked at him and Naruto rolled his eyes. Eagle, Jason said as he walked by with Piper beside him. Thanks, Flyboy, Naruto called after his fellow blonde before he shrugged. Sorry, she usual. Why stays on my shoulder when we're in the halls? I guess I forgot about her when I had to think on my feet. Mew turned away from him and began to clean her feathers, which made Naruto frown. Stingy. Baka. Scratch. Kurama growled lowly at the lapse in his pleasure. Naruto shook his head and resumed to scratch the fox. Percy pointed at Kurama, the small scratch on his forehead already fading from view. So, what is that, exactly? Kurama snarled. I am the Kyuubi no Kitsune, boy, and you will show your respect lest I devour yo. Yip. Kurama scrunched up his nose after Naruto flicked it. Be nice, Kurama. Percy, this is Kurama, the entity I was talking about earlier, only chibi-fied. Naruto added with a small smirk as he resumed to scratch the fox behind his rabbit-like ear. Kurama, this is Percy Oji. He's Anaoba's boyfriend. Good for him. Ah, that feels nice, Kurama said, with one of his 9 tails flicking absent-mindedly as his blood-red eyes became half-lidded. He takes back most of the nasty things he said about Matabi for succumbing to Asura's attentive scratching. Most of them, anyway. Why does he have 9 tails and rabbit ears? Percy asked. Naruto blinked and looked at Kurama. Hey, that's a good question. What's with the rabbit ears? They're not rabbit ears. And who said you could stop scratching me? Kurama asked with another small growl. Naruto rolled his eyes and resumed scratching. They're rabbit ears. Not. They're kitsune ears, baka. What good would I be if I couldn't hear my enemies coming for me? Kurama asked. He rolled onto his s. Eyed and his hind leg lifted slightly as Naruto's fingers started to relax him. Oh yeah, right there. Percy continued to stare at the orange fox. Why doesn't his mouth move when he talks? This one, Naruto knew. Probably from some instilled knowledge from the Rakuto Sennin or something. He's made of chakra, his body works different than ours. The only one I noticed that could talk and move their mouth correctly was Shukaku. Dumb Tanuki. That's the ticket. Kurama purred as his eyes closed. Percy walked into the room and leaned against the desk. So, Annabeth says you're from a hidden island. Continent, actually, Naruto said. He sat up slightly and carefully moved the near-sleeping fox from his stomach to his lap. Moves around, supposed to be where Apollo and Artemis were born. Not sure about that, though. It would explain the weird energy thingy, Percy said. Chakra. And no, chakra was created by Kagaya Otsutsuki, who I've been told is the daughter of Zeus, but I'm not 100% sure on that. Naruto said, disbelief written on his face. He shrugged. Anyway, Princess Kagaya wanted peace and decided to end all wars by consuming fruit from the Shinju tree, not really sure what that was. So don't ask. Which gave her godlike abilities. She used chakra to end all wars and brought peace to the land for years to come. When her sons, the Rakuto Sennin and his twin brother, were born. She was upset they had inherited her power, but let them live. Kurama snorted, and his raised hind leg twitched, but otherwise didn't wake. As time went on, the Rakuto Sennin, or the Sage of Six Paths, began to teach Ninshu, a way for mankind to manipulate and use chakra. He meant for it to be a way to bring people closer together, but instead he unintentionally avenue them the means to become living weapons, able to manipulate the elements, the mind, and even reality with ease. Kagaya was infuriated with him, and began to. Naruto frowned, trying to think of the right word. Cleanse, I think is how she would put it, but to be accurate, she started to kill all humanity. In her years with power, she had gained a god complex. And a messiah complex. She created the Jubi, a beast with 10 tails and enough power to end the world. Why didn't the gods do anything about it then? Percy asked. Naruto shrugged. To be honest, I don't know. I know from Kaironda. My nation had been separated from where it was anchored after Apollo and Artemis were born, making it mobile once more. Naruto tilted his head in thought before he nodded. Right, I was talking about the Jubi. After a few days of destruction, the sage and his brother came to talk their mother out of destroying the world turn. They sealed her and the Jubi away in the moon. Artemis' chariot. Percy imagined a giant monster being shoved into a hidden compartment on Artemis' chariot by the goddess and Talia. He resisted the urge to snicker. Naruto shook his head. No, it's a small moon ANC. Hoard to the elemental nations by chakra, and it reflects sunlight off of it, concealing it in the daytime. Legend says that the sage's brother took what remained of their mother and hid her away on the moon. He lived there along with his wife, never to be seen by the sage again. So there's men on the moon? Percy asked in disbelief. This was some weird stuff Naruto was feeding him. Weirder and the Olympians being real or giants trying to destroy humanity. Naruto shrugged. Not sure. Maybe someday we'll get there. But I know that Kagaya is out of my hair and can't destroy humanity. That's enough for me. Percy nodded in agreement before he hummed. You said she might be a daughter of Zeus. Didn't Zeus, kill every human being on the planet once? Naruto blinked and pondered that for a moment. That certainly explained the ease Kagaya had when she admitted to wanting to restore her cradle, i.e. the world, back to how she had it before chakra came into play. On the other hand, she was a crazy lady and he had to stop her from destroying the planet with a giant man-absorbing tree. Naruto scowled as he recalled her ability to create alternate parallel dimensions and warp them at a moment's notice. So cheap. Zeus, daughter or not, it was a good thing he and the rest of Team 7 kicked her butt. Naruto noted that Percy was still waiting for him to respond, but before he could, Leo's voice came over the PA. "Hey, all of you need to come to the control room. Everyone get up here and buckle up." Quote, "Better do as he says," Naruto said as he got to his feet and set Kurama on the bed. He put his left hand on his stomach and turned it to the right. The fox before him exploded in a poof of smoke, and soft snores echoed in the back of Naruto's head until he cut the connection. Naruto grabbed his staff and looked at Mew as Percy rushed to the control room. "You coming?" Mew looked at him once before she turned away with her beak raised. Naruto arched a brow. "Seriously, you're still mad?" Mew squawked at him. "Oh, how is it my fault you were left behind? You're a big girl, you can fly yourself around." Mew looked at him with another squawk. Naruto deadpanned. "I'm replacing you with a fox. Kurama is part of me, he's like one of my best friends. Don't go telling lies to people." Kurama grumbled. Naruto ignored it. Mew squawked again. "Oh, I see." Naruto gave an exaggerated bow to the eagle. "How silly of me. Please, fair avian, forgive this land walker for his insolence." Mew chirped and hopped over to his shoulder, which made him glower at her. "You're lucky I like you. Or I'd be having fried eagle," Naruto said dryly. Mew tightened her talons and he winced. "Joke, it was a joke." Ow. They made it to the control room and Naruto took a seat behind Annabeth. He didn't bother with the seatbelt and instead used chakra to cling to his chair and keep Mew comfortably in place on his shoulder. The other 6 demigods began to scream as the Argo 2 suddenly took a dive towards a large lake. Leo looked a bit nervous, but still had control. The most entertaining thing for Naruto before the crash was Coach Hedge's war cry. "Bring it on, Lake." And so ends Chapter 5. This was more of a tease chapter, I know, but the upcoming chapters are bound to be more entertaining. See you guys in 2 weeks. Oh, and do us a favor, loves. Review, Boredom, Optimism, and the Diet Pepsi God. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto. Percy Jackson and the Olympians are heroes of Olympus. Co-written by engineer Forever Fils de l'Amour, Mark of Athena. 6. Boredom, Optimism and the Diet Pepsi God. De Rob. Naruto grunted as his head collided with the main mast on the Argo 2. The group had split as soon as they landed, with Hazel and Leo going off after some celestial bronze on Hazel's friend Arian, Annabeth, Frank and Percy looking for some mineral that could be found on the nearby beach, and Jason and Piper retreated to the med bay because Jason's head was bothering him again. This left Naruto 2 options. Either leave the ship somewhat defenseless, Jason was out of action and Piper could only do so much, or stay in the control room with Hedge. Naruto made a third option, where he would stay away from Hedge, the annoying fuzzy pants that he is, and guard the ship at the same time. The only downside to this whole plan was Naruto had a clue on how long these resource recovery missions, as Leo aptly put them, would take. Which led to now, with Naruto trying to literally kill his bored brain cells by smacking his head against the mast. It was a slow process and no results were yet to be seen. Next time we have to go do something, I'm going. No ifs, ands or buts about it. Naruto grumbled to himself. His head collided with the mast again and he frowned. This doesn't even hurt. But I'm so de Rob. Hey, Blondie, stop yelling nonsense, I'm trying to watch a fight. Hedge shouted from the control room. Sorry, fuzzy britches. Naruto called back half-heartedly. Hedge probably didn't even hear him. Naruto didn't care. That satyr was on his list of top 10 most aggravating people in the world. Hedge wasn't high on the list, but he was slowly getting past number 7, Hoshigaki Kisame, aka the tailless Biju. The shark-like man's smug grin was annoying when he was alive, always shave off legs or shred him apart. Not to mention Kisame totally tried to abduct him when he was 12. Stupid Akatsuki. Stupid Madara. Man, I must be really bored if I'm bitterly thinking about Madara, Naruto said to himself. You, bitter, please. The world must be ending before a single negative thought comes to your mind, Kurama said with a snort. If you're so bored, why not let me out again to make things interesting? Naruto let his head rest on the mast he'd pounded a decent dent into over the past hour and hummed in thought. Define interesting. A few destroyed buildings here, a couple of civilians squished there, come on. It'll be nice to see how quick these people react. Those Romans had a pathetic response time. And they threw stones at us. Stones. Kurama let out an insulted huff. Honestly, I don't think that whole city could take on a single squad of genin, let alone a Jinchuriki. Well, that's not fair, maybe a squad of chunin if they tried hard. Enough, Naruto said with a small smile. He turned around and sat with his back against the mast to get more comfortable and looked up at Miu, who was still avoiding him. Stingy eagle. Oh, you're just saying that because you like that female. What's her name? Rana. Reina. Naruto pouted childishly. I don't like her. At least, I think I don't. Sure you don't. It's not like you were actively comparing her to a kunoichi when you met. Or making note of how pretty her hair is. Kurama. Naruto rubbed at his face furiously to hide the flush that had covered it. So what if he liked long hair because it reminded him of his mom? Everyone is entitled to their own aesthetic likes and dislikes. Kurama let out a booming laugh. I see why Matabi likes to rile her Jinchuriki up. It's so amusing to see you humans flush over frivolous things. Asshole, Naruto said with a grunt as he crossed his arms. Ah, you couldn't live without me. Literally. So you're stuck with me, Naruto. Deal with it. Naruto let a small smile cross his face. That's not so bad. You say that now. Wait until I start naming your kits before you do. Your skulk will be my skulk, and I don't know how to break this to you, Naruto, but there's only one alpha male in this body. Naruto looked down at his navel with an arched brow. Do you not remember when I kicked your ass with the Senpo? Chudama Rasen Terengen, Sage Art, many ultra big ball spiraling serial spheres. That doesn't count and you know it. I wa Yang Chakra at the time. Let's see you beat me now, Kurama said in a playful but arrogant tone. Naruto smirked. Rakudo Senin Moto, 6 Paths Sage Mode. Shut up, Naruto. Just shut up. Kurama let out a small growl as Naruto started to laugh. Naruto was right to be amused, as with the Rakudo Senin Moto, he was equal in raw power to Kagaya, who had ascended to godly or godlike abilities with nearly limitless power. In fact, the only ones who had given Naruto a decent fight when he was going all out were Kagaya and Sasuke. Kurama knew that alone he didn't measure up to the mother of chakra, so there was no chance for the Biju to stack up against Naruto. Still, that didn't mean the Kyuubi no Kitsune wasn't powerful. It just meant that Kurama wasn't as powerful. It didn't really matter though, considering Naruto and Kurama have stopped fighting one another and fought together. In his cage, Kurama's grin widened. No one, not even these Olympian gods, could stand up to him in his container. Naruto had one power that all immortals seem to lack, faith. Kurama's third jailer had so much faith in his friends and fellow shinobi that he never doubted any of them. Not once had Naruto doubted his comrade's abilities, even with Sasuke. Kurama didn't like the Uchiha, but for some odd reason, Naruto considered him a friend, his best friend even. It baffled the Biju. Sasuke had superiority and inferiority issues. No one would doubt it, not even Sasuke himself. When Naruto had started to become stronger, coming fro the end of the line when it came to the rankings of Konoha's genin and swiftly rising to the top, the young Uchiha turned his back on his friends and sought out powerful allies, tools, a more accurate term, to make him stronger. Sasuke fell down the same path that Indra had. A talented young man gifted with power, walked the dark path of vengeance, to overcome the one he believed inferior. Just like the old man's sons. Kurama smirked. Like Asura, Naruto gained strength through his bonds, hard work, and a strong will. Early on, he strived to be the best, to be in the spotlight, a selfish all that had made Kurama convinced that Naruto was just some idiot brat. This was to be changed, as Naruto's dream changed from being the strongest Hokage to being the best Hokage, not only strong, but willing to fight and die for his people. The dream shifted once more, to bring some semblance of peace to the elemental nations. A foolhardy goal, one would think. Impossible even. Naruto Uzumaki spat in the face of impossibilities. Naruto Uzumaki erased doubt from the minds of men. Naruto Uzumaki cured hatred like it was a simple disease. Naruto Uzumaki spread hope and created peace for the once war-ridden elemental nations. Naruto Uzumaki is, without a doubt in Kurama's mind, the strongest force on the planet. No one. Not some immortal gods that lived on a mountain, not some pissed-off old lady that lived in the dirt. And certainly not something as trivial as a couple of angry brats that called themselves giants. No one could defeat, let alone kill, Naruto Uzumaki. This was the one universal truth that Kurama was sure of. "Yo, Kurama, you fall asleep again?" Naruto asked rudely. Kurama chuckled to himself and shifted in his spot as he ignored his Cantainer's attempts to wake him. Red eyes drifted shut and a smirk had plastered itself on the massive fox's muzzle. Nothing could defeat Naruto Uzumaki, except boredom. From where he sat meditating, Naruto arched a brow in rest when Leo and Hazel walked back on board the Argo 2. "Hot stuff. Really. Don't hate 'cause you ain't," Leo said. He had a large piece of bronze in his hands. "I got the bronze," Annabeth said. "You were up here meditating when they came back." "They came back." Naruto furrowed his brow. "How'd he miss that? Here's a hint. You pulled a classic Nara." Kurama helpfully told him. "I fell asleep." "What time is it?" Naruto looked up at the soft hues of the sky as it changed colors. The orange and purples reminded him of his dream a few months back, the one where he walked with Tsuchi in someone else's body. The towel thing he wore, toga. "That's what it's called." "Almost time to set sail," Leo said. The boat suddenly rocked and Leo stumbled back into Hazel. The two quickly separated from each other with awkward unease on their faces. Naruto had to tilt his head in confusion, as though the new view would let him see why they were awkward around each other. "No such luck. We might want to hurry up on repairs," Hazel said nervously. "Good idea," Leo said. He looked at Naruto. "So," Naruto rolled his eyes, "you only let me come because of the free labor." "Maybe, but seriously dude. We got some angry water nymphs after our heads," Leo said urgently. "Clones. Now, please." "Yeah, fine." Naruto lifted his hands and made 2 clones, both of which swiftly followed Leo under the deck towards the engines. Naruto stood up and steadied Hazel when she stumbled after the ship lurched again. "Careful. You okay?" "A bit tired," Hazel said tightly. Naruto waited patiently, but didn't get any elaboration as to why. He just watched her go off below deck, moving as Percy, who had some black stuff on his shirt, climbed up. "Leo filled me in. I gotta do something to hold them off," Y said as he rushed from one side of the deck to the other in order to get a solid bead on the nymphs. "What did he do?" Naruto asked, watching without any real concern. He had crossed an ocean before, so this wasn't nearly as bad. "All I know is they made some nymphs mad," Percy said. He frowned from where he stood on the left side of the deck. "Found them, I think. What's up with the weird clothes, though?" "Weird clothes?" Naruto walked over and joined him. He joined Percy in staring incredulously at the girls dressed oddly with posters and strange knickknacks. One poster had a very handsome guy staring into water on it. The words, "I3 Narcissus," in red at the bottom so as not to ruin the picture. Who's Narcissus? A better question is, how'd they get those shirts made? Percy blinked. "I really wish I went with Leo," Naruto said with a frown. "I really want to know what the heck happened," Percy said. The boat lurched again and Naruto clung to the deck with Chakra, Puddin. A hand on Percy's shoulder to keep him from accidentally falling overboard. "We should probably do something about them." "Right." Percy nodded. He held his hand out to the side and then, after a minute, swept it across where the nymphs were. One massive tsunami-like wave passed by and the nymphs were gone. Kurama snorted. Not impressed. "I can do that, too." Let him have the moment, Naruto thought with a small smile. Sure, most of the people in Mizugakure no Sato could do something similar with enough chakra, but Percy was the son of Poseidon. It was kind of expected for him to do something like that. It was dinner time and the Argo 2 was on the move once again with Hedge at the wheel. The 7 demigods and 1 Jinchuriki were below deck in the mess hall. Naruto looked at Miu, who joined him below to get some food for herself. She moved from his shoulder to perch next to him once he sat down, a small paper plate with a solitary piece of pizza in front of her to peck at. It would have been a nice dinner, if the tension in the air wasn't so thick. Naruto stirred his cup ramen. It had been hours since his last 10 cups, and he wasn't in the mood for pizza, and watched the 7. Granted, it was interesting to see Jason and Percy, who seemed to get along so well, momentarily clash over a chair at the head of the table. Naruto smiled nostalgically. It reminded him of himself and Sasuke back in their academy days. You mean like that time you two totally locked lips? Kurama asked far too innocently. Naruto's eyes closed, the right twitched, as he forced himself to calm down lest he ruin his cup ramen. All of my hate. Kurama just snickered. Naruto listened as the two groups recalled their adventures, and though he found Leo's to be far more an entertaining story, he was rather dismal moment of laughter died. The demigods around him, the 7 as they started to call themselves, were suddenly aware that the fate of the world was on their shoulders. It was getting to them. You guys really need to loosen up, Naruto said, unable to take the silence anymore. He chuckled at their curious stares and ate a few noodles. He finished the last long noodle in his chopstick. KS with a very uncultured and undignified slurp that earned him a few looks of disgust. Seriously, you guys act as if you're going to fail off the bat. The world is at stake, Annabeth said with a small frown. We're worried about what could happen if we mess up. Then you're all doomed to die, Naruto said with a shrug. Thinking about the what ifs, or the or else's, will just distract you. In the words of Iruka-sensei, just do the mission and get paid. But what if? Jason began, only for the whiskered blonde to cut him off. You're thinking about a what if? Naruto pointed out with his chopsticks. Don't do that. Be optimistic. Easy for you to say, Frank said with a frown. You're not part of the prophecy. Naruto grinned. Wasn't part of the rescue Hera one either, still did it and guess what? Got the job done. Quote, he's got a point, Piper said. She looked at Jason. Do you think we could talk the Romans down? Jason had a small frown on his face, like he was sure about the answer but didn't want to tell Piper, and put his hand on hers. Maybe we could talk to Reina. The real person you'd have to convince is Octavian, Hazel said. She still looked a bit green in the face in her plate, which now had rubies in the edges of it for some reason, had a few saltine crackers on it. He and the Romans won't rest until the wrong to them has been righted. It's a sense of honor. Naruto snorted and took a few more noodles into his mouth. Honor, schmonor, I can understand patriotism, but honor. Pretty dumb reason to start a fight. Frank, Hazel and Jason frowned at him. Naruto shrugged it off. Honor's a useless thing to a shinobi. Clans used to proclaim it all the time. Oh, we'll have you killed for stepping on my daughter's sandal. It's dumb. There's this one clan, the Hyuga clan, some of them have their heads so far up their own asses they can't see past their own shit. Hazel was much greener than before, and the others looked uncomfortable with his phrasing. But didn't deter him from speaking his mind. A good friend of mine, Neji, he was one of them. Naruto started to chuckle. He used to be like that, too. Then, I kicked his ass in front of Crack. Tickly the whole village in the Chunin exams. Chunin exams? Hazel asked. Annabeth spoke before Naruto could, a scowl on her face. It's a replacement for war, where allied nations are nations in pay. Ace can send their genin to the host village to earn the right to be promoted to Chunin, or a standard ninja, as well as show off perspective. Shinobi to possible clients. It's a barbaric version of the Olympics. I think it's fun, Naruto said with a pout. It's barbaric, Annabeth said with a frown to her nephew. There is no slated age for entry. There's even a boy on record that had entered at age 6. 6. Yeah, that was Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said with a nod. The others turned to him and he blinked. What? He was a genin at 5, and both mom and dad trained him. Dad even submitted his team for the exam. That was a bad call. Kids shouldn't be enlisted so young, Annabeth said firmly. Jason shrugged. I've been with New Rome since I was 2, if you count my time with Lupa. Annabeth shook her head. That's not the point. The point is we're getting off track, Percy said around a bite of pizza. Annabeth smacked him in the arm for his lack of manners and he frowned at her. Ow, Percy's right, Jason said. We're off track. We need to figure out what to do next. Well, Annabeth began hesitantly. If we're going to cross the Atlantic, I did get a request from Athena before we left. Hazel and Frank looked uneasy while Leo arched a brow. And this request is, Rome. I have to get to Rome, Annabeth said after a moment. She wants me to do something only a daughter of Athena can do. Percy asked. Annabeth turned to him. Juno told me that you'd been asked to do something only a daughter of Athena could do. She said she didn't believe you could do it. I believe otherwise. Corny. Kurama snorted. Shut it. Naruto thought. Rome. Didn't Nemesis say that we had 6 days before your brother dies and giants destroy Rome? Leo asked Hazel. Hazel frowned. 6 days isn't a lot of time. So negative, Naruto said with a chuckle. He downed the rest of his ramen and tossed his cup to the trash, piercing it with his chopsticks with impeccable aim. I won the 4th war in 2 days. 6 days is plenty of time. A 2-day war. How is that even possible? Frank asked. Naruto grinned. I said I won in 2 days. That certainly stunned the demigods. Wah. Naruto didn't add made it even more impressive. He had fought for 48 hours straight, diverted large portions of his and Kurama's chakra to an army that was 40,000 strong, made thousands of clones. Died for about 2 minutes, came back to life, fought Obito, Madara and the god-like Kagaya on dwindling chakra reserves, and then fought Sasuke to the point that he nearly died again. And all on his birthday, too. Yeah, well, I need a few more hours to fix the engine properly. This patch job won't hold out for 6 days, Leo said as he grabbed another slice of pizza. Piper licked her lips nervously. Well, I think I know somewhere closer we could set down. Anyone have an objection to Kansas? Turns out that his brave little Imouto had been keeping secrets from her friends again. She'd been having dream-like visions in her sleep and had seen more things in her dagger. Naruto was contemplating confiscating the damn thing from her and giving her the tri-pronged bronze dagger he had sealed away in his room. Needless to say, when she mentioned meeting a possible god near a mailbox, Naruto was first to speak up. He was not staying behind on the boat again. Ever. Percy decided to come along. Since Annabeth was needed to help Leo with the engineering mumbo-jumbo, and Jason was a given considering Piper was the one who originally wanted to go here. Frank and Hazel, after a small strange altercation with Leo, decided to scout for Roman eagles. Naruto sent Mew with them as protection. So, off they went, the merry four. Naruto didn't mind the walk. He'd traveled the entire distance of the United States many times when he was a genin, and in only a few days, so a few miles wasn't going to kill him. He held back and listened to Piper tell him some more Cherokee tales that her grandfather had told her as they made their way to the supposed meeting point. The whiskered blonde knew that she would much rather speak with Jason, but he and Percy were a few feet ahead of them, having their own rivalry moment. Naruto thought their boasting and arguments over who did what when and how cooler it was than the other was odd. It was much different than how he and Sasuke interacted. Naruto would say something or ask a question, Sasuke would respond and call him an idiot. Naruto would call Sasuke an asshole and demand a fight, and the two would spar. When they were younger, Sasuke would clean his clock. Give that annoying HN sound he always gave instead of speaking, and walk away to be followed by fangirls. Recently, as in since Naruto's latest visit home, they came to a draw, with Naruto having the upper hand, and then went out for some ramen or beef. This whole one-upping thing was rather lame. They should just spar and be done with it. Naruto thought about something Chiron had said once during a lesson concerning the two younger brothers of the Big Three. Was this really how Zeus and Poseidon acted? Seriously? If so, Naruto was concerned for the planet. Naruto. Naruto turned to look at Piper, who looked rather miffed that he had zoned out on her. You're not even listening anymore, are you? She asked with Ched the back of his neck sheepishly with a chuckle. Sorry Imouto. Just thinking about my friends. Piper's face lightened up slightly. You don't talk about your friends a lot. What are you talking about? I talk about them all the time back at the cabin. Naruto said. You talk about Sasuke and Gaara, both of whom I think I know so well that if I met them in person I wouldn't know it'd be for the first time, Piper said with a smirk. Naruto chuckled. Oh yeah, well, they're the only ones that the others care about. Well, can you tell me more about some of your other friends? Piper asked. Naruto beamed. Sure. They walked another 15 minutes and Naruto enthusiastically began to tell Piper stories of him and his friends. His childhood buddies, Kiba, Shikamaru and Choji, who joined him in skipping class when they were young, had grown significantly. Kiba, the smug bastard, and his companion Akamaru had since become a dangerous rogue shinobi hunting duo. According to Sakura, he was being considered for Anbu. Shikamaru, though extremely lazy, was being groomed for his father's position as the Jonin commander, where he would stay until the Hokage allowed his retirement papers to go through. Naruto hoped Kakashi wouldn't accept those, because Naruto really wanted Shikamaru as his go-to guy. Even if it would be unlikely to organize for war, Naruto was sure that the nations wouldn't do anything until long after he was dead and buried. The lazy genius would be the best choice for a right-hand man. Shikamaru was unavailable during his visit because he was taking care of his goddaughter. Choji was the least to have changed. Well, that's not entirely true. Naruto hadn't seen a bag of chips in Choji's hand during his visit at all. The large warrior's family had started to house Karui, the new ambassador of Kumo. And he'd seen them out and about much like how Shikamaru and Temari had. Naruto's eyes had widened after he made that connection and he glared at his navel, due to Kurama's sudden bout of laughter. That explains why Kurama laughed when he compared Frank and Hazel to Choji and Karui. As they strolled up to the 40-mile marker, Naruto told a story about how one time he, Kiba, Shikama, Ru and Choji had been caught messing around in the Hokage Tower. So, Gigi's just staring right at us. Kiba's got his hand in the file cabinet. Choji's choking after he ate some of Gigi's tobacco. Hikamaru's looking like one of his family's deer and I've got the hat on my head, sitting in the chair with my feet on his desk, Naruto said to his giggling sister. And out of nowhere, Kiba bolts for the window, jumping through with a yell of, "Don't use the spray bottle, mama." It was the funniest thing I'd ever heard him say. Course, we all were forced to stand with buckets of water in the CL room listening to one of Iruka's speeches the next day. I can't believe you all got busted, Piper said with a small snort after her laugh. And that's why Choji eats barbecue flavor. It's the only thing that can match the spice of Gigi's tobacco, Naruto said with a chuckle. Excuse me, Percy said, garnering the attention of both children of love. He pointed at the 40-mile marker. Correct my math, but that says we have 8 more miles, right? It'll be sundown by the time we get to the marker and back, Jason said with a frown. We need to get there faster. Naruto rubbed his chin and looked down either end of the road they walked by. There were no cars on the road. Can't do that hitching thing. Hitchhiking, Piper corrected with a small smile. That's what I said. Naruto frowned when she snickered. What? Jason snapped his fingers. I can call a friend. Me too, Percy said. Stormy blue eyes met sea green and challenging grins crossed the boys' faces. Quote, wanna see whose friend can get here first? You ready to be disappointed? Jason asked. He looked away and brought his fingers to his lips to whistle. Percy merely closed his eyes and gained a look of hard concentration. Naruto looked at Piper, who was shaking her head in disbelief. So, why are they doing this? Piper sighed. To get us a ride to the mile 32 marker. Why do we need a ride? You've been training, right? Let's just run, Naruto said. It's 8 miles. And, Piper just stared at Naruto. Naruto, an 8-mile run would completely sap us of energy. Really? Naruto asked with a frown. You guys are worse than Genin. Piper rolled her eyes. Excuse us for not being ninja. I'll think about it, Naruto said cheekily. Whatever was going to come out of Piper's mouth as a retort was interrupted by Percy's chuckle. The two siblings looked at him and followed his gaze to a small black speck that was steadily getting closer. Naruto squinted his eyes. Was it a blackbird or something? There was a boom and Naruto looked up. Was that thunder? Yep, Jason smirked. He'll be here soon. Too late, Percy said. He crossed his arms as a massive black Pegasus came down to them and landed gracefully. The horse snorted and Percy greeted it with a hand on its face. This is Blackjack. Blackjack, these are Jason, Piper and Naruto. They're friends. Blackjack nickered at him and Percy winced. Right, well, I can get you some later if you give us rides now. What's he want? Piper asked. Donuts, Percy said with a shrug. Might need to make 2 trips, I forgot we can't all fit on him. No need, Jason said. The air turned cold and a small cyclone formed in the fields nearby. It tore through and Naruto watched with a grimace as a familiar storm spirit trotted to a stop near Jason. Well, that was nice for Jason, but Naruto was not getting back on that thing. Tempest, it's been a while my friend. Jason greeted the spirit. The 2 stallions had locked eyes. Oh. Nay sparked and the other shifted his feathered wings. Oh. Wonderful, the rivalry continues. Naruto leaned on his staff as Piper climbed on Tempest behind Jason and Percy climbed on Blackjack. Yeah, I'll meet you guys there. Naruto. Come on, don't argue, Percy said. He smirked when Blackjack suddenly nickered again. Blackjack says he'll fly smooth. I'm good, I'll catch up. Naruto didn't want tea. Oh, add that the winged horse kind of weirded him out. It was too new, too different, and Naruto never went around the Pegasus stables at camp, so he hadn't adjusted to their existence yet. Naruto didn't want to hurt Blackjack in general. One joke dive from the flying horse and Naruto could very well try to cling to him with chakra. Things without chakra didn't react well to chakra. Percy, Jason, N.D. Piper shared a look before Percy looked back at Naruto. Okay, well, just try to not get run over or something. Right, Naruto said. He watched the 2 take off and waited a moment. So, how long do you think it'll take them to get there? 5, 6 minutes tops. Kurama chuckled. Tailed beast cloak. It's like you read my mind, Naruto said before he burst into gold light and sped into the fields. He passed Tempest and Blackjack with ease. Both, while fast in their own right, had nothing on him. Naruto had outpaced the 3rd and 4th Raikage, both of whom were able to move as fast as lightning with their lightning armor. Though this did raise the question, was Tempest as fast as lightning or was that just a way to show he belonged in the Sky Lord's domain? Naruto grinned at the surprised looks on the 3 demigods' faces when they came to a stop next to the marker. Hey, what took you guys so long? How? When? Percy's confused frown turned into a broody pout, and Jason's own confusion had slipped into a small scowl. Did you teleport or something? Piper asked her brother. Naruto shook his head. Nah, don't need to. I'm fast enough to get around without one. Understatement. Kurama snorted. Naruto had put the smack down on Obito once he found a way to predict the Uchiha's teleportation. Move. Okay. Well, there's no one here, Percy said. He looked at Piper. What does this guy look like? Maybe you saw Naruto beating us here. It wasn't Naruto. It was a guy with a silver goblet, Piper said. Grapevines in his hat. Sounds like Bacchus to me, Jason said with a frown. Back what? Naruto asked. He'd be Dionysus to you, Jason said. Percy suddenly glowered. We came all this way to see Mr. D. I should have stayed on the boat. He can't be that bad, Piper said. Percy snorted and Blackjack nickered again, though it sounded like a laugh. Well, either way, there was no one here when I got here, Naruto said. He scratched his head. Maybe here's another mile 32 marker somewhere in another Topeka. No, it's this one, I'm sure of it, Piper said with a dismissive shake of her head. We should go back since there's no sign of the wine dude, Percy said. I beg your pardon. Naruto froze and slowly turned around toward the source of the voice. The wheat behind him suddenly began to part and a tall man in his 30s wearing a purple shirt and a vine-ridden hat walked out. He looked at the 4 with a frown on his face. Did someone just call me, wine dude? He asked in a lazy drawl. It's Bacchus, please, or Mr. Bacchus, or Lord Bacchus, or, sometimes, oh my gods please don't kill me, Lord Bacchus. Those are some good names, Kurama said. I like this guy. You would, Naruto muttered, still a bit unsettled by the god's appearance. So not cool. You look different, Percy said. Skinnier. Your hair's longer and your shirt isn't so loud. Bacchus stared at him as though he were crazy. What the blazes are you on about? Who are you, and where is Ceres? What Ceres? World Series, Percy asked. He means Ceres, Jason said. Goddess of agriculture. Oh, Demeter, Naruto said with a nod. Dated one of her daughters for a couple of weeks. Liked her, but she was a bit clingy. Piper looked unsettled at the comment while Bacchus nodded at Naruto's words. Yes, Ceres' daughters do tend to inherit her eccentrics. Poor Pluto. Never a day's rest. But back to the matter at hand, where is Ceres? She's the one that called me here for this meeting. She's not here, Lord Bacchus, Jason said. He urged Tempest to stand beside Blackjack. Lord Bacchus, do you remember me? I helped you with that leopard in Sonoma. Sonoma. Bacchus rubbed his chin for a moment before he nodded. Ah, yes. John Green was it. Jason Grace, sir. Same difference. Bacchus said with a shrug. Did Ceres send you in her stead? No, sir. Were you hoping to meet her here? Bacchus snorted and glowered at the boy. Are you deaf? In both ears, or did my words just pass through with ease, Mr. Granite? Grace, sir. That's what I said. Bacchus grunted with a small scowl. Yes, I wanted to meet her here. She chose the spot. Seer S asked to meet in Kansas for counsel on the war. With Gaia rising, all of the crops have started to wither. Draft is starting to spread. Carpoi are beginning to revolt. Even my grapes aren't safe. Ceres wanted to create a united front in the plant war. A plant war? Percy asked with disbelief. What, are you going to arm all the grapes with tiny machine guns? Bacchus scowled at him. We've met before, haven't we? I'm getting a very quick dislike for you. Almost as if it's a second nature to me. We met at Camp Half-Blood, Percy said. I know you as Mr. Dionysus. Bacchus grabbed at his head and his form flickered for a moment. Naruto blinked at the glimpse of Dionysus. A curly beard, larger stomach, and an awesome orange shirt with tiger-like stripes on it. A grin crossed the whiskered boy's face. He knew the gods loved orange. Stop that, Bacchus demanded as he glared at Percy. Stop thinking of me in my Greek form. But, do you know how hard it is to be focused on something right now? I get splitting headaches all the time. I find myself doing something or going somewhere and I can't remember why. I'm constantly aggravated all the time. That sounds about right, Percy said. It was then Naruto noted that Percy was probably not helping the situation at all. However, that didn't mean Naruto was going to step in. This was too funny to mess with. Bacchus. Nostrils flared. One of the leaves on his hat burst into flames. If we do know each other from that other camp, I wonder why I hadn't turned you into a dolphin yet. Oh, we discussed that. In the end, I think you were just too lazy to follow through, Percy said with a shrug. Naruto had to stifle his laughter. This was amazing. It was like he was watching something akin to a huge misfortunate event unfold before him. Your aunt is right, he is just like you, Kurama said in horrified awe. This needs to stop. The god is losing his grip on his restraint. Ah, do we have to? Naruto asked with a smile. Do you want to explain to your aunt that you could have prevented her mate from being turned into a fish but didn't because it was too funny to stop? Point taken. Naruto cleared his throat, after Percy gave another witty, snarky comment that made another leaf go up in flames. Excuse me, Bacchus. What do you want? Bacchus asked, still irritated from conversing with Percy. Naruto scratched at the side of his cheek. Crap. Ideas. Ask him for help, Kurama said. Spit it out, boy. I haven't got all day. Bacchus growled, his eyes a faint purple compared to the light red they were before. Right. Sorry. It's just, we need your help, Naruto said. Your advice on something. Really? Well, for your information, Whisker Boy, I don't go helping people out of the bottom of my heart. Bacchus said with a frown. He spun his hand around and a can of Diet Pepsi appeared in it. He popped the tab and took a sip. Ah, refreshing. Don't you drink Diet Coke? Percy pointed out. Percy, quiet, Piper said with force behind it. Percy shut up and Naruto snickered. Oh, he wants to be there to hear Piper explain that to Annabeth. Piper slipped from Tempest's back and stood before Bacchus respectfully. Please, Lord Bacchus, just share some wisdom with us. Can't you give some advice? Bacchus looked at his Diet Pepsi and swirled it slightly in his hand before he looked back at Piper. Well, you are respectable, more so than the one riding the Pegasus. Very well, I can give you some advice. Personally, I would avoid karaoke. Why Apollo thought that'd stay a trend in America, I haven't a clue. Actually, avoid any theme parties, far too risky especially for someone of your age. Could ruin your reputation. In today's world, people are looking for a simple and low-key affair, with organic foods. Simple dress requirements. Not about parties, Piper said. With his eyes narrowed on her, she quickly added, but that's good advice, Lord Bacchus. I'll keep it in mind when we plan on celebrating. What we need is help on our quest. Piper began to explain their situation. Bacchus nodded every now and again. She spoke of their journey and the warning Nemesis had given about a timeline that would lead to the fall of Rome. She explained that she had a vision of him at this spot where he would give them a silver goblet for some reason. A silver goblet? I prefer gold myself. Imperial gold if Olympian isn't available, Bacchus said with a frown. He didn't look excited at all for this request. I haven't a goblet, chalice or any such thing, girl. All I can offer you is some Pepsi. Jupiter, for some reason, has ordered me to avoid giving minors wine. Shame that we all deserve to have a bit of fun. As to the giants, I know them well. Did you know I fought in the first giant war? I had assumed, but didn't wish to voice it in case I was wrong, Piper said. Naruto gagged at how proper his imouto sounded. It sounded so weird. You fight. Percy, however, needed to learn to know when to shut up and look good. Even Naruto knew when to do that. Bacchus snarled at him. The Diet Pepsi in his hand turned into a long staff, much like Naruto's, only it had vines trailed down from the tip, where a pinecone had been perched. A thyrsus, Piper exclaimed before Bacchus could whack Percy with it. What a mighty weapon. Percy owes her. That god was about to snuff him out, Kurama said. No shit, Naruto snorted. Yes, it is with a smile as he looked at his weapon with pride. I'm so glad there's someone among you four with a brain between these shoulders. The pinecone is a mighty weapon. Fearsome and powerful. I was a demigod during the war, you know. A son of Jupiter. From the corner of his eye, Naruto noticed Jason start to look uncomfortable again. Naruto didn't see why. Bacchus was an okay guy. This thyrsus helped me put down those buffoons I faced against. Bacchus smiled as he swung his weapon, his pot belly throwing him a tad off balance. Of course, this was before I invented wine and became a god. There was another demigod there, I think. Mary Cheese. Barry Fees. Heracles. Yes, that was it. Heracles. Jason asked. I said that, Bacchus said with a frown at him. He shrugged. Anyway, I killed the giants Ephialtes and Otis. Boars. The both of them. Dreadfully dull. I gave them each a pinecone to the face. Lord Bacchus. These two giants wouldn't happen to be twins, would they? Piper asked nervously. Bacchus tilted his head as he thought about it. Twins. Yes, no, yes, they were twins. That's right. That's why we're here, Piper said. Both she and Jason had a gleam of realization in their eyes that Naruto didn't understand. Did he miss something again? You're part of our quest. Bacchus frowned at her. I'm sorry, girl. I haven't been a demigod for a long time. I don't do quests. I can assign them, but I don't feel like it right now. Try again next year. But giants can only be killed by demigods and gods working together. Jason said, you're a god. We have to go stop two giants before they destroy Rome. You must be able to help us somehow. Jeremy Grant, you will watch your tone when you speak to me. Bacchus said with a glare at Jason. I don't have to do anything. I only help those that give me a proper tribute, and I haven't gotten one of those in ages. A tribute? Naruto asked. Like some food in the hearth. Much more complex, boy, Bacchus said with a snort. You couldn't handle it if you tried. Well, now Naruto wanted to try if only to throw Bacchus' words back in his face. Bacchus turned his thyrsus back into a can of Diet Pepsi. But, I suppose I can give you some advice, girl. You were the only one with a good attitude. Thank you, Lord Bacchus, Piper said, a bit surprised. Anyway, seek out Gaia's son, Phorcys. He and his mother have never seen eye to eye, which I suppose makes sense. Wasn't a big fan of his brothers, either, Bacchus said. He took a sip of his Diet Coke. Last I heard he was in that city named after that heroine, what's her name? Atlanta, Piper asked. That's the one. Bacchus nodded. Phorcys. Is he a giant? Percy asked. A titan. Not one or the other, Bacchus said. I'd look for him by the salt water. In Atlanta. Bacchus grimaced at him. Are you hard of hearing, too? I just said that. If you want insight on Gaia or the twins, seek out Phorcys. Do watch him, if you do seek him out, though. What's that supposed to mean? Naruto asked with a frown. Bacchus ignored him as he looked at the sun, which was now high overhead in the center of the clear sky. Ceres is never this late. Very unlike her, she'd never delay a meeting of this importance if she requested it unless she sensed something dangerous. Or, the god's eyes widened, or a trap. He looked at the demigods with severity. Well, now, I must be off. Things to do, people to drive mad, you know how it is. If I were you, though, I'd do the same. No, Lord Bacchus, wait, Piper said with a hand slightly outstretched as though to grab him. He was gone before she even moved. Faster than a blink of an eye. He had ARED with the sound of a cantop being opened. The lingering scent of grape was an interesting touch. That was kind of cool. I'm still faster than it, though. Naruto rubbed his chin. There's Someth. Ing to try. Now if only I could meet a god that would let me test that fairly. Naruto went stiff as an ominous wind brushed past his skin. A whisper danced on it, so soft that Naruto wasn't even sure he had actually heard it. It sounded like his Jiji, the Sandaime Hokage, and it sounded as urgent as Bacchus looked before he left. It was 2 words that he wasn't sure were actually spoken. Gaia's here. After the warning that Naruto was still trying to make sense of, another voice, this one much clearer and more feminine, made itself known. Hello heroes, I've been waiting for you. And so, there's a cliffhanger for you. Review. Eidolons. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto. Percy Jackson and the Olympians are heroes of Olympus. Co-written by engineer Forever Fils de l'Amour. Mark of Athena 7. Eidolons. Gaia. Jason and Percy both drew their swords and their steeds grew wary. The sunflowers turned towards them ominously and the grains around them became akin to thousands of scythes ready to move at a moment's notice. I need the blood of a boy and girl. The voice was warm, yet powerful and old. Hypnotic. That's how Naruto would describe it. Like a genjutsu from Itachi Uchiha, it made him doubt his own senses. Hopefully, faces of his friends wouldn't start to sprout from his body. Talk about reliving a nightmare. Show yourself, Jason demanded. He hid his fear well, they all did. To the trained eye, it was easy to spot. Naruto tightened his grip around his staff and looked at his bandaged hand. If need be, he would release the Rakuto chakra he had sealed away. Hopefully, it wouldn't come to that. 1 girl and 3 boys. What a lovely treat I've been offered. What was it Bacchus said? That today's people would like organic snacks and a simple get-together. Okay, she's really starting to creep me out. And I don't get spooked easily, Kurama said. I hear you. Naruto frowned. Even Zabuza didn't unnerve him as much as this voice, Gaia, did. Since there's only 1 girl present, I will give her the choice of who accompanies her to my revival. Will it be the son of Jupiter, who looks so just and handsome upon his steed? Piper scowled at the voice and Jason let a light shudder cross his body. Or perhaps she'll want to be joined by the noble and roguish son of Poseidon. Lady, you are messed up, Percy said with a grimace. Oh, I know, nothing brings more joy than a family event. Maybe she should choose her charming brother, who has claimed the role of a warrior and taken the attention of the sky itself. Naruto tightened his grip and narrowed his eyes. The air shifted what was once a clear day started to cloud. Yes, I think that would be most appropriate, seeing as it was all because of him that I wound up so desperate, that my son followed in his footsteps and that the cycle repeated endlessly. Any ideas who this, him, is that she's talking about? Naruto asked the others. They shook their heads and he groaned. Figures. Choose girl. 2 must die. I'm not choosing anyone, Piper said with a frown as she held her dagger tightly in one hand. No one has to die. Oh, how cute. You think that pitiful charm can work on me? Very well, I will do nothing. I won't force you to choose, however. I won't stop the choice from being made, either. Jason and Percy suddenly went rigid on their steeds. Their hands tightened around the grips of their swords. Their eyes turned gold and their faces went blank. Two must die. They spoke without emotion, in a hollow monotone that sent a shiver down Naruto's spine. They raised their swords and turned their steeds to face one another. Piper, move! Naruto was quick to shout as the surprised horses were urged to rush each other, with his sister still between them. The daughter of Aphrodite did as he said, not freezing thanks to the instincts that kept most demigods alive. Jason and Percy's swords clashed, bronze against gold, and sparks shot out as they passed each other. Jason, Percy, stop! Piper cried out. Two must die. The boys repeated as they whirled around and charged at each other once more. Not today, Naruto said as he separated his staff and tossed it at both teams. He struck both in the side, knocking them FRST vanished in a gust of wind just as Blackjack would have collided with him, and the Pegasus took to the sky, startled by Tempest's absence. Impressive. The voice appraised him. I am interested with how you will fight. Demigod. Let's see how you fare against them. Boys, I will live, Jason said as he rose to his feet. The golden eyes locked onto Naruto and he gripped his gladius with both hands. The clouds rumbled overhead and a bolt crashed down in the distance. Gaia promised, Percy said, and the earth trembled as he righted himself with his bronze sword. Golden eyes rode on Naruto and then looked over to Jason. Jason's golden eyes met his and they nodded at each other. Together, we will kill you, they said in the eerie monotone. Naruto breathed through his nose before he grinned. Well, the best way to knock someone out of a genjutsu is through pain. He stepped back and crossed his arms over his chest, stilling his breathing and reaching out to the world. What is this? The voice demanded. What are you doing? That's my energy. Mine. You can't have it. Lady, deal with it, Naruto said as his eyelids became orange and he opened his eyes to reveal golden orbs with horizontal bar-like pupils. I'm going to end this quickly. Kill him. He's drained me. Tired, so tired. Naruto, what did you do? Piper asked as Gaia's presence faded. Stay there, Imouto, Naruto said as he looked at the zombie-like duo and he willed the natural energy to be converted into his chakra. His orange eyeliner faded and his eyes returned to the blue they were. Wouldn't be fair to fight them in Sage mode, but Naruto was glad to know that he could take some of the fight out of Gaia. He figured that since natural energy came from the earth, it would come from Gaia. Lo and behold, he was right. Still, Naruto was no fool. He remembered how deadly Jason could be without his memories, and knew how well he fought with them. He hadn't gotten to see Percy in action yet, but from what he'd heard, the son of Poseidon was a natural with a sword. A grin spread across Naruto's face. This was bound to be interesting. For Gaia, the two charged forward, with Jason just a bit faster. A lightning bolt came down from the sky and struck his sword. Jason flung the bolt at Naruto, who stayed motionless. Lightning, really? Naruto asked with an amused smile. Wind. Chakra built around his hand and he backhanded the lightning off to the side like it was nothing. He caught Jason's wrist as the gladius was swung at him and brought his hand back. Naruto's open palm was driven into Jason's stomach and the son of Jupiter was sent soaring back. Try again. Die. Percy's monotone almost caught Naruto off guard. The whiskered blonde weaved his head back and around the edge of Percy's sword, the tips of his hair being cut slightly. Naruto brought both hands back and drove both palms into Percy's gut, sending the boy flying back much like he did Jason. Come on, don't be so predictable, Naruto said with a small frown. These things had complete control over Jason and Percy. Both boys were supposed to be very skilled. As it is, Naruto felt like he was fighting Konohamaru again. Only this time it wasn't Genin-level Konohamaru, but fresh from their first meeting, hardly good at the Henge no Jutsu Konohamaru. Percy was quick to rise to his feet and held his hand out at Naruto. The whiskered blonde arched a brow before the earth began to shake slightly beneath him. Naruto hummed, intrigued, but not impressed. Channel some chakra into his feet and ta-da, no earthquake effects anymore. Another bolt of lightning was flung at him and Naruto rolled his eyes before he batted it away. What is it with lightning users and being one-trick ponies? Naruto asked. I mean seriously, Sasuke had the Chidori, and that's all he used. Kakashi-sensei had the Chidori and the Reikiri, and that's all he uses. The third and fourth Reikages had the lightning armor, and that's all they used. Where's the imagination, the oomph, the creativity? Die, demanded a monotone Jason. Naruto spun around the sword thrust and delivered a hard kick to the other blonde's back, which sent Jason tumbling forward. Naruto, are you really going to fight Jason again? Piper asked in a mix between awe and horror. She really didn't want Jason to get another head injury. One blow was enough, and if he lost his memory of her. He started it, Naruto said. He dropped to his palms and brought his legs around in a windmill to sweep Percy off his feet after the black-haired boy took another swing at him. Besides, this way they're not trying to kill each other. I can take whatever they dish out. He suddenly jolted as a third lightning bolt found its mark and struck him in the back. Naruto looked over his shoulder at the burning hole in his hoodie just below the Uzumaki swirl and then glared at Jason. The blonde son of Jupiter froze as a wave of killing intent washed over him. Entity within unfamiliar with the negative wave sent its way. Percy jumped at him with his sword high, prepared to bring it down on the motionless whiskered demigod. The sword passed through Naruto, bisecting him at the shoulder. Before Naruto exploded and a parted log took his place. While the mind-controlled Percy took in this information, Naruto reappeared with his leg brought back. I need you out of commission for a moment, so. Sorry in advance. Naruto frowned as he brought his leg forward and nailed Percy right in the pearls. Piper winced and looked away. That might have been a bit much. Percy let out a gurgle before he crumpled to the ground. It seems whatever was controlling him felt that pain. It was the universal weak spot, after all. For guys and girls. Guys were just more prone to get hit there. Naruto turned to face Jason with murder in his blue eyes. You ruined my jacket. Kurama groaned. Really? It's not like you don't have duplicates of it. It was a gift from Ayame Nichan and the old man, and besides. It's the principle of the thing. Sage above, you're without a doubt the oddest container I've ever had. Kurama chuckled darkly. But, who am I to argue against some violence? Kick his ass, Naruto. Naruto moved before the son of Jupiter could let out a sound. He vanished and reappeared with his knee embedded in Jason's stomach. The boy folded over his knee and then went flying back, landing in a roll until he stopped with his face on the ground and his butt in the air. Jason put his hands on the dirt and started to get to his feet when he heard a voice come from behind him. Naruto crouched behind Jason with his index and middle fingers pressed together in the tiger hand seal. His eyes were closed and an ominous aura radiated off of him. His eyes snapped open and gleamed with evil intent. Konohagakure Hiden Taijutsu Ogi. Senengarashi, Konohagakure's most secret and sacred hand technique. 1000 years of death. Naruto shoved his chakra, encased fingers right into Jason's raised rear and time stopped. The gold in Jason's eyes suddenly vanished and his electric blue eyes widened immensely. Jason let out a rather undignified shriek as he went flying across the fields. He soared for a good mile before he landed in the grains, a dust cloud shooting up from his impact. Piper just watched with a blush on her face. Was that even really a ninja technique? All Naruto did was poke Jason in the ass. Piper's blush intensified and she rubbed her face. She'd never be able to unsee that. Naruto grinned as the blue energy around his hands dimmed down. Justice has been served and his jacket has been avenged. His grin widened at Kurama's laughter. The most knuckle-headed, unpredictable shinobi. What an accurate name for you, Naruto. Oh sage, I wish the others could have seen that. The fox chortled. Yeah, I do good. And hey, I think I knocked him out of that genjutsu thingy, Naruto said with a grin. Bonus. The victory wasn't guaranteed, as it seemed Percy had recovered from his blow down below. The son of Poseidon charged at Naruto with his sword aimed to be thrust through the shinobi's chest. Naruto took the stab, before once more he substituted himself with a log. Percy, as emotionless as the controlled body could, let a scowl form on his face. Praise be the log, for it saves us, Naruto said with his back to Percy's. Pie. R of hands burst from the ground and grabbed onto Percy's ankles, making the possessed teen start. Man, I love the Kage Bunshin. They're so useful and quick to get in position. Note to self. Thank Kashi-sensei for teaching me the Doden. Mogaragakure no Jutsu, Earth Release, hiding like a mole. Technique. This will not hold me. Percy's monotone voice declared. I will kill too and live again. Live again? Naruto asked, not moving from where he stood. Are you dead or something? I am Eidolon, promised life once more by Mother Gaia. Naruto paled and began to shake. Oh man, not a ghost. I don't like ghosts. Kurama laughed. The mighty Nadaime Rakuto Sennin, savior to the world, defeater of Kagaya Otsutsuki, and he's still afraid of ghosts. Hey, phobias aren't supposed to be rational, Kurama. Naruto glared at his navel. He shuddered. They're just so eerie, and you can't punch him in the face. I will live again, the Eidolon declared as he turned Percy's sword around and lifted it in the air. He brought it back to stab Naruto, only for the whiskered blonde to replace himself with a log once again. I'm going to have to plant a tree or something to atone for all these substitutions, Naruto said as he reappeared in front of Percy. He shuddered at the blank stare the Eidolon gave him. You are seriously creepy, and your whiskers are stupid, the Percy-like voice said. Naruto's eye twitched. He lifted his leg quickly and mercilessly to deliver another blow to the junk. The hands around Percy's ankles exploded into smoke, allowing the golden-eyed Percy to slump to his knees and hiss. With a hand over the assaulted area, a minute passed before the Eidolon got back to its feet. You cannot harm me, Naruto smirked. That's not very convincing. Wham! Not Percy dropped again. He rose once more. All you are doing is injuring the boy. He'll live. Naruto chuckled at the words he used. Wham! Down went not Percy. Shakily, he got back to his feet. Is that the best you got? No, but I am impressed. I can't take more than 2 hits before I black out, Naruto said. Wham! Again, not Percy dropped to the ground. This time he didn't get up. EP kicking me in the dick. Not Percy's voice was higher and tears were brimming at the edge of his eyes. Why do you keep kicking me in the dick? You want to live. Life is pain. I'm just reminding you. Oh, and Percy, if you're in there, sorry dude. But it's either this, or I poke you in the ass. Naruto shrugged. He'd rather get kicked in the dick multiple times rather than take a Sennin Garashi again. The shinobi shuddered. It truly was one of the most frightening techniques in his arsenal. I will live again. The Eidolon got to its feet once more. Naruto shook his head. No you won't. Naruto dropped to his knees with his arm brought back. The fist flew forward and the Eidolon-possessed Percy's eyes went wide as it collided with the still tender pearls. The gold faded and Psy let out a squeak before he fell to the side, unconscious. The whiskered blonde nodded and got to his feet. He reached down and picked Percy up, throwing the boy over his shoulders with ease. Naruto looked over at his stunned sister and he grinned sheepishly. What? I couldn't beat the crap out of them like I did Leo and Jason last time. Piper glowered at the reminder of Medea but looked over in the area where Jason landed with worry. Blackjack trotted up to them from the grains with Jason on his back. Naruto smiled at him. Thanks, Blackjack, Naruto said with a smile as he lightly stroked the horse's neck. Can you carry Percy, too? Blackjack snorted and Naruto shrugged. Just checking. The whiskered blonde dumped the unconscious form of Percy over the Pegasus' back, careful to not restrict the wings. Before he grabbed the 2 parts of his staff and recombined them. He slid his hoodie off and looked at the charred hole with a pout. Man, I liked this one, too, Naruto said. This was beyond any patchwork. The interior armor was melted and the cloth was ruined. He balled the hoodie up and tossed it to the side of the road before he picked Piper up in a piggyback, much to her protest, and ran at Blackjack's fastest speed back towards the Argo 2. The hoodie left behind was swallowed into the earth after a moment, and a soft sigh echoed in the area. Much like he was when younger. Very much like he was. Oh, gods, what happened to them? Annabeth asked once they returned to the Argo 2. She looked over the unconscious form of her boyfriend with worry written on her face. They got possessed by some ghosts, Naruto said simply with a shiver. He grinned proudly and leaned on his staff. I knocked them out of it before they could kill each other. You what? Annabeth asked, horrified. Don't worry, I didn't do anything too damaging. We might want to get Percy a lot of ice and Jason should have some, stool loosener just in case, Naruto said sheepishly. Piper, Gave him a look and he shuffled uncomfortably. Trust me, the Senengarashi is dangerous, not only painful, but can cause constipation. Leo, who walked in on the last comment, suddenly turned around. I'm out. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. In the dick. Percy suddenly whimpered softly. Why? Why the dick? Annabeth looked from her pained boyfriend to her unharmed nephew. What did you do to them? IKDJINCK, Naruto mumbled as he looked away. What was that? Annabeth narrowed her eyes. Naruto shifted awkwardly and looked to Piper for help, but she was too busy checking on Jason's head wound. With a gulp that made his Adam's apple bounce, Naruto looked back at his aunt and gave her the best apologetic smile he could muster. I might have, sort of, kicked him in the dick over and over while he was possessed. Wah Naruto, why would you do that? Annabeth glared at her nephew. That was something campers frowned upon. Even Aries' sons and daughters respected that rule. It was the only really non-lethal move I could think of. Well, that, or I would use the Senengarashi on him like I did Jason, Naruto said. Jason shivered in his sleep and rolled onto his side with a grimace. Wait, hold up, you used the Senengarashi on Jason. Annabeth gaped at her nephew. When did you even learn that? Minato only learned it from Jiraiya and used it once on Obito during the Genin test. Naruto scratched his cheek and looked away. Kakashi-sensei used it on me. Annabeth rubbed her head and glanced at the pained grimace on Percy's face. How many times did you hit him? 5. Annabeth repeated with wide eyes. Naruto let out a sheepish laugh. He's, durable. You are so grounded. I'm older than you. Grounded. Annabeth glared at her nephew. He was trying to stab me. I don't care. Naruto, you don't do that in a fight. I was trying not to hurt him too bad. I'm sorry he's not as strong as me. Both of you, knock it off. Piper's voice made the two quiet as she mustered a glare at them. Annabeth, I don't like it either, but it was better than having Naruto go ninja on Jason again. And Naruto, Annabeth's right. Don't do that ever again. Or I'll ban ramen from the Argo too, am I clear? Naruto, who looked like a scolded puppy, nodded while Annabeth frowned and turned to Percy as he groaned. Daik, Annabeth sighed. I guess it's better than having him being hit by a Rasengan. Kurama snorted. No duh, the boy's internal organs would have been shredded, or bruised, even at the lightest form. You were merciful. Naruto nodded and winced when Percy groaned again. I think. One popped. Kurama sighed. Humans and their weak spots. This is why I'm glad I don't have an actual gender. I just am. Shut up, Kurama. Naruto turned and started to walk away while the 2W'er walked to his room. He frowned as a thought occurred to him. Hey, Kurama, could you sense their negative intent? Kurama huffed. You inhale ramen like it's about to expire. Can you still sense them? Kurama was quiet for a moment. Naruto didn't like that. He stopped walking and waited before Kurama growled. There's 3 in total. Naruto's eyes hardened. Then we'll wait until the meeting to call them out. The gathering for lunch was quiet. Jason and Percy, both rejuvenated from nectar and ambrosia, were still sore. Most of their recovery could be attributed to Hedge, who was pretty decent with healing salves. Though, Jason had needed a cushion to sit on and Percy had an ice pack over his lap, both boys glowered at Naruto. To their surprise, Naruto glared back, which made them look away. All right, Leo said as he finally arrived. We're set for Atlanta and I think I convinced Coach not to land at a military base for fun. Good, Annabeth said with a nod. She looked around the table and looked at Frank and Hazel. Any sign of Romans? We found a few eagles, but Mew took care of them, Frank said. He sent the golden eagle an appraising look from where she had perched next to Naruto. She's good in aerial combat. How'd you train her? I didn't train her, Naruto said as he gave Mew a gentle stroke on the beak. She's just awesome like that. Mew crooned at his praise and accepted a piece of beef from his offered chopsticks. We got lucky, there were only 3, Hazel said. And Mew got them all before they could return. Mew received another piece of beef from the whiskered blonde. Well, on our end, repairs are done and we don't have to worry about making any more stops, Leo said. He frowned. I wish I had known that Romans had tracking eagles, though. Could have made a smokescreen or something that made us smell like chicken. Nuggets. What's a chicken nugget? Hazel asked, her brow furrowed. Leo stared at her before he nodded. Right, you missed, like, the last 70 years. Well, my apprentice, a chicken nugget is. You can explain later, Annabeth said with a frown. She looked at Piper, took a glance at Naruto, and then looked back at Piper. Tell them about Bacchus. Piper did. She told them about the conversation they had with the Roman god of wine, the trap sprung by Gaia, and the eidolons that forced the two to fight each other in Naruto. Naruto was tense during the conversation, his eyes locked on Jason and Percy, watching their reactions. His eyes narrowed slightly as he searched for the possible third. He doubted it was Annabeth or Piper. Both had yet to show any real hostility to anyone without reason. Hazel was another unlikely person to be possessed, considering she was the daughter of Pluto. That left Frank and Leo, and Hedge, but satyrs were already spirits, so that was another unlikely possibility. Naruto watched Frank as Percy talked about a dream he had about the anti-Poseidon polyboats. He absent-mindedly scanned the son of Mars as the group talked about Gaia's desire for two demigods, a male and female. The portly boy hadn't shown a lot of hostility, and had been rather kind to Naruto in passing and back at New Rome. However, there was something that had him off edge. He was nervous around Leo, wary, and brash. The Latino in question could still be possessed. He ate a burrito and offered a few soothing jokes, but since his little run-off with Hazel, he'd been distant from the others and Naruto. Something was bothering Leo, as well. Was it supernatural, or just teen hormones? Naruto wasn't sure, but since the stop in Utah, Leo was off. The smile was too forced, the jokes worse than ever, and he was distracted often. What do you think? Naruto looked up at the question from Piper. What? About Gaia's interest in you, man, Leo said. Remember, you said she visited you in Detroit and that fountain in Chicago. She changed faces whenever you were in view. Not to mention the way she spoke about you, Percy said. She was comparing you to someone. Naruto frowned. Yeah, and you're not worried? Percy asked. Naruto held his tongue for a moment, trying not to lash out at the source of some minor negative emotions sent his way. Not really. Naruto, you said Gaia was lonely, Annabeth said. Don't you think that it's weird that she's so interested in you? Naruto arched a brow and looked around the table. All eyes were on him, waiting for him to respond. Yeah, it's weird, but I don't think Tsuchi-chan and I would click. She's, like, the whole planet. Right, I'm just a shinobi. Leo snickered. He's got a point. Might be some size issues. Naruto let a small smile show, but it left as a wave of anger was directed at him. Kurama growled. It's the pyro. He's got one in him. Naruto tightened his grip on the chopsticks to the point that they snapped. Eyes went to him again and Naruto let a weak smile cross his face. Whoops, I guess I was too eager to eat my ramen. The demigods had all eyes on him again, but Naruto felt it. There were 6 more eyes than normal. 3 eidolons, 3 hosts, Percy, Jason, Leo, water, earth, lightning, wind and fire, Kurama said softly. The 5 primary elements. This Gaia covered her bases, she possessed the strongest 3. Too bad I'm stronger. Naruto stood up and closed his eyes. He let his presence fill the room and listened to the sound of tableware and food clatter to plates under his pressure. The demigods wilted under it, weakly reaching for their weepo. NS as Naruto's killing intent washed over them. Naruto, what are you doing? Annabeth managed to get out. Naruto moved to the end of the table and crossed his arms, his pressure still encasing the room. He heard Blackjack whinny uncomfortably on the deck and he was sure there was a faint baw from Hedge. He picked Mew up, the bird frozen between the fight or flight instincts, and moved her to sit on the counter behind him. Where his intent wouldn't be as potent. We're being spied on, Naruto said calmly. The demigods wanted to ask what he meant, but Naruto held a hand up to keep them quiet. Not intentionally. The eidolons are still here. All 3 of them. Naruto narrowed his eyes and let Kurama's intent leak into his own. The demigods' eyes went wide and glazed slightly as they most likely saw their own deaths. Then it happened, his opening appeared. The eyes of Leo, Jason and Percy turned a glowing gold and they staggered to their feet. A weak flame encased Leo's right hand, while both Jason and Percy gripped their swords and tried to lift them. Stop. Naruto's voice was calm, cold, and demanding. He let up on the room-filling killer intent and focused on the three possessed boys. The three bodies froze. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Why are you here? Gaia promised us life once again. Percy's dead voice rang out. Annabeth, a hand on her chest as she tried to calm down from Naruto's silent mental attack, gave him a look of worry. We will live once more, Leo declared emotionlessly. Hazel and Frank were quick to move away from him, and Frank lifted his bow. A kunai cut the string above the thumb, causing a sharp crack to ring out and Frank to drop the bow with a cry. Naruto's eyes never left the three eidolons. You are not welcome here, Naruto said firmly. You had your chance and you wasted it. The eidolons hissed at him. Jason's arm shook as he tried to lift his sword. We were promised life, Jason hissed. Not at their expense, Piper said with a pained scowl on her face. She moved to stand beside Naruto and watched the three. Are there more of you? No. The Earth Mother sent 3, Percy said. The strongest and the best. Leo added. We will live again. Jason narrowed his eyes. Naruto flared his nostrils and growled lowly. You're just like Orochimaru, using other people's bodies to extend your own life. You will leave those bodies, Piper commanded. No, Percy growled back. We must live. Jason frowned. Naruto's fists tightened to the point that his nails pierced his palm and blood leaked out over his fingers. He wanted so bad, Lee to beat these things much like that traitorous snake bastard. Using bodies of other people to live on, it was disgusting. If Gaia was going so far as to use these things, then he wanted nothing to do with her. It was only Piper's hand on his arm that kept him back. You do not belong here, Piper said again. She added more force to her words. You will leave those bodies. Sweat appeared on Jason's head as the eidolon growled. We will leave these bodies. You will vow on the river Styx to never return to this ship and you will never again possess any of its crew. Piper ordered. Leo and Percy hissed. You will promise on the river Styx. Piper repeated firmly. The tension filled the air and the three bodies struggled visibly. Naruto's eyes flashed red and he growled. You will do as Piper says. The eidolons hissed and struggled for another moment before they spoke in perfect unison. We promise on the river Styx. You are dead, Piper said. We are dead, they repeated. Now leave. Piper's eyes hardened. The three boys crumpled as their eyes lost their glow and shut. Leo landed on his face on the ground, Jason into Piper's arms, and Percy landed with a loud splat face first into his pizza. Naruto felt negative intent coming from outside of the ship and sent a massive wave of both his and Kurama's killing intent out. The ghostly wail was faint, but very rewarding. He watched the 7 recover from the event and he rested against the counter, where Mew nuzzled into his arm. Naruto stroked the eagle gently as she crooned, a frown still on his face. He just knew, deep down, that wasn't the last they would hear of the eidolons. No it tonight. Brain hurts. Review. Blood for silver and gold. I fell asleep after I uploaded this chapter to the site. Forgot to actually post it, though. Sorry. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto. Percy Jackson and the Olympians are heroes of Olympus. Co-written by engineer Forever Fils de l'Amour. Mark of Athena 8. Blood for silver and gold. Darkness welcomed Naruto as he slumbered. He walked through shades of people he'd never met, but knew who they were. Shinobi who'd fought in the Fourth War, both in the Alliance and revived to fight against it. They were gathered around something and Naruto made his way to the front to see what it was, passing through the shades with ease. Once Naruto emerged from the crowd, he looked down in confusion at the pit that stared back at him. Shinobi. Quote. The voice sounded like what one would expect to come from a massive pit of darkness. It was ancient, guttural and gravelly. The voice made the gathered shinobi, Naruto included, back away from the hole. A chuckle, one that sent shivers up the spines of all those present, came after their reaction. You mortals, you are true. Lee the most amusing beings in this world. I do not understand your living language, but here, the dead all speak the same language as I. Make sense of your words and show yourself. The voice had Naruto looking for the source. He found it and glared at the massive man. The third Raikage, glared at the whole defiantly. Strange how they hadn't noticed him yet. Straight to the point, how delightful. The pit's chuckle came again and Naruto watched a attempt and fail to not shiver. I have offers for you. There is a boy I want brought before me. Why? I demanded. He's taken my slumbering consort's attention from me. The pit snarled in anger. This boy is descended from her first husband and reminds her of him before he wronged her. He's stolen her attention from me. I want him bro. UGHT before me so that I can sat my desire to crush him in my own hands. I crossed his massive arms and scowled. Why should we do anything for you? I figured you'd want an incentive. The pit chuckled once more. Naruto really didn't like where this was going. Do this, and I will return you to life. Permanently. Murmurs of excitement and elation at the prospect of life washed through the crowd. Naruto turned when he heard someone comment on seeing Konoha and his fiancée again. The examiner that died during his Chunin exams. Another mentioned having a smoke and checking on his students. Naruto turned to the other direction to look at Asuma, who had a hesitant but open look on his face. Asuma stepped forward, his hand at his side. Who's the target? The pit was silent for a moment before a snarl echoed from it. He is here. Damn the skies. Unpredictability. You will be erased at my hand, boy. I will ensure it. Naruto felt the ground rumble beneath his feet and he got the urge to run. You cannot run from me, boy. I am the darkness that surrounds you. Naruto turned and ran from the pit, passing through shades as he did. The ground cracked at his heels. The crack widened the pit, as though the hole itself was trying to chase him. If Naruto stopped running, he would fall in. Frankly, Naruto had the feeling there was something more than spikes at the bottom that he had to be worried about. Not even Gia can save you from my wrath. The ground cracked ahead of Naruto and he tripped. The pit widened as he scrambled to get back to his feet. Naruto clawed at the ground, his fingers tore into the strange dirt. As he desperately tried to escape the fate of falling in, the pit stopped widening and Naruto dangled over the edge with one hand holding him up. A foot pressed down on his hand and caused Naruto to loose his grip, but kept him pinned. His gaze went up to a pair of eyes he hated more than anything in the world. They were red and black, the tomos connected WITH small circles and attached to the edge of the iris in 3 thick pegs. They brought more hatred from Naruto, who wanted so badly to pull them from their sockets. I accept your offer. The owner of the eyes smirked and kicked Naruto's hand in. Naruto continued to glare at the accepting shinobi with hate and fell into the pit's cold darkness. With the last of his energy, he opened his mouth to shout at the one who earned so much of his hatred. Madara. Naruto shot up from his roll-out mat, now wide awake. His body was covered in a cold sweat and his heart pounded in his chest. Where? I'll kill. Oh, don't tell me you had a nightmare. Aren't you too old for those? Kurama's anger settled into mild irritation at being awoken in such a way. I thought so, too. It felt so real, though. Naruto held a hand to his head and sighed. Man, I really hope that was just a nightmare. What happened? Quote. Naruto opened his mouth to respond, but he stopped and instead looked to his door when it burst open. Naruto, we can't find Annabeth or Percy. Piper's voice was calm, but heavily concerned. She was also already dressed and ready for the day. How long was I asleep? Naruto wondered before he crossed his fingers. A platoon's worth of clones appeared in his room and raced out past Piper, who flattened herself against the wall to stay out of their way. When the last clone disappeared around a corner, Piper looked back at Naruto with a dry expression. Stampede much. You'd be surprised at how effective it can be. Naruto got to his feet and stretched his arms above his head until his back popped. He scratched his side and stifled a yawn before he made his way over to his storage scrolls. So do you plan to watch me get dressed or? Don't be gross. Hurry up. The others are afraid Annabeth and Percy got kidnapped. Piper said before she shut his door. Naruto snorted as he unsealed his clothes and grabbed his replacement hoodie. Kidnapped? How? We're on a flying ship. Naruto was in the shower when the clone that found Annabeth and Percy dispelled itself. He laughed and wiped a tear away, amused along with the rest of his clones that also dispelled. He was so glad that the clone didn't wake the couple, both asleep in each other's arms. The others' reaction to their discovery was bound to be funny. Naruto was wrong, it wasn't funny. It was hilarious. Piper, like himself, was amused at the whole situation. Jason and Frank, the one that found them first, were stunned, though the Canadian shapeshifter looked more uncomfortable than Stunnadol, if his nods and repeated mutters of classic were anything to go by. Hazel refused to look either of the two in the face, her cheeks red from embarrassment of the scandal. Percy didn't seem to see what the big deal was, as he practically crowed to the room that he and Annabeth had been kissing before they fell asleep. Annabeth glared at him for that one, which allowed Naruto and Leo to quickly shoot the son of Poseidon 2 thumbs up. Annabeth was about as apologetic as her boyfriend, but she did look embarrassed at being discovered in such a position with him. The morning effect most teenagers had probably didn't help either. In the stables, it was Coach Hedge who had the best reaction of them all. Naruto watched the satyr pace back and forth in front of the two, hollering at the indecency. Beth tried to get across that nothing had happened, though her words weren't believed when Percy would add in, except for a few kisses. As Hedge paced again and started to reprimand Annabeth, "You're supposed to be the good one." Naruto wondered if he should mention that he found them first, but chose to let them remain undiscovered. Nah, that tidbit of information could be saved for a rainy day. "Okay, I think it's time for breakfast," Jason said, saving Percy and Annabeth from further chewing. The two gave him a grateful look while Naruto pouted. "Such a downer, flyboy." Naruto grinned when the microwave dinged and he pulled out a cup of instant ramen. He sighed as he took the first bite while he sat on the counter of the small kitchen. "Ah, beef flavored." Jason and Piper glowered at him, for separate reasons. "Really? What?" Naruto blinked innocently while the others prepared their breakfast. "It's a good way to start the day, get some protein in, make some energy. Beef, otherwise known as cow meat, is practically forbidden to me. Cows are sacred to Hera, of whom I am her champion." Jason deadpanned as he prepared a bagel with some jelly. "Wow, sucks for you, flyboy." Naruto shook his head. "You'll never know the wonders of beef ramen, the good mornings it gives us, what a shame. It's not even real beef. Processed with all sorts of unnecessary fats and oils." Piper grumbled in distaste as she made her own breakfast. "You two were meant for each other," Leo said dryly. He perked up at a mechanical sound. "Festus is on autopilot. He says we're almost at Atlanta." "Good. Then maybe we can learn something about where we should go next," Percy said as he sprinkled some blueberries on his pancakes. Naruto found his body moving on autopilot while the group's conversation turned to Nico D'Angelo and his loyalties. His eyes glazed over as more ramen was lifted to his mouth. Naruto suddenly found himself in his mindscape, face to face with Kurama. The giant fox rested peacefully, his hand-like paws set over one another, and his eyes closed. "I'm not asleep," Kurama said before Naruto could ask why he was pulled into the mindscape if the fox was just dozing. "I'm contemplating your dream." Quote, "What about it?" Naruto asked. Kurama's eyes snapped open, irritated and perturbed. "It is inaccessible to me." "What?" Naruto frowned. "Do you need permission or something?" "No." Kurama huffed. His breath blew over Naruto's face harshly. Naruto grimaced at the poor scent. It got worse when Kurama was mad. "I cannot see it. The memory of it, the existence, the proof. There is no evidence that you dreamed last night." That's impossible," Naruto protested. "I had a dream, it had to be a dream." "You didn't dream, Naruto." Kurama insisted. "Whatever you thought was a dream actually happened. Whatever you saw alone." "What does that mean?" Naruto asked. "I do not know. I do not like it." Kurama growled. Naruto frowned. "Then what should I do?" Kurama glared at him. "I called you in here to inform you of my discovery. Do with it what you will." The mindscape vanished and Naruto came back to reality, a new cup of instant ramen in his hand. Huh, he really did go on autopilot. Cool. Naruto looked around and realized that Hazel had stormed off for some reason. Naruto debated whether or not he should ask Piper. "What happened?" "Meh, he'll get details later. There's ramen to be eaten." "Maybe we should decide who should go with you," Jason said suddenly. He glanced over at Naruto. Naruto paused mid-bite of his new cup of ramen. The noodles that dangled from his mouth were slurped up, which earned him looks of disgust from Piper and Annabeth. He hummed in thought. I'm gonna pass this go around, Naruto said with a grimace as his dream came to light. Maybe I can find a distant location to train a bit. No, Kurama, Piper and Annabeth denied. Naruto pouted at his sister and aunt, and mentally glowered at Kurama. Until we know the reason behind why I cannot see that dream, I don't want to chance anything else going wrong. Kurama elaborated. Naruto smirked around his ramen. Ah, you do care. Bite me, brat. Quote. Then Frank goes, Percy said. Frank, who was chewing part of his sandwich sadly, swallowed and set his food down. Me, but my bowstring is broken, no thanks to Naruto. I said I was sorry. Naruto pouted childishly and ate another bite of ramen. It was a knee-jerk reaction. Knee-jerk reaction, Annabeth corrected him. That's what I said, Frank continued, unaffected by Naruto's interruption. And I'm not going to be the Dragon Express for everyone. No, man, I want you to go because you're a legacy of Poseidon. Who else should have my back at this water place? Percy said. Frank seemed to brighten up at that. Percy then turned to Annabeth. And that leaves a spot for one more. No, Hedge cut in with a glare to the two. He pointed at Annabeth. She's grounded. The room NT silent before Naruto burst into laughter and fell from the counter where he sat. Piper and Leo looked amused as Annabeth faltered for words. Percy looked stupefied at the proclamation. Grounded? Annabeth asked. It was like she never heard the word before in her life. Naruto had to grab his sides so he wouldn't split apart as his laughter grew. Yes, obviously you two can't handle being alone together, Hedge said with a stern nod. He glared at Naruto as the blonde got back to his feet. Hey, Whiskers McGee, stop laughing. Sure thing, hee, fuzzy britches. The grin on Naruto's face was wide and mirthful. He loved today so much. Then who will go instead? Jason asked. He shifted in his seat slightly. I'm the son of Jupiter, so I should probably stay away from the sea. And I'm still recovering from yesterday. Leo snorted and Jason glared at Naruto, whose grin didn't even dare to drop. Instead, Naruto looked at Percy. Are you still recovering? Percy glared at him. No, I took a saltwater bath before I, met up with Annabeth. Naruto grinned as Annabeth and Percy's faces flushed. Hey Chica bump. Blondie, if you're going to say it right. Leo scolded the blonde shinobi. Piper lightly smacked Naruto on the arm, a small pout-like frown on her face. Don't tease them. Why? Because 1, it's not nice. Annabeth and Percy sent Piper a grateful look. It was retracted and replaced with a glare as the daughter of Aphrodite continued. And 2, I was going to say that. Ah, sorry, Imouto. Naruto chuckled sheepishly as he rubbed the back of his head. So, if I'm not going, Leo. Leo and Frank met eyes before Leo looked back at Naruto. Nah, I'm going to skip out on this one, maybe get a nap in. I'll go, Hedge said. He grabbed the handle of his bat, which rested at the wall. And grinned. I'm in the need for a good fight. Naruto rolled his eyes while the others shook their head or ignored the bloodthirsty satyr. Alright, well then Hedge is coming, Percy said with a sad sigh. Naruto didn't blame him. The satyr was not someone Naruto wanted to be stuck alone with. While the three disembarked from the Argo II and went off to search for answers. Naruto sought answers of his own. He stood outside Annabeth's room with Mew perched on his shoulder and knocked on the door. Anna B need to ask you something, Naruto said. The door was pulled open and 2 steeled eyes glared up at him. Naruto felt a bead of sweat go down the side of his face after a moment of uncomfortable staring. Sorry you got grounded. What do you want, Naruto? Annabeth asked with a sigh as she let up on the glare. Naruto let his hand drop to his side and he frowned. Have you ever had a strange dream that didn't feel like a dream? Annabeth blinked before she opened her door fully. That sounds like a demigod dream. Is there something different about a demigod dream? Naruto asked as he walked into his aunt's room. I'm not as experienced in them as Percy is. But sometimes demigods get dreams of importance, Annabeth said. She rubbed her arm and glanced at the silver drachma set on her desk, atop of notes and texts that were sprawled across it. Sometimes they're warnings. And sometimes they're not entirely clear. Incomplete. Clues. What do you know about a dark pit? Naruto asked. Annabeth's eyes shot to him. A pit. What did the voice sound like? Naruto blinked and Mew fluttered over to perch next to a small stuffed owl. How do you know there was a voice? This is important, Naruto. What did the voice sound like? Annabeth insisted. Naruto hadn't seen her this serious in a long time. Not since before they left for Camp Jupiter. Old, gravelly and very deep, Naruto said. His words seemed to put Annabeth on edge. Annabeth began to pace. No, no, no. Too soon. He can't have reformed so quickly, even with the doors open. Who? Naruto asked. Kronos. Annabeth's fists clenched and she groaned. But how? Luke's sacrifice. Correct me if I'm wrong. But isn't Kronos the Titan of Time? Kurama asked. No, it wasn't Kronos. Naruto interrupted Annabeth's audible pondering. The pit itself. The darkness in it. It wanted me. Naruto shuddered at the memory. Dead. You don't know that, Annabeth said. Naruto gave her a dry look. The pit was surrounded by shinobi. A few I fought in the war and a few that I knew as a kid. The image of the smiling bearded smoker that was Asuma Sarutobi flashed through his head. Quickly followed by the coughing chronically sick Hayate Gecko, the swordsman he didn't know as well. But Naruto had fought alongside Hayate's ex-fiancée. Yugao. Azuki was a deadly swordswoman and was definitely his first choice for Anbu commander if she remained in the Black Ops. Okay. Yeah, not Kronos, Annabeth mumbled. What did it want from them? It put a price on my head. What? Kurama's roar drowned out Annabeth's concern. There was a snarl before Naruto found himself going on autopilot once again. Naruto stood in the water of his mindscape while Kurama glared down at him, infuriated. And when were you going to tell me you got a bounty on your head? The demon fox's breath was exceptionally terrible. Kurama must have been pissed. It's not big deal. I can handle myself easily. Naruto crossed his arms with a frown. Besides, since when do you care so much? No, deflecting Naruto. You and I know that you can't handle yourself without me. We will be informing the rest of the Biju. That stupid octopus can have his container inform the cage, Kurama said with finality. We will receive backup. Quote, I don't need. Stop arguing. Kurama cut Naruto off with a growl. I have failed you once before, I will not risk it a second time while my halves are in recovery. If need be, the rest of the Biju will leave the nations to help. The consequences of those immortal beings be damned. Quote, Naruto blinked in mild surprise. That was a lot of concern to come from the Nine Tails. It was certainly the first time Kurama ever got mad at him for that reason. Naruto let a wide grin spread across his face. I knew you cared. Kurama glared at him. Don't push me. I'm still mad at you. I love you too, Kurama. Did I interrupt something? Annabeth asked, an amused smile on her face. Naruto blinked and looked around. Oh. Dick move, Kurama. Dick move. Ho. Why'd you even kick me out in the first place? He didn't get an answer. Kick you out? Annabeth asked. Oh, no, Kurama and I were talking in my mindscape. How long was I out? Naruto asked. Annabeth pursed her lips. A couple of minutes. What were we talking about again? Naruto asked as Mew returned to perch on his shoulder. He tapped her beak lightly and smiled at her soft croon. You had a bounty put on your head. I want details now. Annabeth crossed her arms and gave Naruto another stern stare. Naruto grimaced and quickly began to retell his dream, but left out details on who spoke when or where. As he came to the end, Kurama growled. The kitsune needed no more details than what Naruto gave Annabeth to discern who the one that kicked Naruto into the pit was, and his dislike of the infamous Uchiha was made clear. When Naruto finished, Annabeth was rubbing her head. Why didn't you bring this up at breakfast? Naruto groaned. I can, Naruto. Kurama growled. I didn't want you guys to worry. You've got enough on your plates than to deal with my problems, Naruto said. He winced when Mew pecked him on the head and then flew over to land on Annabeth's desk. Naruto rubbed his head and glared lightly at the eagle. What was that for? That was for being stupid. Thank you, Mew, Annabeth said with a nod to the eagle. Mew chirped back and started to clean her wings, as if to say, just doing my job. Annabeth turned back to her nephew with a frown. Naruto, this is something we all have to deal with. Not just you. Naruto folded his arms in front of his chest. Anna Baba, trust me. You know what I did to Percy and Jason. That was me holding back. A lot. You poked Jason in the butt and kicked Percy between the legs multiple times. Annabeth retorted. That's not holding back. That's aiming for weak spots. That's me being non-lethal, or in civilian terms holding back. Naruto stepped forward and tapped Annabeth on the head. Think. I'm a soldier, a ninja. Do you really think that we're taught how to disable? We're not taught how to peacefully defeat someone. Every time I get into a fight, I have to take a few hits to determine how much I have to hold back. Percy and Jason are strong. But they're not shinobi. And if they're the best of both camps, I'm the one that has to protect you. Naruto turned and went to the door, where he stopped and looked back. You saw what I did to Camp Jupiter. You really think there's not other shinobi who can do stuff like that? Who can do worse? Naruto left Annabeth to consider his words. Naruto walked around atop the deck of the Argo II, contemplating the dream he had. Naruto wanted to know who would come first. He glowered at the prospect of facing Madara. That would be like fighting 5 duplicates of Athena's giant at once. At least this way he won't try to bring about the moon's eye again, Kurama said, trying to find the bright side. Naruto snorted. No duh, it's probably the challenge. Most Uchiha are cursed with superiority complexes. I'm fairly certain that Itachi was the only one born without it. Sasuke needed to lose his arm to get it pounded out of his head. He deserved more if you asked me. Punk-ass Uchiha brat. Naruto rolled his eyes at Kurama's grumbles and leaned against the railing of the ship. He closed his eyes and let natural energy blend with his chakra. The telltale signs of a toad sage appeared on his face. His eyes gained orange pigmentation around them. He needed to relax. His aunt answered some questions, but their conversation raised more. Who would come after him? Mostly everyone that knew who he was. The title of strongest shinobi is both a boon and a curse. Could he handle them? Probably. He was strong enough to face off against the so-called bane of Athena even without Kurama. Could he protect the 7 and keep himself alive? That was the real question. Naruto's eyes snapped open, now golden with toad pupils within them. That's not good. What is? Crap. Naruto. Quote. I know, Kurama. Naruto pushed away from the railus. So not good. There are 2 of them. They're heading this way. Fast. Very fast. Kurama growled. Those 2. Kill them, Naruto. Make them suffer. Quote. Make who? Oh shit. Naruto jumped over a giant silver sword that sliced into the hull. He fell down towards the earth and dodged a golden chain that had a gold kunai at the end. Naruto pulled out his staff and deflected the chain as it was thrown at him once again. Look, brother, he falls with the grace befitting a Biju container. Indeed. Perhaps, he shatter along the ground like a jar dropped from a shelf. Naruto glared at the speakers, who were a distance above him but gained speed quickly. There were 2, like Kurama said, and they were definitely not trying to hide. They both had long hair that fanned out like a headdress that Piper had shown him when she was talking about her heritage, horns that stuck from their head, and attire that labeled them as natives of Kumogakure. They were heavily muscled like Kurabi and E, which worried Naruto just slightly. What really put him off were the whisker marks that resembled his own on both of their faces. The 2 had differences, though. Both had a tattoo on the opposite shoulder of the other. One was the kanji for gold, and the other for silver. Their hair and eyes matched the kanji on their shoulders. Kurama roared loudly in Naruto's head and, without permission from the blonde, formed a cloak around him. The chakra cloak shot out a dark red claw, which swiped at the 2 brothers, only to miss by a few centimeters. The silver-haired one with the massive sword laughed. The Kyuubi remembers us, Kinkaku. The silver-haired man grinned, his whiskers spread along with his cheeks. Far too much like Naruto's own. Dead. I want them dead, Kurama demanded. I'm working on it. Back off. Naruto shot back as he willed Kurama's chakra away. Naruto spiraled out of the way of another chain throw from Kinkaku. He flipped back and landed on a blacktop street. He leapt back once again as the golden chain embedded where he once stood. Naruto glared at the 2 and parted his staves. Damn, I missed again. Furin Uzumaki. He sure dances lightly in the air, doesn't he, Ginkaku? Kinkaku asked his brother as he pulled his chain back and it wrapped around his arm. Yes he does, Kinkaku. Ginkaku smirked and rested his large, silver blade over his shoulder. Shame we couldn't get a replica of Benihisago or Bahosan from the employer. Ah, but we got Kokenjo and Shichiseiken back, Kinkaku said as he rubbed the chain wrapped around his arm. In spirit at least. These are nicer. Naruto frowned at the two. So, you guys took up the bounty, huh? Ginkaku grinned. Of course. 2. Test our might against the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Then get a chance at payback against that traitor that put me inside Benihisago. It really was a no-brainer, Kinkaku said with a chuckle. He let the Ain unwind from his arm and prepared it in his other hand. I am Kinkaku, and this is my brother Ginkaku. We are the Kinjin Kyodai, the gold and silver brothers of Kumo. Okay, that's a pretty cool name, Naruto mumbled. Kurama snarled. Naruto, stop playing around. Kill them. Quote, wow, what did you guys do to Ku the Kyuubi? Naruto asked. He hates you, does it? Ginkaku perked up and nudged his brother with his arm. Hear that, Kinkaku? The Kyuubi hates us. Well, I would hope so. He ate us, so we ate him. Kinkaku bellowed with laughter. They noticed Naruto stared at them in confusion and the brothers shared a grin before Kinkaku spoke again. I don't think he knows our story, Ginkaku. A crime, Kinkaku, especially since we nearly killed the Nadaime. Hokage, Ginkaku said with a smirk. His grin widened when Naruto's eyes grew in shock. Yes, Jinchuriki, we fought Tobirama, and nearly emerged victorious. His special squadron and student Hiruzen got in our way. Stupid monkey boy, we should find him after this, Kinkaku said, and got a nod of agreement from his brother. Naruto grinned at that tidbit of information. Sarutobi Gigi with the win. Gigi, so the monkey lived a long life. Damn, Ginkaku said with a growl. He and his brother scowled. He must be in the afterlife. Probably a judge, the do-gooder that he was. Remember that speech he gave us? The will of fire will burn brightly under peace and unity. Kinkaku snorted. What a load of trash. Naruto's grin fell into a scowl and his eyes narrowed. I'm going to start hitting you now. I don't know if I'll stop. The gold and silver brothers grinned and prepared their weapons. Naruto crouched and built up nature chakra around his body. Time stood still for the three shinobi on the pavement, not even the WIND dared to move as they stared off at their respective foe. Finally, Kurama growled, tear them apart. The three shinobi acted. Naruto ducked under Kinkaku's chain and caught the overhanded swing from Ginkaku with his left stave. Naruto turned the stave in his right hand around and threw it at the incoming Kinkaku. Kinkaku blocked the thrown stave with the chain wrapped around his left arm. With his right hand, he made a ball of lightning build up in his hand which he then crushed in his fist and encased his hand. Got you now, Raken, lightning fist. Kinkaku threw his right hand forward at Naruto's head. Naruto's toad-like eyes glanced towards the blindsided attack and he turned before it could connect. Naruto watched the fist fly an inch over his face and a spark cracked out towards his nose. Naruto built chakra up in his nose before he exhaled sharply. The wind chakra that escaped it cut through the lightning and left a scratch on the side of Kinkaku's hand. A paper cut. Kaku scowled at the light sting in his hand and brought his chain-covered arm up over his head as his right hand pulled back. He dropped the arm elbow first into Naruto's face. Kinkaku let out a gled cry and jumped away to hold his arm. Ginkaku, concerned, pulled back and landed beside his brother. What happened? Broken. That container broke my arm. Kinkaku and his brother glared at Naruto, who tossed his other stave to the side and crossed his arms over his chest. Sennin-moto, Naruto said softly. He grinned at the two Kumo natives. Hardens the body. Naruto pounded a fist into his chest. Not even lightning pierces me anymore. Ginkaku glared at him and charged, his sword at his side. Then maybe this silver will. The sword was thrust forward at Naruto with a war cry by its wielder. Naruto brought his fist up towards the weapon. The sword's tip met Naruto's flesh and cracked. Ginkaku watched with wide eyes as he drove his refashioned sword to the hilt, the silver blade broken into pieces by Naruto's fist. That's not possible, Ginkaku's silver eyes met Naruto's toad-like ones. He snarled and moved to stand opposite of Kinkaku, behind Naruto. We need to double-team him, brother. Like from before. Yes. Kinkaku grimaced as he held his arm, now coated in a red cloak of chakra much like Naruto's own first Jinchuriki cloak. The chakra faded and Kinkaku investigated the arm. It's not done, but it's good enough for now. I'll go for the silver medal, Ginkaku declared as he ran forward. And I'll shoot for the gold. Kinkaku snarled as he charged at Naruto. Nah. Naruto closed his eyes and followed the brother's chakra. Kinkaku jumped up with his chain-covered arm out, much like Ii and Kurabi's Rariado, and Ginkaku dove low for the back of Naruto's legs. They ved in perfect sync and had the same chakra output directed in their arms. If the attack struck, Naruto's torso would be torn from his legs. Not that it would. At the last second, Naruto leaned back and jumped, going parallel with the two brothers. He turned and held his hands out like claws as he took a page from his friend Kiba's book. Senjutsu. Suga, Sage Technique, Passing Fang. A small, enclosed tunnel of high-speed wind chakra covered Naruto's body. The technique tore up a large portion of the road and the two brothers, who were flung to opposite sides of the road as an outcome to the attack, landed with deep gashes in their armlee on his feet. A spider web shot out in the dirt at the impact. Kaku. Ginkaku gasped blood out of his mouth and wrapped his arms around the deep wound in his stomach. Red chakra leaked out around both brothers and a cloak covered them. Bastards want to use my chakra. Kurama snarled. I'll give them some chakra to use. Eating my stomach, I'll show them. Quote. Naruto pushed back the chakra Kurama was forcing forward. He was not going to lose, not to these two whiskered clowns. Naruto made some distance between himself and the brothers as He started to become enveloped by version 2 cloaks. Hey, that's right fools, shorten your lifespan with my chakra. Kurama cackled. Let me play with them, Naruto. They need to be punished for stealing my power. Quote. Playtime is over. Ginkaku, or at least what was Ginkaku, snarled. 5 tails of chakra waved behind him as he got to his feet. We end this now, Kinkaku agreed, his 6 raw tails slammed into the ground and made it shake with the impact. Naruto closed his eyes and gathered more natural energy. He took a deep breath and his eyes snapped open, slits bisected the toad-like pupils. Red bled into the golden irises of his eyes. This isn't the end, Naruto said. He narrowed his eyes into a glare and held his hands out to his sides. 2 large blue chakra orbs started to grow in his palms, and then white lines of wind chakra formed around them. Naruto held his 2 futon, Rasengan up. I'm just getting warmed up. I done went and got myself Elder Scrolls Online. Learn it when it works. Review. Bounties and bodyguards. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto. Percy Jackson and the Olympians are heroes of Olympus. Co-written by engineer Forever Fils de l'Amour. Mark of Athena 9, Bounties and Bodyguards. The Gold and Silver Brothers, now in what the natives of the elemental nations called the version 2 Jinchuriki cloak. Their eyes were now solid white, and blood-red sea. Hakra cloaks hid the rest of their features from view. Their mouths looked a bit cartoonish, not that they were talking. Naruto let his guard rise and lifted his 2 futon, Rasengan up. The version TWO is where the Biju chakra encases the skin of the Jinchuriki, which puts strain on the life force of the vessel and ultimately shortens their lives, something Naruto and Kurabi were now immune to thanks to the understanding they had with their respective Biju. Speaking of Naruto's respective Biju, Kurama was not pleased to see the 2 pseudo-Jinchuriki in the version 2 cloak with his chakra. Eat the inside of my stomach will you? Naruto, I want them obliterated. Now. Quote. Yeah, they've been back for too long. Naruto agreed as he shifted his left foot slightly. The toad-like eyes narrowed in. With an encouraging roar from Kurama, he ran forward in a blur of speed. The pseudo-Jinchuriki charged at an equally impressive speed, the road beneath their claws torn up as they approached Naruto. Naruto brought his attacks back and thrust them at the brothers' chests as Kinkaku and Ginkaku flanked him. Futon. Rasengan. The small orbs connected with the Jinchuriki cloaks and a loud squee filled the air as Naruto's attacks ground against the corrosive chakra that belonged to the Gold and Silver Brothers. Kinkaku laughed lowly. What a puny attack. Kinkaku grabbed Naruto's wrist, showing no pain or effort as he did. Ginkaku chuckled and did the same with the other. Their chakra cloaks engulfed the futon. Rasengan and the brothers expanded for a moment before the energy moved to rest in their cheeks. Naruto's eyes widened as he realized what they planned to do. Burn in hell, Ginkaku exclaimed as a beam of potent chakra escaped his and his brother's mouths simultaneously. Small cloud of smoke encased the brothers immediately after the blast connected, quickly whipped away by their chakra tails. Ginkaku snarled at the splinters of wood that rested at their feet. Substitution. Sneaky brat, Kinkaku said with a growl of his own. I try. The two brothers looked at their opponent as Naruto stood a good distance from them, his arms crossed over his chest and a glare locked on their form. Naruto's clothes were lightly singed and dirt covered his face. It was a hasty move, but the substitution paid off in the end. Shame about that log though. Before either party could say anything, a giant ballistic missile fired from above and impacted between where the gold and silver brothers stood. Naruto used an arm to shield his face as dust shot up as it exploded. He lowered his arm and peered through the smoke. He kind of hoped that arrow had some kind of magical explosive in it that could penetrate chakra. No such luck. Well, that was annoying. Kinkaku grumbled. His white eyes were locked on the ship that hovered above them. I think it's time to sink that ship, brother. Like the time we sank Mizugaku's fleet. Ginkaku said with a gleeful chuckle. The brothers crouched down and kept their gaze on the Argo too. Ginkaku looked back at the dumbfounded Naruto. Excuse us, we'll be right back. The brothers shot up from the ground with a mighty leap that left behind two craters. Naruto stared at them and then grit his teeth. Oh no you don't. Naruto crouched down like a toad and shot up after them, his own crater twice the size of the two brothers. He'll leave some clones to clean that up when this was all said and done. Kinkaku and Ginkaku used their chakra tails to deflect or destroy any missile that flew their way. Some explosions were getting too close to the nearby city for Naruto's liking. Naruto made some clones that used Kurama's chakra to stop the deflected missiles, and Naruto himself donned the golden chakra shroud. No, don't leave, we were just starting to have fun. Kurama snarled as multiple chakra arms shot from Naruto's shoulders and grabbed onto the two pseudo-Jinchuriki by their tails. Kurama growled as the chakra RMS flung the two brothers back towards the earth. Ginkaku and Kinkaku hit the ground with a loud bang, demolishing whatever once remained of the road they fought on. Another set of chakra arms grabbed the revived siblings around their stomachs when they tried to rise back up. Kurama cackled in the back of Naruto's head as he landed on the ground with ease. Time to face oblivion, Nats. Naruto, give them a death they'll never forget. Kurama snarled as he had the arms pull the brothers back to Naruto. With a silent agreement to his Biju, Naruto made his own chakra claws that sprouted on either side of his wrist. The claws hovered over his palms and two black orbs formed in Naruto's palms. Kurama roared, "Face my wrath." Quote, "This ends now," Naruto declared firmly as he held his hands out once the orbs finished forming. The brothers struggled against the arms, grips on their stomachs once they saw what they approached. Naruto let out a yell as he slammed the black orbs into Ginkaku and Kinkaku's heads. Double Cho Bijudama. The collision of his attack to the gold and silver brothers' skin caused a loud explosion and a shockwave that made the Argo rock violently from where it was parked in the air. Dirt and dust shot up around the area, making human visibility absolutely impossible throughout the city. For any onlooker, they'd have to wait for the dust to clear to see what happened. The passengers on the Argo, all on the deck, jumped when a loud thud got their attention. Frank, who had been the one directing Leo's shots and who'd flown Hedge and Percy back from their trip to the aquarium, held his repaired bow up with an arrow nocked and ready. He stared at the golden shroud that covered Naruto's form and lowered his bow slowly. "I will never get over how weird that is," Frank said honestly. Naruto blinked as his sage mode faded and his crossed pupils reverted to slits while his golden cloak flickered with flames. "What's weird, dude?" Leo gaped from where he stood. "You're on fire. That's my shtick." Quote, "Huh." Naruto blinked again and looked at his hands as golden chakra flames danced off of them. "Oh, right, they're dead, Kurama. Let's cut the cloak." "I would, Roblem." Kurama grunted. Naruto arched a brow. And that would be the dark intentions heading our way, Senin-san. Quote, what, shit. Naruto cursed and quickly reached out with his empathy. The source was still a good distance off, but Naruto could recognize it easily. He grimaced and turned to Leo. Wherever you have to be, start going. What? Leo asked. Naruto groaned as he ran back to the edge of the deck and leapt to the railing. Before he pushed off, he looked over his shoulder at Leo. Fly, you idiot. After Naruto leapt from the railing, Leo scowled and crossed his arms. Who's he calling an idiot? Uzumaki. A wave of killer intent washed over the ship and the seven froze. Percy, who was still recovering from his trip to the aquarium, promptly passed out due to the strain it put on his spinning head. Annabeth and Piper trembled where they stood, both trying to rationalize the feeling of dread that overcame them as they slumped to the ground. Hazel collapsed to her hands and knees, eyes wide with terror as she relived her first death. Frank clung to his bow and the mast as he felt all sorts of animal instincts overcame his Roman training, mostly fight or flight. Instincts that leaned greatly towards the flight. Jason grabbed the railing he stood near to steady himself. This was worse than what Naruto used on him, both times. His eyes even tingled as he remembered what it was like to see Hera in her godly form. Jason scrunched his eyes shut and reminded himself that he was alive, that he wasn't going to go down without a fight. And that he still had to learn how to do that. Killing intent. He managed to gasp out as his breathing returned to normal. Jason turned around and looked at Leo, who was on his hands and knees dry heaving, fire spreading from his back slowly. Leo, you have to snap out of it. Jason stumbled to the side of the Argo II's pilot and used a large gust of wind to douse the flames just as they reached the deck. Leo, what happened? Leo asked with a groan. He rubbed his eyes. Killer intent. Go start the Argo, we need to leave, Jason said with a grimace. There was a loud boom and the Argo 2 rocked in the air, jarring the remaining seven, save the unconscious Percy, from their terror. Is it me, or is that a giant salamander? Leo asked as he and Jason looked toward the source of the explosion. Sure enough, there was a giant dark-colored salamander with a small speck on its head, opposite of the glowing figure they knew to be Naruto. Start the Argo, Jason repeated. Danger warnings were blaring in his head, and Jason didn't want any part of what Naruto had just gotten into. The giant salamander was just more evidence to stay as far away as possible. Jason, Piper protested, we can't just leave him. No, Jason's right, Annabeth said sourly. We don't have a lot of time, and Naruto can catch up after he defeats, whatever that is. A giant salamander. Frank mumbled as he rubbed his eyes. I wanna go home now. This is getting too weird. Salamander. Why does that sound so familiar? Annabeth muttered to herself, her gray eyes narrowed as she knelt next to Percy. The title of strongest shinobi is mine to dish out. Not the world, declared the man atop the largest salamander Naruto had ever seen. That thing was slightly larger than Gamabunta. The speaker had long blonde hair and a scar on his right cheek that was hardly visible. Over his mouth and covering his head was a large helmet-like respirator. The shinobi wore a wetsuit underneath a dark flak jacket and armored gauntlets. Buddy, I don't want the title. I just have it, Naruto grumbled. He made a Rasengan in his right hand and jumped at the salamander. The salamander hissed and a purple gust escaped its mouth. The wind not only sent Naruto back to the ground, but Naruto lost concentration as the poison leaked into his system despite the chakra cloak that covered him. Hang on, Naruto. This'll only take a second to clear up, Kurama said with a growl as Naruto landed on the ground, his hand wrapped around his throat. The cloak retracted back into Naruto's body so Kurama could focus fully on healing the poison without losing the proper balance of yin and yang that allowed Naruto to use the cloak without consequence. Insolent brat, the shinobi growled. And Jiraiya spoke so highly of you during our recent battle. I am Hanzo the Salamander, former leader of Omegakure no Sato and the man that created the Sannin. You're the old guy that Ero Sennin and Bachin fought with the Hubby Tem? Naruto asked. Hanzo blinked and looked down at his salamander summon. This is the savior of the world Jiraiya boasts of. Hanzo-sama. Perhaps death affected the toad summoner much like it had you, the salamander said. Possibly. Hanzo agreed as he looked at his older body. The summoning he was victim to in the Fourth War was preferred over this actual reincarnation, at least in that body he was immortal. His eyes narrowed and he pulled out a sickle-like weapon from behind him. It had a long chain that was weighted at one end and had a small sickle with a blade that was easily as long as Naruto's arm on the other. For now, let us see how holds up against your poison and my Kusarigama. Oh crap. I remembered who this meatbag is, Kurama said with an annoyed growl. You need backup, Naruto. Quote, Naruto frowned as he took in natural energy to go back into sage mode. Why, so his name is like Danzo's, so wa. Danzo. Hanzo cut off the internal conversation with a seething snarl. He betrayed me to pain. He is the reason I lost that battle and died. Coward. If he had killed that idealistic fool, Sarutobi, like I had suggested, then perhaps his reign as Hokage would have been much longer. Okay. Yeah, I don't like you. Naruto scowled heavily. No one dissed his Gigi and got away with it. His eyes narrowed. Pain. So this is the guy that Nagato fought against, and he was the one at fought Ero Sennin and Bachin to a standstill back in the Second War. I need to keep my guard up, I don't know a lot about him. Hanzo scoffed and held his weapon in front of him. I care not if you like me, boy. We will fight, and I shall determine if you are worthy of my title as the strongest shinobi. Naruto, summon a stupid toad. Now, Kurama barked. Fine. Naruto jumped back as a purple slash came from Hanzo's weapon. The ground that was cut by the poisonous chakra blow sizzled and died. Naruto ignored this and bit down on his thumb. Kuchio's no jutsu, Naruto exclaimed as he slammed his hand onto the earth. A plume of smoke exploded and a familiar small green toad appeared before Naruto along with a familiar purple toad that shared the green one's height. Fukasaku smiled at his student, but turned abruptly and glared at the opponent when his wife let out a surprised croak. Naruto-chan, I'll be giving ya 2 seconds to explain to me why Sanshou no Hanzo of the Salamander, is fighting ya. Fukasaku croaked as he leapt back and landed on Naruto's shoulder. That's a good question, ha, Shima said with a frown. Jichin, Bachin, I don't know how exactly, but this guy and 2 others came back after someone put a bounty on my head. Naruto explained as Hanzo flipped through several more hand seals. Hanzo reared his head back and his chest expanded. A bounty? Fukasaku asked, though his question was ignored by his wife's comment. Oh, no ya don't. Shima growled as she brought her hands together. Her head reared back as her cheeks expanded. Both threw their heads forward simultaneously. Kaden. Enden, fire release. Flame bullet. Sweden. Tepidama, water release. Gunshot. A ball of fire about the size of the salamander's head shot from Hanzo's covered mouth, while a ball of water the same size came from Shima's. The 2 attacks collided and cancelled each other out. Hanzo narrowed his eyes. You certainly are the Gamma Sennin student, he said. To be able to summon the 2 great toad sages while under the effect of my poison, Ibus, cover them in a cloud. Hi. The massive Salama twice its size and then opened as a large gust of poisonous wind came from it. Dokugiri, poison mist. Jichin, Bachin, ideas. Naruto asked as he took a deep breath and held it when the mist came over him. He couldn't hold his breath that long, and he toads seemed to be immune from the effect. Relax, Naruto-chan, we got ya covered. Ma, let's sing for him. Fukasaku said with a look to his wife. You got it, pa. Shima nodded and the 2 toads flipped through hand seals. They leapt from Naruto's shoulders and their cheeks swelled as chakra built into their throats. Naruto's hands went to his ears and he braced himself. Senpo. Kawazu Naki, Sage Art, Frog Song. The massive croak that came from the 2 toads shattered all the glass in the nearby city, while the rest of the glass in the state of Georgia suddenly cracked. The technique is highly dissipated the poison in the immediate area, and, as a bonus, Ibus and Hanzo were rendered immobile. Naruto-chan, summon Bunta-chan and the others to deal with Ibus. Fukasaku said quickly before he returned to his croak. Naruto nodded and bit down on his freshly healed thumb to draw more blood. Kuchio's no jutsu. Another cloud of smoke surrounded the area and Naruto found himself atop the red head of one irritated Gamabunta. Gaki. Bunta growled as he shifted his pipe from one side to the next. What have I told you about summoning me to these lands? Sorry, Boss, Naruto said before he looked at the companions of the toad leader. Hey Ken, hero, Naruto-sama, the light magenta toad that equaled Gamabunta in size nodded. He adjusted the shield on his left arm and his golden eyes crinkled lightly. Honored to be summoned, forgive me if I'm clumsy. This air feels off. Quit bitching, Ken, Bunta said with a grunt as he noticed who his summoner faced and the two sage toads that were present. Hanzo's back, huh, never wanted to deal with Ibus again, hero. Go pin him down. The aquamarine toad with two swords strapped to his back nodded and gave a mighty leap. Wah! Our croak escaped his lips as he pulled out his two blades and descended on the giant salamander. Ibus, throw me, Hanzo ordered, and Ibus complied, nodding his head up despite a loud crack that accompanied it. The salamander was then stabbed through the lower half, pinned to the earth by Gamahiro's swords. That's not gonna be good for him, Bunta said under his breath. He turned to the shield-bearing toad and nodded. Time to go clean up the trash. Ken, grab the elders and go back to the mountain, they've inhaled some of Ibus's poison. Gaki, you deal with Hanzo. Right, Naruto said with a nod. He jumped up off of Bunta's head and reached into his kunai holster as the scythe-like blade of the Kusarigama suddenly descended on him. Naruto deflected the blade with his kunai and hissed as something wet brushed his skin. He tossed the kunai away when he noticed it started to melt. Acidic poison, a gift from my employer, Hanzo said as he appeared behind Naruto. Purple mist escaped his breathing mask and Naruto exhaled sharply to clear the air. Hanzo laughed. A wind user from the land of fire, and the son of the last Uzumaki. How did you manage to live with those two famous shinobi as your deceased parents? I trained every day, Naruto said smartly. Well, that and I pranked a lot of people. You're an Uzumaki, all right. Hanzo chuckled and a gleam appeared in his eye. This will be interesting. Naruto frowned in confusion and ducked suddenly as the Kusarigama flew back from behind him. He landed first and jumped away before Hanzo could close the distance between them. Come, Uzumaki boy, show me why you are called the savior of this world. Hanzo spun his Kusarigama by the chain at his side as he charged at Naruto. The blade gleamed and purple liquid dripped Omid as Hanzo crossed the blade in front of him. Survive and conquer, that is the shinobi way. My Nindo is a lot easier to live with than that one, Naruto said firmly as he reached behind him and drew a kunai that Shikamaru had given him. Asuma Sarutobi's chakra blade slipped around his right hand's knuckles and Naruto channeled his sage chakra into them, forming invisible and sharper edge on the blade. I never run away and I never go back on my word. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, future Hokage, Datbeo. You say that like you're going to survive me. Hanzo exclaimed as he closed the distance between them. He turned to the left and his Kusarigama followed by half a turn. Survive my poison first, Uzumaki boy, and then we'll see if you have what it takes to be Hokage. Bring it on, geezer. Naruto shouted back as he charged with his right fist brought back, the chakra blade reflecting the sunlight for a brief moment. Hanzo ended his spin and swung his Kusarigama at Naruto, who continued to charge and thrust his own blade forward. The chakra blade cut through the blade of the Kusarigama with ease and continued to go through Hanzo's left arm, cleaving the appendage off easily. What déjà vu, said the one-time ruler of the land of rain. Hanzo fell to his knees and his remaining hand went to the place where his other arm once rested. He breathed for a moment before he looked up at the sky. It's always either an Uzumaki or a samurai. Hanzo chuckled and got to his feet, ignoring the blood that came from his wound in waves. He turned and faced Naruto, sparing a chance to glance behind the boy at the toads that had forced Ibus to dispel. He smiled wryly behind his breathing apparatus. It seems that it is time for me to relinquish my title, Hanzo said with a rasping chuckle. He pointed at Naruto as his body started to dissolve into dark dust. You, Naruto Uzumaki, are the strongest shinobi in the world. I, Sanshou no Hanzo, recognize you, Uzumaki boy, as the future Hokage. Do not disappoint me. Naruto watched the body dissolve into black dust, the effect similar to what happened with the Gold and Silver brothers. It was certainly a lot easier than dealing with immortal corpses, he supposed. You got lucky, Naruto. Kurama growled. Hanzo's body was old and out of shape, not immortal like the one in the war. Send the message. Quote, yeah, fine. Naruto thought back as he turned and faced Gamabunta, the only toad that remained now that the salamander was defeated. Naruto nodded at him. Boss. Gaki. Gamabunta nodded back. We took the elders back to the mountain. And I doubt they'd be able to come back anytime soon. Stubborn old fools took in too much of Ibuse's poison and forced the little natural energy they could gather here to postpone the effects. I mean it this time, Naruto. Do not summon the toads. This land is unwelcoming. Yes, boss, I understand, Naruto said with a frown. Damn, now I really do have to send a message. Told you. Quote, shut up, Kurama, Naruto mental retorted, to which he received a growl. Naruto looked up at the leader of the Toad Clan contract. Boss Toad, I need a favor. I suppose I can grant it, Bunta said with a displeased croak. Make it quick, Naruto. The more time I spend here, the less I like it. Naruto grimaced. Sorry, boss, can you send Bachan a message? Anything wrong? Bunta asked. I need some backup, Naruto said bluntly. A small team, anyone is welcome. And I need her to call the cage together. To ask about granting me permission to use the Rakudo mode. What exactly would require that? Gamabunta asked with narrowed eyes. Oh, you know, just the primordial of the planet that wants to end all life and start anew. Naruto figured that wouldn't be the best thing to say yet. Just tell them to contact me when they decide to convene. When? Hey, I'm the savior of the world, right? If I'm telling them to get together to give me permission, they're gonna want to know why, Naruto said with a nonchalant shrug. Not to mention that Tsunade and Gaara would probably threaten with withdrawals or something. From some bureaucratic crap. It was nice to have political pull with the entire world. It was not nice to receive marriage requests from the daimyosters that were twice your age, though. Naruto shivered at the thought. Some of those noble princesses were wrinkly. Yeah, I'll pass your message along, Naruto. Try to stay alive, will ya? We still need to share some sake, Bunta said before he released the summon and transported himself back to MT. Myoboku. Kurama huffed. Damn right you run, stupid toad. Quote, Naruto rolled his eyes. Don't start, Kurama. Seriously, I already have to chase the Argo 2 down. Northeast. Quote, thanks. Can we go into the cloak or? You should be fine. Quote, Naruto grinned and erupted into golden flames. Good. This shouldn't take more than 2 minutes, then. We got incoming. Hedge yelled as he peered over the starboard railing. Glowing ground-to-air missile at 3 o'clock. That's not a missile, Coach, Piper said with a small smirk on her face. The missile missed the railing by a few feet and landed on the deck, cracking the wood as his feet connected. Naruto righted himself and grinned at her. Hey Imouto, he said with a light-hearted wave. What did I miss? The landing pad. Leo said sourly. He glared at the cracked deck. Look at what you did. Naruto looked at his feet and laughed nervously as he rubbed the back of his neck. Sorry. Please tell me that isn't going to set the ship on fire, Percy said, concerned about the golden flames that danced off of Naruto's form. What? Naruto blinked and then pointed at himself with a grin. Oh, this isn't real fire, this is just a chakra cloak that shields me from harm. It's powered by my life force, so it's constantly moving. Like Dragon Ball Z auras, Annabeth said after a moment where Percy didn't seem to get it. Oh. Awesome. Percy grinned. I am not a stupid monkey. If they want a monkey, you should summon Sun. Kurama snarled. That'll crush the ship, Naruto retorted. And your point is? Kurama asked with a snort. Move that seal and the laws of physics do not apply to you any longer. Quote, yeah, but I can't remove the seal without the approval of all 5 cage. Naruto shook his head and let his cloak dissipate. We could fall into another war. And I don't want that to happen. Right, like they'd risk going to war with you at full power again. Quote, we'll continue this later, Kurama. Naruto turned to his aunt with a grin still on his face. So, where are we going? That can come later. Annabeth frowned at him and punched him in the arm. Impressively hard, for a civilian. Naruto got the message, even if he didn't feel her displeasure. She winced and rubbed her hand. Ow, that backfired. Yeah, hitting him is like punching a rock, Jason said with a knowing nod. He'd made many trips to the infirmary to check it possibly dislocated knuckles after the first few spars they had. After that, Naruto suggested they stick with weapons or touch spars to make it a bit safer. Chiseled from marble takes on a whole new meaning with Blondie, Leo said with a chuckle. He ignored the mild glare Annabeth gave him and waved his hand over his shoulder. If that's all, I gotta go get some grub before I fix that crack the genius ninja made. Wait up, Frank said as he and Hazel followed him. Food sounded like a good plan to them. I said I was sorry. Naruto pouted. He turned back to Annabeth and scratched his cheek. And, sorry about your hand. Obo, Percy asked, a dark brow arched. Isn't that an instrument, Oba? It's a familiar term that means ant, Annabeth said quickly. She returned her annoyed gray eyes to her nephew and frowned. Bruised hand aside, really? Fighting Hanzo of the salamander. He wasn't so bad, Naruto said indifferently. Annabeth arched a brow. After fighting the Gold and Silver brothers, who were eaten by the Kyuubi and survived, only because they started to eat my stomach. Stupid gnats. Taking my power, should have just ripped them apart instead of eaten them, Kurama grumbled. The what? Percy asked. The demon. Biju. Naruto corrected. Annabeth frowned at him. The thing in Naruto's seal. According to Minato's notes on the elemental nations, he had to write a report on how it was theoretically improbable to survive within the Kyuubi's stomach and potentially how they in particular did that. They started to eat me. Kurama reiterated. I wasn't about to be eaten from the inside out. Quote, they started to eat his stomach from the inside out, Naruto said. He shrugged at the eyes that landed on him. That's what they said when we started to fight. And they almost killed the Nadaime Hokage, I think. Not sure about that. Anyway, Annabeth said with a frown, a bit upset that the subject was shifting before she finished addressing it. Hanzo was noted as an S-rank shinobi with strict instructions from the 3rd Hokage for all Konoha shinobi to flee on sight, after he eradicated a whole unit in a single battle, at least 40 to 50 Chunin and 10 Jonin. The only ones to survive were students of the 3rd, who became known as the Sannin. Yeah, I know. Naruto cut in with a shrug. He scratched the side of his nose disinterestedly. Who then grew older and used the title to become renowned shinobi. Hubby Tem became a psychopathic mad scientist that kidnapped kids and ran experiments on them, eventually trying to find a way to become immortal and nearly succeeding if Sasuke didn't kill him. Tsunade Bachan became a traveling drunk and gambler that only came back to Konoha after I won a bet against her and won this. Naruto flicked his necklace lightly with a grin at the memory. An arrow Sennin. Well, actually, he didn't change much. He just peeped on women in the bathhouses and wrote dirty books. And he taught you? Piper asked as she crossed her arms and glowered. Naruto gained a fond smile. Yeah, Arrow Sennin was a self-proclaimed super pervert, and proud of it. Even tried to get me to stay in my Oroku no Jutsu form when he started to train me. Wait a minute, weren't you left alone with your sensei for 3 years? Piper asked as a look of horror overcame her features. Yeah, so, Naruto arched a brow. He didn't see what the big deal was. Annabeth gave him a look. Naruto, what exactly did Jiraiya teach you while you two were on the road? Naruto scratched the side of his head. Well, he helped me clean up my taijutsu a bit, and we worked on the Rasengan some more, and with the Biju cloak, stage 1, strategy, and calligraphy. Naruto nodded proudly. Calligraphy? Jason asked. Yep, Naruto beamed. Helped with seals and my writing for reports. And to stay in contact with my pen pals. Percy chuckled. Pen pals. Yeah, pen pals, Naruto said with a nervous laugh as he rubbed the back of his neck. He should really get back in contact with Jiraiya's network. All of Konoha's major intel was in the toilet if it was left alone for too long. But yeah, helped with my writing mostly. So, anything else? Because I'm hungry. I need some ramen. Annabeth shook her head. Wait a bit longer. Naruto, we've gotten off track. The point is you went up against the strongest shinobi without any backup. That was dumb. Percy frowned. For some reason, he felt like someone, somewhere had just made fun of him. Oh, well, he'll ignore it for now and watch Annabeth chew someone other than himself out for once. Naruto frowned. I wasn't without backup. I summoned Jichin-sensei, Bachin-senin, Boss Toad, Ken and Hiro to help me. More giant toads? Piper asked with a grimace. How do you not have warts? I mastered senjutsu. I don't get warts anymore, Naruto said with a shrug. Guys, focus, Annabeth asked. Point being, you can't run off and face these shinobi by yourself. You're right. Yes I am. Wait, what? Annabeth blinked. Naruto gave her a small smile. I've sent a message to Tsunade Bachin to call for a cage meeting. The toads will reverse some. Mon me back to Konoha when it's time for the meeting. Shouldn't take more than a day or so. Reverse summon? Percy asked. He felt a bit left out when he noticed Piper and Jason didn't look. I'll explain everything later, Percy. Annabeth said to him. She turned back to Naruto. What makes you think they'll just jump when you ask them? Annabeth, read my lips. Naruto pointed at himself. I saved the world. I beat Kronos, Percy said challengingly. I toppled Kronos' throne and beat Koyo's. Jason added. But did you have to fight a stupidly overpowered guy with an army of undead Wario RS and then fight a goddess that could create her own dimensions? Naruto asked. He pointed at his bandaged hand. Oh, and lose your arm when you had to stop your best friend from trying to destroy your home after you ended a war. Percy and Jason's lips clamped shut and Naruto crossed his arms. Yeah, didn't think so. And, wow, yeah, this chapter took some time. Between finding a job, still no progress, and starting summer classes. I was absorbed with nostalgic video games like KOTOR and Pokemon Leaf Green. Love those games. But, that's not your gals' problems. A lot of you want me to get back into SHDG3, and damn it. I do too, so expect the next update soon, hopefully within the next week or so. Now that that's out of the way, there's only one thing you guys gotta worry about. Just one thing I want ya to do, and that is review Seals, Cage and Romans. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto. Percy Jackson and the Olympians are heroes of Olympus. Co-written by engineer Forever Fils de l'Amour, Mark of Athena 10, Seals. Cage and Romans. Naruto frowned as he stood beside the masthead, his arms crossed over his chest while the Argo II flew towards South Carolina. Apparently, there was some map left by the Romans that led to the Athena Parthenos, the statue that the Romans had stolen from Athens. When Naruto learned of this, he asked Annabeth why Athena hadn't mentioned the map. Annabeth suggested that perhaps Athena didn't know of it, which made some sense. The goddess of wisdom wasn't about to chat it up with a Roman on the whereabouts of her statue. That would be far too big a blow to her pride. No, instead the plan was to reunite the camps by ending the feud with a Roman returning the statue to Camp Half-Blood. Of course, this would be flawless if the Romans weren't currently so bloodthirsty for the Argo II's passengers' blood. Oh, and let's not forget the bounty Naruto just got on his head. That'll make things difficult. I can't believe I say this, but I miss Akatsuki. Naruto groaned, rubbed his face. Things were way more simpler when there was an evil terrorist group that just wanted to conquer the world. If Naruto could go back to just fight pain and be done with it, life would be swell. Of course, life wasn't easy and Naruto wasn't one to complain, but the Olympians seemed to have all these problems that, when traced back, were their own faults either directly or indirectly. I don't. Kurama snorted. That exploding bastard was a pain in the ass, and we never even got to kill him. Quote, we got the geezer string guy, though, Naruto said with a shrug. Kurama gave a huff. You got that. Immortal. Nearly lost your arm though. Funny how that came full circle. Quote, funny, yeah. Naruto looked at his bandaged false hand and sighed again. Remember when it was just go to the camp, find Anna Baba's missing boyfriend and save the world from Tsuchi. Everything is simple in hindsight. Speaking of complications, how are you going to get from the shop, get to wherever the cage gathered? And back? Kurama asked. Naruto chuckled and scratched his whiskered cheek. I was going to leave a clone and have a toad reverse summon me. But how would my clone know to summon me back? Make a clone once whatever meeting is over. Kurama suggested. Yeah, but that'd still require a toad to be summoned here, and you heard Bunta. Screw the warty bastard, what's he going to do? End the contract? Quote, he might, Naruto said. It was rare, but possible. And Gamabunta was the chief overseer of the Toad contract, even if he didn't rule the mountain. He ECIDED who did and didn't get to summon toads. Considering Naruto still hadn't shared a drink with him, he should really get around to doing that sooner or later. The fact that he still had access to summoning toads was most likely due to his senin status. Kurama growled. Then what do you propose? Learning your dick of a father's flashing thing? Quote, nah, that'd take too long, even with clones. Naruto rubbed his chin in thought. He snapped his fingers and his eyes twinkled. I've got it. I'll use the summoning scroll. Naruto turned and jumped down, but not before turning back and grinning at the masthead. Thanks for the company, Festus. The dragonhead let out a light click in return. Naruto dashed through the Argo to his room and grabbed one of the few scrolls he had set on his desk. Mew squawked when Naruto's flicked his wrist and unrolled the scroll to the length that would allow him to find the properly labeled seal. The eagle watched as Naruto ran his finger across the written ink. The blonde Jinchuriki grinned once he found the line he was looking for and with a pulse of chakra unsealed a massive scroll that was easily as wide as his head and as long as his leg. Bingo! Naruto grinned as he rolled the smaller scroll up and tossed it back to his desk. He set the large scroll on the ground and unrolled it to reveal a complex seal. Naruto hummed as he looked it over. ND pointed at a few of the characters written on the paper. This could be, and this should change to accept any weight. If you get the team during this trip, you'll have to include their chakra cores as well. Kurama added as he studied the seal through his container's eyes. Not to mention you'll have to consider how you'll activate the seal. Quote, well, I could make a two-way summoning link S. Oh, I don't have to actively try to hone in on separate chakra signatures, Naruto said aloud as he pondered over his new project. So, two of the same seals, able to summon from either side. One side, one summoning seal. The other a focus seal for yourself and any potential backup. Kurama corrected. If the cage think you're in too much danger, they might try to recover you. You are more valuable to them than the rest of these kids, Naruto. Naruto frowned. He wanted to say that Tsunade and Gaara wouldn't do that, but he knew they had to make the hard choices. Yeah, you're right. The blonde scratched his head and unrolled the massive scroll further to a large blank portion. Well, I guess I should get started then. Seems that way. I'll try to help where I can. Kurama offered. I know. Naruto grabbed a bottle of ink and a brush from his desk and settled in for a long night. Naruto, you should summon a clone. Kurama suggested. In case you're reverse summoned in the midst of your project. Quote, good point. Naruto crossed his fingers and created a cage bunchen. He pointed at the bed. You rest and I'll dispel you if nothing happens. Gotcha boss. The clone NNED and promptly settled into bed with a grin on his face. With a twitchy eye because of the cheek he received, Naruto went to work while his clone slowly fell asleep. He took solace in the fact that it would die for him to have some energy after he was done. Finally, Naruto stretched his arms above his head and flopped back to partially lay on his futon. He sighed happily and let his eyes shut, as the early morning light started to peek through his window. That took forever. Naruto grunted as his clone shifted and kneed him in the head. He sat up and glared at the happily dozing clone. I'm going to enjoy dispelling you far more than I should. Naruto looked back at the two large scrolls, as Kurama had pointed out that having the anchor and the summoning seal in one place was pointless, and rubbed his chin. He picked the anchor scroll up and slung the strap over his shoulder. He should probably keep it on his person if he was reversed summoned. The other he rolled up and placed in the corner. A loud snore nearly made Naruto spill his inkwell as he set it back on his desk. With bags under his eyes, Naruto glared at the CL snored away. He raised a shuriken in his hand, and prepared to dispel the clone as violently as he could, memories of its death be damned. However, before he could do just that, Naruto felt a familiar tug on his chakra before he vanished in a plume of smoke. The clone rolled over peacefully, none the wiser of the original's vacancy or of the completed scroll tucked away in the corner. Welcome back, Naruto, Tsunade said with a wry smile as he baffled blonde reappeared in the center of the cage summit chambers beside a slightly tired Fukasaku. The sage toad gave Naruto a nod before he returned to the mountain that he called home. Naruto, bleary though he were, correctly assumed that it was due to Shima still being affected by the salamander's poison that Fukasaku came and left without a word. Naruto blinked and rubbed his face. Bachan, seriously. I was up all night working on a seal, can I get 5 minutes to sleep? As someone who has gone years without sleep, I can understand why you would want to take 5 minutes. Naruto turned and grinned at the one who spoke. Gaara, the Godime cage, hadn't changed much after the war. The massive gourd was set beside him, the cage uniform with Sunagaku colors of white and green. And the cage hat seated before him. What had changed were the rings around Gaara's eyes being smaller, possibly due to him freely being able to sleep without Shukaku going crazy, and his hair. You look ridiculous, Gaara, Naruto said with a tired smirk as he pointed at the combed hair that sported one of the youngest cage to date. Gaara's smile fell slightly as he turned and glared at his bodyguard. Who huffed at Naruto's words? I told you it looked bad, Temari. Naruto isn't one I would turn to for fashion advice, Kazekage-sama, Temari said blandly. She threw a thumb at the other bodyguard, who was darkly dressed and had bright purple face paint styled in a different design than what had been used in the war. Between him and Kankuro, you needed the makeover. If it's any consolation, Kazekage-kun, I think you look lovely, the Mizukage said with a smile. Her white and blue robes accented her voluptuous form, and her hairstyle looked radiant as usual. For a second, Naruto wondered if Mai Terumi was a daughter of Aphrodite. He blanched slightly when her flirty smile turned his way. You look rather charming, too, Naruto-san. Naruto smiled back weakly, that last though. She really made her flirt uncomfortable for him. Thanks, Mai-sama. Mizukage-sama should be addressed as Mizukage-sama, Naruto-sama, the short blue-haired bodyguard with modified glasses said softly. Chojuro gasped when Naruto turned his eyes to him and bowed slightly. Apologies, Naruto-sama, I didn't mean to offend. You, don't worry about it, Chojuro, Naruto said uneasily. Naruto looked back at the amused Hokage and asked. So, Bachan, about that nap? No naps, boy, huffed the short Tsuchikage with a frown on his face. He levitated up from his seat and crossed his arms over his chest. Onoki gave Naruto a stern glare. You called this meeting, Uzumaki, and I made the stupid trip to the land of iron once again. I'm not going to wait for you to explain the urgency because you were up making a seal for something. One of the Tsuchikage's bodyguards snickered and grinned at Naruto. She was about half a head shorter than Temari and wore the traditional Iwa attire. Her pink eyes glistened in amusement. Don't mind Gramps, he's just cranky because he missed his nap. Kuretsuchi. Onoki glared at his dark-haired granddaughter. I concur with the Tsuchikage, he said. Naruto looked at the muscled rakage with bleary eyes as he set his only arm on the table. Not to mention that Kurabi insisted on coming just to get back in touch with you. Octopops is here, Naruto asked tiredly. He gasped as he was pulled into a tight one-armed hug by the shinobi in question. Hey, Mr. 9, keep your eyes open. Ain't never gonna know when you gonna face an opponent. Be grateful that the only one in the shadows is this Jinchuriki, the loyal and awesome killer bee. Kurabi cheered as he let Naruto go and held his fist out. Naruto grinned back and pushed his fist against the container of the Hachibi, Yuki. Glad to see you, too, Octopops. Naruto. Eyes went to the last man in the room, the quiet and book-reading Rokudime Hokage to be Kakashi. His eyes met Naruto's and the masked man arched a brow. We'll discuss pleasantries later, but perhaps we should discuss the reason behind this meeting, as the Tsuchikage said. Tsunade nodded. Indeed. Well, brat. Naruto looked around the room and sighed. Looks like he wasn't going to get any sleep just yet. Naruto scratched his head. Okay, so, you got my report I gave Octopops, right? Well, there may have been a complication. Naruto thought that the cage took the news of the bounty on his head and the revival of several deceased shinobi well. They didn't start shouting at him off the bat, and they didn't start to criticize him on how he handled Hanzo. However, once he got to the reason why he requested permission to remove his seal, things got a bit hairy. Are you out of your mind? Tsunade roared as she stood from her seat and glared at the tired blonde. You want us to give you permission to fight against more gods? Kagaya was bad enough, Kakashi said with a nod of agreement. Technically, she was a daughter of Zeus, the king. And he's also, sort of, my great-grandfather. Can I please go take a nap? My head is killing me. Naruto groaned and he rubbed his head. He could barely keep his eyes open at the moment, which is weird. Because he's done all-nighters before. It was almost as if something wanted him to fall asleep. No, Onoki scowled at him. If you unseal your gifts from the sage, then the Uchiha's abilities become available to him once again. It wouldn't be a problem if we had dealt with him as I said we should've, he said as he and Kakashi held a glare with one another. Suke has already been banished from his home and has been assisting the continent with bandit problems, Kakashi said sternly. He is a good person. Yeah, good person. Kuretsuchi huffed softly. I'm going to jump the shark boy over there in his sleep. Mei let out a laugh while Chojuro flushed bright red. Kuretsuchi, keep your mouth shut. Onoki hissed. The girl frowned. What did I say? Enough. Gaara's voice was not loud, but firm. The cage turned to the former second in command of the Shinobi Alliance as he steepled his fingers in front of his mouth. From what we know of Naruto and B's report, these gods rule the planet and control the elements of their domains. We also know that they have cut all ties with our island, which means they do not want to involve themselves with mortals. This ties in with what Naruto has reported. If the original entity that controlled the planet does reawaken, do any of you expect that it will allow us, who differ so greatly from the other men on the earth, to continue to exist? Gaara's got a point, Naruto said. Even though he was tired, he could still follow the conversation. Tsuchi or Gia or whatever, she's nuts. Kagaya wanted to get rid of chakra. Gia wants to get rid of everything and start again. But if the Uchiha, Onoki was cut off by Naruto's abrupt interruption. If Sasuke goes nuts again, which he won't, then I'll take care of it like I did before. Naruto shrugged. Problem solved. Naruto, last time you took care of it, it cost you an arm. Literally, he said dryly. Naruto just blinked tiredly. And, point taken, he sighed. Tsunade shook her head. Well, I guess this all makes sense. Minato was the son of the war and wisdom goddess, and he was always sort of cheeky. I chalked that up to Jiraiya's tutelage, though. Then how would you explain Naruto? Kakashi asked, a glint in his eyes. Tsunade looked at the Rokudaime dryly. That was your fault. Jiraiya just made it worse. Gaara gave Naruto an amused look. You said your mother was Aphrodite. What was her domain again? The goddess of A. She was also known as the Lady of Doves, Naruto said. He got a high five from Kurabi for the one-liner rap. She's an Olympian, one of the primary 12 on the council. Onoki snorted. The red hot-blooded habanero was a goddess of love. I call bullshit on that. Same. E and Kakashi nodded in agreement. Kushina was a monster in battle or training. The three shuddered as memories overcame them. Those chains were evil. Aha. See, I knew I wasn't the only one that thought your mother was a bitch. Kurama declared happily. Naruto rolled his eyes. Shut up, Kurama. Kankuro arched a brow and rubbed his chin. I dunno. As a guy who is comfortable with his sexuality, I can honestly say that Naruto is a pretty damn good-looking guy. Thank you. Naruto blinked in confusion. Don't mention it, Kankuro said with a dismissive shrug. He nodded to Temari. I only said it because she's been looking at the proposal ring she got last month a bit bitterly. I was not. Temari denied heatedly. Gaara shook his head while the other cage smirked in amusement. His siblings were so childish. Wait. Whoa, time out. Naruto held his hands up in the universal signal for everything to stop. He looked at Temari with wide eyes. You're engaged. Does Shikamaru know? He was the one that proposed, Naruto. Gaara answered with a small smile. Naruto blinked owlishly. Oh. He dropped his fist into his open palm and a wide smile overcame his features. I knew it. You were on a date when I came back from training with Jiraiya. Temari rolled her eyes. Yes, Naruto, you caught us. We were on a date. All hail your skills of observation. Naruto pouted at her like a kicked puppy. There's no need to be so mean about it. He kicked the ground lightly. Plus, I should have been told that first. I'm one of Shikamaru's oldest friends. I'll bet he told Kiba before me, didn't he? Enough of this foolishness, Onoki snapped. The cage turned to him as he kept a hard gaze on Naruto. You wish to unseal the powers of the Rakuto, fine. But I suggest you only do so if you have to fight one of these gods. There should be no reason for you to unseal these powers otherwise, and he'll need to be seen fighting one as well. He added with a nod. He turned to his other bodyguard, a white-haired Ma-en with equally dark skin dressed in loose dark attire. Darui. No, bro, let me go. Kurabi cut in pleadingly. I can keep a tight eye on Naruto. We do not have to keep the Jinchuriki hidden from the enemy this time around. Onoki said with a nod. But I want eyes I can trust out there as well. Kuretsuchi. The pink-eyed girl hummed and shrugged. Sure, but give me the hat when we're done, okay Gramps. You're the last choice I have to be the fourth Tsuchikage. Onoki retorted heatedly. The two started to argue over his withering health and the future of the village, which made the other cage smirk in great amusement. Mei turned to look at Tsunade. This is a good idea. Send the young protectors of our villages to act as emissaries. I'll send Chojuro out to defend Naruto-san and interact with the world. He has to find other members for the Seven Swordsmen anyway. Chojuro sputtered for a moment. But Mizukage-sama, Chojuro-kun, you don't want to upset your Mizukage, do you? Mei asked sweetly as she fluttered her lashes at him. Chojuro whimpered and hung his head as he walked around to stand beside Naruto and B. No, Mizukage-sama, good boy, Mei said with a bright smile. She turned back to Naruto. Kurigakure will hide you from your foes, Naruto-san. Sunagakure will poison your enemies, Kankuro said as he walked from behind Gaara to stand beside the blonde. Gaara nodded at Kankuro's movement while his brother and friend shook hands. I guess that means that Iwagakure will have to defend the tree hugger, then, Kuretsuchi said with a smirk as she hopped over her grandfather and walked to stand beside Kankuro. Kurabi moved to kneel in front of E and intertwined his hands in a pleading fist. Please, bro, let me go. I gotta be the one to watch out for my boy, Naruto. E looked at Darui, who shrugged and said coolly, B-sama is the hero of Kumo, Raikage-sama. I'm just your right hand. When it comes down to it, he's a better choice than I am. Sorry. E turned to stare at Kurabi for another minute before he nodded. Darui's right. B. Your mission is to defend and watch Naruto Uzumaki, Jonin, Tsunade said with a smirk. She turned to the surprised blonde and gave him a smile. I'd say he's earned his promotion 10 times over. Naruto beamed widely at the news. The Chunin promotion was awesome, but the field promotion to Jonin, that was so much better. Kakashi's proud look made Naruto straighten even further in pride. Right, he said. Defend and watch Jonin Naruto Uzumaki to ensure he is not killed by bounty hunters or abuse his powers gifted to him by the Rakuto. Naruto rolled his eyes and crossed his arms. Yeah, like I'm going to bend reality over something little. Like making instant ramen actually instant. Naruto's eyes widened at his words and he clapped his hands to either side of his head. How have I never thought of that before? Yeah, sending people to watch him is a great idea, Kankuro said while Kuretsuchi groaned into her palm. The savior of the world, everybody, she said. B, however, pumped his fist. Yo say ho, you know you can count on me, bro. Uzumaki's not gonna be beaten with me at his side. I'm the ultimate shinobi best suited to defend his hide. Tsunade nodded. Right, then we are agreed. Naruto Uzumaki, you have the permission of the 5 villages to unseal your Rakuto powers if you face against a god. And you will lead this small squad to fend off any revived shinobi. Naruto grinned tiredly as his adrenaline rush started to fade. Sure thing, Bachan. Allied squad, you're all dismissed. Tsunade said. The 5 nodded and 4 of them turned to Naruto. A moment passed before Naruto asked, why are you all staring at me? Kankuro and Kuretsuchi stared at him for a moment before they palmed their heads in sync. Kurabi chuckled and pulled out his notebook to write something down. It was Chojuro who had the courage to speak up. Forgive me, Naruto-sama, but we don't know where we're supposed to go. Chojuro sweated slightly as Naruto stared at him blankly. Didn't you say you were traveling with your half-sister and other demigods? Right, gotta get back to the Argo. Naruto nodded as it all came rushing back to his sleep-ridden mind. He pulled the massive scroll strapped over his shoulders around and set it on the ground. Naruto unrolled it to reveal a large seal that had a large kanji for shinobi in the center of it. The demigod beamed and set his hands on his hips. Awesome, now all we have to do is get summoned back to the ship. A moment of silence passed. Naruto, Tsunade took in a breath of air to calm herself down. Is there a toad on the ship? No, Bachan. Boss Toad said I can't summon the toads outside of the continent anymore, remember? Naruto asked. He just explained this a second ago, didn't he? How'd she forget so soon? Tsunade reached over and grabbed Kakashi by his flak jacket. Get me a bottle of sake. No, 10 bottles. I'll take some sake, too. Onoki said with a grin. The old geezer can't drink it. It's bad for his liver and he's not allowed to die before he gives me the hat. Kuritsuchi interjected. Kaka. She slipped out of Tsunade's grasp and walked over to Naruto. He set his hands on his student's shoulders and stared into Naruto's eyes calmly. Naruto. Is there a chakra user other than yourself on the Argo too? Naruto blinked as he pondered the words. His eyes widened in fear as he made the connection that no, there was not a chakra user. He'd just stranded himself and his team back on the hidden continent. Before he could panic audibly, salvation came in the form of a certain 9-tailed fox known as Kurama. Idiot. Don't panic. Summon a clone, dispel it and then wait for your other clone to get the memories. Kurama barkus you right now. Naruto thought as he calmed down. Ew. Don't. I don't want Uchiha germs on me. Quote. I meant kick. I could kick you right now. Naruto thought with a twitch in his eye. He forced an awkward laugh and rubbed his neck. Oh. Wait, yeah. Sorry. I'm just tired, Kakashi-sensei. Of course there's another chakra user on the Argo too. You know me, I've always got a plan. I reiterate. Kuritsuchi began lowly. He's the savior of the world. For good reason, Kankuro said firmly. He crossed his arms and grinned lightly. Besides, the kid's kind of funny. Kuritsuchi gave him an odd look. Says the one that wears makeup. Oh, haha, like I've never heard that one before, Kankuro said dryly. It's war paint, I've worn it since I was young. Make any joke you've got. I'll bet I've gotten more tail than you have any sausages. Are you trying to get in a dick measuring contest with me? Kuritsuchi asked in bewilderment. Why, are you admitting to having one? Kurabi snickered. Burn. Shut it, Jinchuriki. Kuritsuchi glared at the Kumo nin with a scowl. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto made a clone appear and promptly dispelled it. He too. RNED to the squabbling trio and then looked at the groaning Kiri shinobi. Did I miss something? No, Naruto-sama, Chojuro said with a sigh. He readjusted his bandaged sword and moved to stand beside him. So this is a summoning seal. Quote. Naruto beamed. Yeah, I made it myself last night. This is actually just a receiving seal that will send whatever is atop it to the location of the other seal. Once my clone gets the memories, we should leave at any second. Interesting. Chojuro mumbled. Think you could reproduce it? Probably. Naruto shrugged. Why? It might make for good trade between our villages, Chojuro said. He rubbed his chin and ignored the interested gazes of the cage as he continued. Now, you said that the toads didn't understand the language of the demigods. No, they use something called English mostly, Naruto said. He rubbed the back of his head. I got lucky and got the language implanted in my head. I guess you guys are going to have to learn it. Maybe not, Chojuro said. He looked at the Mizukage, who nodded, and then looked back at Naruto. You've obviously got the skills in Fuinjutsu that Jiraiya, the Yondaime Hokage and the Uzumaki clan were known for. So perhaps you could perfect a seal that we've been working on in Kurigakure no Sato. A sort of translation seal. Naruto rubbed his cheek. Can you fill me in on it when I get some sleep? Sure, but until then you're going to have to act as our translator. Chojuro shrugged. He turned to the other three and frowned. Excuse me. The squabbling trio looked at him. We're waiting to be summoned. So perhaps you should move to stand with us be. Whatever he was going to say was lost as Chojuro and Naruto suddenly vanished in a large explosion of smoke. Kakashi chuckled and shook his head. There's Naruto for you. If you have to do it, do it with way too much chakra so it's nice and flashy, he said as he pulled his book out and leaned against the wall. Kuretsuchi, Kankuro and Kurab. I exchanged looks before they scrambled to stand on the scroll and wait for their turn. 4 were taken away. From, oh, Chojuro said with a blink of his eyes as he suddenly appeared next to Nar. Yuto in a grassy field with a large group of teenagers his age wielding various weapons. He looked over them and counted about 50 in total. Well, this doesn't seem good. Oh, joy, Naruto grumbled, as he caught sight of who stood across from him. The Romans caught up to us. Naruto, not now, Imouto, Naruto called over his shoulder, not taking his eyes off of the now frozen fleet of teenagers that stared at him warily. Kurama snickered, I think they remember you. Quote, good. Naruto gained serious look in his exhausted eyes as his clone dispelled and he received the memories of it. Apparently, the clone secretly followed the girls to their meeting spot with the Shudder, Ghost Lady. When it received the other clone's memories, the first clone had to rush back to the Argo 2 to get the scroll and by the time it came back, the Romans were there. Chojuro, think you can stall some of them while I summon the rest? Naruto asked the Kurigakure shinobi. Chojuro's surprise left his face and his gaze turned cold. He reached over his shoulder to the double-handled sword that was strapped to his back and pulled the bandaged weapon from its holster. I will do as you command, Naruto-sama, Chojuro said with a nod. He gripped both handles of his sword and rushed forward. When he was a good distance away, Chojuro swung and let out a cry. Haramakare Kaiho, twin sword unleashing. Bandage sword exploded with blue chakra and formed a massive hammer that knocked 8 of the 50 Roman demigods into the air with one swing. Naruto moved back off the scroll and built chakra into his hand. The blonde lifted his hand up and slammed it down onto the scroll. Kuchio's no jutsu, shinobi. A cloud obscured his vision before the 3 other members of his newly made allied squad appeared before him. Kankuro, seeing the danger, reached for one of the scrolls on his back while Kurabi reached for Samahata's handle. Kill them all. Naruto glared at the blonde in the back, Octavian. Kurama snorted, what a little shit. Quote, I don't know what he said, but he needs to shut up, Kankuro said with a scowl. He pointed at the ordering blonde situated behind the legionnaires. And a barely visible string of chakra shot out from his fingertip. It wrapped around Octavian's raised fist and Kankuro smirked. He twitched his finger and Octavian suddenly punched himself in the back. Hard enough to knock him flat on his back. Kuretsuchi laughed as she pulled out a kunai and prepared a hand seal. Nice one, puppet boy. Do it again. No, he's down. Octopops, you're on retrieval. Naruto rolled up the other scroll and pulled it over his shoulders. He pointed behind him to the 3 demigoddesses. Take them back to the ship. Ah, man, come on mister. 9. It's fighting time, Kurabi complained. Naruto frowned at him. We're not fighting now, we need to go. Kurabi sighed and rubbed his head. Alright, kid, you're the boss. Next time though, I want to get in a toss. The Kumoshish. Anobi ran towards the 3 demigoddess and quickly picked 2 of them up under his arms. One had brown hair and the other had skin like he did. An octopus tentacle sprouted from his back and wrapped around the last. A blonde girl that looked a little like Naruto. Kurabi figured she wouldn't mind the Biju tail if she was related to him. By the struggles and yells she made, Kurabi realized he had been mistaken. Oh well, sucks for her. Kankuro, Kuretsuchi, can you put some obstacles between us and them? Naruto asked as he looked back at the other 2 shinobi. Kankuro pulled his scroll open and channeled chakra into it, which pulled out a large puppet of a red-headed man while Kuretsuchi smirked at Naruto. Sure thing, Uzumaki, Kuretsuchi said. She looked at Kankuro. Think your toy can keep up with my lava? Kankuro smirked back at her as he used his chakra strings to make his puppet come to life. Sasori was a member of Akatsuki. Remember, whoever deals with the most wins. We're not killing, Naruto ordered sternly. He looked out to the swordsman. Chojuro, fall back. The swordsman knocked another 7 demigods back before he ran back towards the group. He looked like he had hardly broken a sweat. Naruto looked at the other 2 and nodded. Do it, Yoden. Sekaigyo no Jutsu, lava release, quicklime congealing technique. Kuretsuchi blew out a smog from her mouth that quickly encased the first line of Roman demigods. The quicklime hardened and locked the demigods in place from the neck down. It turned their impenetrable lines against them. The first line of Romans were now a part of a large wall that kept the others behind them. Hey, child's play, Konkuro smirked. He shifted his fingers and the puppet Sasori lifted its hands. 2STT from the tubes in the PAL. Mizzen ignited the grass around the Romans, keeping the formation trapped behind the wall Kuretsuchi made. Stone can be broken, but it's fire that they have to watch out for. Look at that, your toy made a fire. Kuretsuchi said condescendingly. Can you do the same? It's a waste of chakra, Konkuro said with a scowl. Kuretsuchi smirked at him. Ah, does someone have a small chakra core? That's just a damn rumor. Someone sounds sensitive. Hey, stop flirting and let's go. Chojuro barked as he followed Naruto back towards the Argo 2. Kuretsuchi and Konkuro glowered at the swordsman as they burst into a run after their squad leader. They were not flirting. Naruto landed on the deck and immediately felt bad that he hadn't sent a clone with Kurabi. The seven in hedge were Saron. Ding the Kumo nin with weapons at the ready. Annabeth appeared to be the most displeased with him for some reason if her glare was anything to go by. Kurabi didn't look that intimidated, as he calmly wrote in his rap notebook and mumbled lyrics to himself. If there is a god, make him stop. Quote, Naruto snickered at the Hachibi's dramatic plea. Honestly, Kurabi's rapping wasn't that bad. Naruto's you cement earned the attention of the seven and Annabeth rounded on him. Naruto, who are these guys? She demanded. Annabeth pointed a finger at Kurabi and continued before Naruto could answer her. Why did he have a tentacle coming out of his back that wrapped around me? Leo, having heard the reason why Annabeth ordered the others to surround the tall-muscled black guy, burst into laughter. Oh man, feeling violated. Annabeth-chan, shut it, Valdez. Annabeth snapped with red cheeks. Percy lowered his sword slightly and scratched his head. I don't get it. Right there with you, dude, Jason said with a shrug. He looked at the other shinobi and then back at Naruto. So, these guys are your backup. Something like that, yeah. Naruto nodded. He walked up to Kurabi and the two fist bumped. Yo, Octopops, have any trouble? Hell no. Kurabi replied calmly as he looked at his notebook. These kids don't even meet me on my scale, Naruto. Naruto hid a wince and for the moment, he was glad that the others couldn't understand Kurabi. That wouldn't have helped with relations. He looked at Annabeth apologetically. He says he was sorry, but he acted before he thought. And tell him to carry you guys back to the Argo. Annabeth huffed and glared at the Kumo shinobi. Fine, but no more tentacles near me. Leo laughed again and put his hand on Percy's shoulder. No pet squids for you, dude. Percy blinked and frowned. Why would I want a pet squid? Wow, man, really? That's kind of sad, Leo said. What, you don't use a computer? Like, at all. Technology and demigods don't go well. But there's magazines. For what? Leo just stared at Percy for a minute. He walked away, stunned. Man, and I thought Jason was kind of dim at times. I heard that, Leo. Just checking, bro, Leo called. He gave Naruto a salute. Later Blondie, if you need me I'll be flying the ship away from the Romans. Naruto nodded and looked back at the other 6 demigods. He scratched his head. So, did we get the map? Got it, Frank said with a nod. He looked beyond Naruto at the other 3 shinobi. Who are your friends? The awkwardness is amazing. Kurama mumbled. Shut up, I'm tired. Naruto thought back before he looked at Konkuro, Kuretsuchi and Chojuro. He waved them over and looked back at Frank before he grinned at Kurabi. Well, this guy is one of my best friends and the Jinchuriki for the Hachibi, Yuki. He floats like a butterfly, but stings like a mighty killer bee. Kurabi grinned and held his fist out to Frank. Frank looked at it for a moment. Before he hesitantly pushed his fist against the larger man's. Kurabi's grin shrank subtly and he withdrew his fist. Sad life for you, man. I know the pain of losing, fam. Kurabi nodded solemnly. He gave Frank a thumbs up and grinned wide again. Though you're not as awesome as me, I'm certain one day you'll give a sting like Kurabi. Right, nice to meet you too, Frank said nervously. He looked at Naruto. who had already turned to the blue-haired boy with a strange two-handled weapon on his back. "This is Chojuro, of Kurigakure no Sato," Naruto said with a smile as he patted the blue-haired swordsman on the shoulder. "He's also the first member of the next generation of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist." Chojuro bowed slightly. "A pleasure to meet all of you, even if you speak strangely." "Is his hair naturally blue?" Percy asked. Naruto looked at him and blinked. "Yeah, he's my favorite." Annabeth groaned into her hand. "Percy, what? That's awesome." Percy defended himself. Chojuro looked at Naruto. "What did he say?" "He likes the way you look," Naruto said simply. Chojuro flushed lightly and sputtered. "But I mean, I don't." "Tell him I'm straight." Naruto blinked. Okay." Naruto turned to Percy. "Chojuro wants you to know that he's straight." "Why?" Percy asked, to which Naruto shrugged. Annabeth gave Chojuro a glare that made the swordsman shrink back. "She can't spit lava, can she?" Chojuro asked. Kuretsuchi glared at him. "And what's wrong with spitting lava?" Nothing. Chojuro laughed nervously and waved his hands in front of him as he backed away. Mizukage-sama can just get very irritable, and the look the blonde has is a lot like hers before she threatens Ao with melting his parts. "Kid's got a brain," Kankuro said with a smirk as he crossed his arms. He looked at the group of kids that were staring at him and he scowled. "What? Something on my face. Makeup. Piss off, rock humper." Kankuro shot back. Naruto groaned and rubbed his eye. He was too tired for this crap. "Kankuro, please." All right. Kankuro lamented, but not before giving the amused Kuretsuchi one last glare. He looked back at the demigods and pointed a thumb at himself. "Kankuro. Sunagakure no Sato. He's Gaara's brother," Piper said as the name clicked in her head. "The puppet user. Right." Naruto grinned. He snickered at the recent appearance of Gaara and looked at Kankuro. Is Gaara really combing his hair now? At Temari's urging, Kankuro said with a chuckle. "She says it'll make him look more respectable, but he kind of looks like a dweeb." "Yeah, he does," Naruto agreed. He looked at Kuretsuchi. "You want to introduce yourself? What made Chojuro and the Hachibi container so special?" Kuretsuchi asked with a quirked brow. Naruto frowned at her. "Don't call Kurabi that. Don't sweat it, Naruto. I can handle the names, you know." Kurabi shrugged indifferently. He was a known Jinchuriki after all. Getting pi. CKED on and ostracized was what happened to them. Naruto gave him a small nod and then looked at the demigods as he pointed at Kuretsuchi. "And finally is the granddaughter of the Tsuchikage, Kuretsuchi. She's one of the strongest kunoichi outside of Konoha." Kuretsuchi frowned. "Hey, what are you telling them? I'm no fan of Konoha, tree hugger." "Lay off him," Kankuro said with a light shove. "The guy's practically dead on his feet. Why is he so revered again?" Kuretsuchi asked with a frown. Ended the 4th war on his birthday. Stopped the Uchiha from toppling the shinobi system. Mastered the power of the Kyuubi," Kankuro listed dryly. He arched a brow. "Need I say more?" "TCH, no." Kuretsuchi rolled her pink eyes. "Fanboy. Someone can't handle the truth." Kankuro mumbled. Naruto, who could hear and understand their argument, rubbed his face. Guys, I'll handle it, Naruto-sama," Chojuro said softly. He turned to the other two with a stern look on his face. "We've been chosen by our cage to. Oh, God, and he's a devotee." Kuretsuchi groaned loudly as she cut the swordsman off. She rubbed her head. "I better get the cage hat for this. Talk about a boring-ass job," Kankuro said with a snort. Annabeth watched the 3 shinobi fall into an Argam Naruto with a frown on her face. She probably blamed him a bit for not telling Kurabi to not use Hachibi's tail to carry her. Naruto could deal with that. What are they talking about? Nothing important. Anaoba. Look, guys, this is great and all, but can I finish introducing everyone later? I'm exhausted. Naruto groaned. He felt like he could fall asleep any minute. Now hold on a second. How do we know we can trust them? Hedge asked with a firm grip on his club. He pointed it at Kurabi. Let's test them. Dibs on the big guy. No, coach, Jason said with an amused smile. They're with Naruto, we can trust them. Bah, he still hasn't proven that he's not a spy, Hedge grumbled. He and Naruto exchanged glares. Love you too, Fuzzy Britches. Naruto scowled at the satyr. Where are they gonna stay, though? Piper asked. There's no more rooms open. They can bunk with me, Naruto said nonchalantly. All in one place. I don't think so. Hedge pointed his club at the blonde shinobi. Listen here, URK. With that action, the other four moved. Kurabi suddenly held the club firmly in his hand, nearly crushing it in his grip. Kuretsuchi had a kunai to his throat while Konkuro had bound the satyr's goat-like legs with his chakra strings. Chojuro had moved Naruto back and held his massive two-handled sword up defensively. Okay, I think I know why they're here, Annabeth said lowly. She looked around the other four shinobi. These guys are the backup you talked about getting yesterday, aren't they? Didn't I say that? Naruto asked back. He gave another innocent blink and poked Chojiro's shoulder. Nay, you guys can relax. That's just how Fuzzy Britches acts. Hi, Naruto-sama, Choj. Yuro said as he and the other three relaxed slightly. Hedge rubbed his neck and inspected his club and hooves once he was let go. Okay. So they're here to protect him. Why does Naruto need bodyguards? Percy asked. Isn't he, like, Super Saiyan Ninja? Annabeth groaned into her hand again. Percy, do we have to talk about this again? Naruto isn't an alien, but he did the Super Saiyan thing. And made giant toads. Percy argued. Naruto is not an alien. Piper retorted firmly with a glare directed at the hero of Olympus. She even put her hands on her hips, the universal sign of displeasure, anger or offense. I dunno. It could explain a lot, Frank said softly. Hazel looked at him. Do you believe in aliens? Well, there was that thing in Roswell back in, right, sorry, Frank said when he remembered who he was talking to. He rubbed his arm. I'll explain it later. Okay, this is nice and all, but I can't stay awake anymore. Naruto grumbled. He was starting to get cranky without sleep. And a cranky Naruto was not a fun Naruto. Just slip away from everyone while they argue. I do it all the time when you're arguing with someone. What are they going to do, shame you? Kurama asked with a snort. Naruto thought about giving an angry retort before he realized Kurama was right. What were they going to do if he just decided to fall asleep while they bickered? Kick him off the Argo. Yeah, right. Annabeth and Piper wouldn't let that happen, and the shinobi and Kunoichi would easily stop it. He was safe with his friends, so being attacked wasn't a problem. Sleep, dream, dream. That sounds like a great idea, Kurama. What? Slip away from everyone. I was kidding. You remember how they reacted to your aunt and her mate's vanishing act. Naruto. Kurama's words air unheard by Naruto as he listened to the soft voice's mantra. Sleep, dream, dream. I just want to sleep. Naruto's eyes rolled into his head and he faintly heard his name used by one of the other people on the deck. He fell to the side as darkness overcame him. The last thing he heard was the not real voice he heard before Gia made Jason and Percy fight each other. It said 5 words that made Naruto uneasy and yet calm all at once. Learn from your dream, Naruto. And, yeah, had to re-upload this one. FF was being a punk today. Review. Dreams, Clouds and Barriers. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto. Percy Jackson and the Olympians are heroes of Olympus. Co-written by engineer Forever Fils de l'Amour. Mark of Athena 11. Dreams, Clouds and Barriers. Immediately after Morpheus drew Naruto into his realm, Naruto realized that once again he was not in his own body. Again, he was dressed in the awesome sunset tunic. His movements belonged to somebody else. Talk about annoying. This does not bode well. The words left his lips, but Naruto didn't know why they were said. The eyes scanned the area and Naruto mentally gaped. He was literally standing on a starry sky. How the hell was that possible? Before Naruto could think any more on this, the gaze went down to the blue, green and white planet he stood over. Naruto marveled at the sight of the planet he and the rest of humanity called home. It truly was beautiful from here. I cannot let it happen. I will not lose Gia. Lose Gia. What was this guy talking about? Naruto could only watch as his body strode down an invisible pathway to the rock that was home. Within seconds, he was back on Earth, a proud and powerful stride that made large lizard-like animals scurry away from him. Beloved, there's a voice that sounds familiar. Naruto's head turned and he felt a smile spread across his face as the young and, oddly enough, beautiful primordial of the earth quickly approached him. Gia, the voice greeted happily. And the powerful arms captured her in a tight hug. When Naruto's body pulled away, the eyes met with Gaia's beautiful green. Are they all healthy and happy? Come see, come see. Gia was elated and bright with her excitement. She dragged Naruto over to a small alcove where 3 nude infants sprawled on the ground. Oddly enough, they looked like they were growing larger with each second. The smile that was on Naruto's face fell as the infants turned and looked up at him, each with one single green eye in their heads. They are not like us, the voice said, a bit disappointed and almost wary. Nonsense. Gia rebuffed. They have your shape and my eye. They are missing an eye. And their fingers are larger than ours. Naruto wanted to roll his eyes. Of course the fingers were larger. Babies fat primarily to cushion their bodies until the muscles finished developing. Why does it matter? Naruto had to side with Gia on this one. What was the big deal? Naruto's body was still or a moment before he felt tense and the sky become dark. I do not want to see them. They're your sons. They are no sons of mine. Naruto wanted to ask for popcorn. This was getting heavy. Lieutenant, his hands clench and his legs move forward. Unable to do anything but silently protest, Naruto felt himself gather the 3 infants up in one hand by their ankles. Their cries made the sky crack, crafting the first lightning bolt. Naruto felt his eyes narrow and his gaze harden. No, that's not. Be silent, Gia. Naruto mentally grimaced at his words. Whoever he was, this guy was a dick. He glare that was set on the Mother Earth cowed her significantly well, and Naruto felt himself turn to the edge of where Gaia's domain ended and a dark pit opened. Naruto absently thought it was a stupid place to raise children. This thought was enhanced as he was forced to live through tossing 3 innocent Cyclops into the abyss. They cried out for their mother as they fell. The vision became clouded and the dream slowly faded. But not before Naruto heard and felt one last sentence leave his lips. I do this for you, beloved. Well, if that didn't raise more questions than it did answer them. Naruto would stop eating ramen altogether. The dream didn't end, as Naruto thought it would. He awoke in the body that was not his own, somehow aware that time had moved forward. Again, the body faced Gia, and again. There was rage that trembled through his form. Why? Naruto heard himself demand. Why are our children so hideous? Before Naruto were 3 men that stood easily as tall as the sky. While 50 heads were piled atop one another like strangely crafted pyramids. Hundreds of warm brown eyes stared fearfully at him while he scowled at them. Naruto looked them over once again. And their feet had 8 toes each. 16-toed giants. That's a new one. Beloved, please, they are your sons. Gia pleaded, with a hand gripped onto his arm. Briars, Kata-sen, Yeegus just want to know you as their father. Naruto raged and again the sky darkened. They are foul-smelling abominations, Gia. Don't you see what they could do? They've made you a gift. A gift for a king. Gia looked to their children and the middle giant with 50 pairs of teary eyes stepped forward hesitantly. A bronze staff that Naruto recognized instantly was held out to him. Father, you, monster, are no child of mine. Naruto heard himself hiss. He grabbed the staff and held it over his head in both hands, then it was brought down over his knee and snapped in half. His action made the triplets cover their heads and duck away, their whimpers booming as the sky thundered. Naruto threw the staff pieces to the edge of the cliff so that they'd fall into the abyss where the Cyclops had gone. Seriously. Why did Gia insist on having the kids here? Naruto's next action wasn't much of a surprise to him. Like with the 3 Cyclops, Naruto grabbed them by their ankles. He pulled them from the ground and let them tumble into the abyss. They are not the monster, are. The name Gia used was partially muffled, but Naruto filed the part he heard away for later. Something about the R and this whole situation was familiar to him, but for the life of him he couldn't place it. Gaia's words stirred Naruto back to the situation at hand. You are a monster. Naruto returned heatedly. I who loves you. Gia, I who cherish you more than anything. I who protect you from what your children are. I am the monster. No. His eyes narrowed and Naruto sneered at the sobbing mother. I am your partner, Gia, and I am doing what's best for you. Gaia's green eyes glared at him. The added tears made her eyes look like the planet he saw not so long ago in the last vision. Leave. Be gone. You are no longer welcome to my plane without my explicit permission. Naruto scowled as he suddenly left Earth, the last image of the beautiful world being the heartbroken Gia. He reappeared on the starry sky and stared down at the Earth that was hidden by darkened clouds and shook ever so subtly. His scowl deepened and he turned from the planet. You will call me back, Gia. Who will protect you if not me? Naruto's eyes closed and he crossed his arms. With his eyes shut, an image that Naruto found enlightening and disturbing flashed in front of him. It was a shadowed creature that had several sets of arms and had a tight grip on Gaia's arms, pushing her back. Naruto felt his teeth clench and his hands tighten on his arms. I will not lose you, Gia. Family comes first, and while those things are not my family, you certainly are. Naruto's eyes opened and he sat up with a soft groan. He rubbed his head and recalled the dreams he'd just had. What did it mean? Something to do with Gia, sure. But why did he see what happened to her kids? Have a nice nap, Kurama asked with a snort. Any interesting dreams? Any more visions of Madara? No, Kurama, you didn't see the dream I had. Naruto asked with a frown. Kurama growled lowly. As with the last dream, no, I have not seen it. As long as it does not contain any shinobi, I could care less. Quote, wow, way to be a team player. Shut it, brat, I'm helping you, the other meat bags on this boat are not my concern. Quote, Naruto arched a brow. Hostile, aren't you? Kurama snarled at him. While you were in La La Land, I was stuck translating and running this meat sack you call a body. After about 3 hours, the sea urchin realized that I was the one pulling your strings. Isn't that right, you no good calamari? Quote, piss off, Kurama, Gyuki called distantly. Naruto snickered at the siblings' interaction and he looked at the door as Kurabi walked in, a small smirk on his face. Glad to see you're up, Mr. 9. Those girls been worrying about whether you fine, Kurabi said as he offered his fist in greeting. Naruto grinned at him and bumped knuckles before he got up and stretched. How do you know they were worried? Naruto asked the rapping shinobi with an arched brow. Like yourself, Naruto, B is very empathic. Most Jinchuriki tend to be able to sense and discern emotions, but not on the level you can. Gyuki explained through their mental link. Kurama gave a distasteful snort. Most likely due to his bitch of a mother. Quote, the goddess of love, yes, that could make sense. I'm surprised you took notice of it, Kurama. Then again, you always were the most emotional of all of us. Gyuki added as an afterthought. Kurama snarled. Come in here and say that to my face, Gyuki. Then we'll see who is the most emotional. Quote, let's all settle down, Naruto said with a chuckle. Last thing he needed was for the two strongest Biju to get into a fight with him and be stuck in the middle. Naruto looked at Kurabi. So, where is everyone? Puppet dude's checking the ship's engine while the hot-headed Iowa girl is training, Kurabi said with a grin. Chojiro's on the deck looking. Thrug. Some seals and I'm back down here to grab my own meal, we tilde. Kurabi scratched his tattooed cheek and chuckled awkwardly. But, with all the commotion from before, I remembered that I don't know where to get food anymore. Naruto laughed while Gyuki groaned in their heads. Kurama released his own snort of amusement. Apparently he took solace that his brother suffered as he did. Naruto opened the door and led Kurabi to the dining room, where he found Percy, Annabeth, Jason, and Piper. Naruto. Piper expressed her relief with a sigh as she got to her feet and gave her brother a hug. Yuto hugged her back and then poked her in the forehead with 2 fingers. He chuckled at her pout. Hey, Imo-uto, Anna Baba, Naruto said with a nod to the daughter of Athena. He rubbed the back of his head. Sorry about passing out like that. Like I said, I was exhausted. Exhausted my tails. You were pulled into sleep. Kurama grumbled. Gyuki sighed. Must you always be snide to him? Must you always be a dry rag? Quote, fuck you, Kurama. Quote, I'm not into tentacle porn, sea urchin. Quote, Naruto and Kurabi burst into laughter while Gyuki roared in outrage at Kurama's retort. The demigods watched as the two shinobi tried to pull themselves together, both greatly amused by the Kyuubi's comment. Percy frowned and looked at Annabeth. I don't get it. Did I miss something? For once, Seaweed Brain, you're not alone in that. Annabeth returned, a frown on her face as her nephew and the shinobi she really didn't like chattered together in the language of the elemental nations. She really show. Eldiv taken Japanese when it was offered at her school. Want to let us in on the joke? Jason asked the duo. Naruto opened his mouth, but remembered who was in the room and quickly decided to say something else. Biju or just talkative. Biju. Percy repeated. He glanced at the tall muscled and shade-wearing shinobi. Right, he's like you, he's got the hatchet in him. Annabeth rubbed her head with a sigh. Hachibi. Percy. Hachibi. It means eight-tailed. His name is Gyuki. Naruto clarified while Kurabi nodded. Stronger than I, he's my most powerful ally. The Kumo Nin crowed happily. Gyuki groaned. I take it all back, Kurama. You must kill me, Kurama snorted, and miss out on listening to you suffer. Hell no. Quote, guys, come on, Naruto pleaded. It was already difficult, switching from two languages mid-conversation, but he didn't want to add having 3 conversations at once. Right, Jason said to Kurabi's rap. He looked at the skull pommel on the bandaged sword and then looked at Naruto. So, what's with the bandaged weapon? Some kind of ninja tool? That's Samahata, the shark-skin sword, Naruto said nonchalantly. With its name said, the swag rolled and shifted on Kurabi's back. Percy looked at Naruto. Did it just move? Yeah, Samahata's alive. Naruto nodded. He looked at Kurabi. Wanna show them? Kurabi shrugged as he reached up and grabbed the handle of the sword. Ain't got nothing better to do. Just make sure he doesn't try to make a meal out of you. Kurabi pulled Samahata from his back and then spun the handle in his hand so that the bandages began to unravel. What was revealed to the 4 demigods made their jaws drop. The sword was scaled from the hilt to the tip, but rather than a regular point at the top, a toothed mouth greeted them. 3 scales in particular looked like fins, so that in whole, the sword looked like a scaled shark. Kurabi grinned as the 8-foot-long blade jumped from his hand to the floor and slithered around at his feet. Take a walk, Samahata. Stretch those legs, but remember you gonna go back into sealed mode again. The sword shuddered and shrieked softly at Kurabi's words before it shuffled over to Naruto and began to sniff his leg. Naruto arched a brow as some chakra was drawn from him and looked at Kurabi. Isn't he full from your chakra? Naruto asked, not caring that visible blue energy was absorbed from his body into Samahata's mouth. Kurabi chuckled. Samahata likes to taste, even when he's not hungry. Should have seen it when it wanted a bite of omoi, that was funny. The demigods were not as amused, as when Samahata finished, it turned its attention on them. Samahata's tongue came out and swirled around the mouth, like it licked its lips. Holy Hephaestus! Annabeth jumped from her seat with Percy and both stepped away as Samahata moved on from Naruto and shuffled towards them. There was a sniffing before Samahata whined and moved towards Piper and Jason. Another round of sniffing came. Naruto, get it away from us, Jason said as he fingered his sword. Samahata shuddered and shrieked loudly before it turned back to Kurabi and Naruto. As it shuffled towards them, Percy frowned. Hey, what is that supposed to mean? He demanded. Percy lifted his arm and checked his scent. I don't smell like processed meat. Percy, you can understand it? Annabeth asked. She gave Kurabi and Samahata a wary glance. Percy looked at her, like he was about to say something, before he caught himself and blinked. Yeah, I guess so. Cool. What did it say? Naruto asked when Samahata released a heated hiss. He was curious what a sentient sword would be angry about. Percy crossed his arms and glared at the sword. Well, I'm sorry we don't have cat TRA or whatever the heck it's called. I think we all smell just fine. Quote, should have seen that coming. Naruto muttered. Samahata shuffled and shrieked again. Percy's eye twitched. I'll show you a real swordsman, he said with a scowl as he drew Riptide. Samahata let out a low shriek and Percy's eyes narrowed in hate. Annabeth grabbed the son of Poseidon under arms and held him back while he tried to charge at the sword. Let me go, wise girl. I'll cut that thing into fish sticks and serve it to the giants. Naruto scratched his head and looked at Kurabi. Any idea what he said? Kurabi shrugged while Gyuki sighed. It's C-A-L-L-E-D, the boy's mother, a cheap chakra-less sow that's only good for repopulating. Quote. Kurama burst into laughter while Naruto arched a brow. He said all that in one shriek. That was the gist of what I understood. I could be paraphrasing. Gyuki rumbled. Kurama laughed harder while Naruto palmed his head. That figures. That wasn't nice, yo. Talkin' bad about some kid's mom is a huge no-no. Kurabi grumbled with a small frown directed at his weapon. Samahata whimpered at him and Kurabi shook his head. Like bro said to me, if ya can't play nice, you can't play at all. Next time we fight, I'll give ya a call. Kurabi grabbed the bandages and started to restrict Samahata again while Percy glared at it. If looks could kill, Samahata would no longer be sentient, and Naruto was pretty sure that Irabi would be without a badass living sword. I'm gonna get some grub, mister. 9. Maybe you should go check out what Chojiro's doing with his time, Kurabi said as he pointed a thumb at the fridge and kept the bound Samahata on his back. Annabeth started to pull Percy out of the room, all while the boy grumbled and glared at the sword, who shuffled as well as it could in its bindings. Sounds like a plan to me, B. Naruto said with a light grin while their Biju groaned. Kurama snorted. Great, your container broke mine just as he was starting to become bearable. Way to go, sushi steak. Quote, it's not my fault Kurabi's a fool. From what I understand of his history, his father was similar. It's probably genetic. Gyuki quickly rebuffed. Sure, you have fun with that fantasy. Kurama retorted. Play nice, guys. Naruto thought as he left the dining room and went topside to the deck. When he finished his trek up the stairs, Naruto saw Kuretsuchi as she went through a few kata near Festus head while Chojuro looked at a few sprawled out scrolls while seated behind the mast. Yo, Chojuro, Naruto said with a grin as he approached the swordsman. The spectacled warrior looked up and smiled lightly at him. Naruto-sama, he greeted. Naruto frowned. Don't call me that, I don't like honorifics. You are the hero of the shinobi world, Naruto-sama. It would be rude of me to speak lowly of you, Chojuro said firmly. If one does not show respect to others, how can one expect to be respected in return? By pulling the stick out of your ass and hitting others with it. Kuratsuki asked from where she performed a high roundhouse kick. Chojuro rolled his eyes while Naruto tilted his head in thought. Both had points that he could understand, but if he chose a side now, he'd be drawn into an argument that wouldn't get him anywhere. Instead, Naruto just shrugged and fell into a cross-legged seat with an easygoing grin aimed at the Kurigakure shinobi. Well, if you're going to be that way, fine. So, you said something about a translation seal? Naruto asked as he peered at the scrolls. He hummed and tilted his head. That's an interesting translation formula, though wrong. Chojuro blinked. Wrong. This was made by some of Kurigakure's best seal craftsmen. Yeah, but this is translating what the ears hear. The ears don't process sounds, the brain does. Naruto explained. He spun the scroll around and picked it up. And there's nothing about visual translation, either. We were going to use a separate seal. Chojuro gestured to one at his side. He scratched his head. And then once we perfected them, get them into one. Naruto sighed and shook his head. Man, why is it everyone thinks seals are that simple? Ero Sennin wasn't surprised when he learned I hadn't had any training in it. But when I thought it'd be easy, Naruto shuddered. Those first few storage seals were murder, all the explosions. He had to wear a hat a lot to cover some bald spots. Kurama laughed. I almost forgot about that. You looked ridiculous. Quote, shut up, fuzzball. I still became a better seal master than Ero Sennin. Naruto thought with a scowl as he looked over the visual seal. Again, this uses what the eye perceives as the focus, not what the brain registers. Our best bet would be to start with a combination of the two into a universal translation seal and then work on minimizing it. Chojuro frowned. But wouldn't we need to know other languages for that? Naruto sighed. The goal isn't to learn other languages, it's to understand them. Thankfully, I know the two languages we want to deal with. We can start there and, if need be, work our way to other languages later down the line. Naruto sat back and set the scroll down. He summoned a clone and sent it to his room to get his things. The clone returned quickly and it, along with other clones Naruto summoned, began to search through Kuragaker's notes and seals for inspiration. 15 minutes in, Suchi had stopped training and watched the many clones work on one seal. She looked at Chojuro, who was just as flabbergasted. This is why our countries destroyed Uzuoshigakure no Sato. It's like they're just writing a report, Chojuro muttered. He could see why the Uzumaki clan as individuals and as a whole were feared. If Naruto was capable of getting further than his village's experts were within an hour, which he was, then imagining a clan, no, a village with the innate ability in the art of fuinjutsu was absolutely terrifying. No wonder it took 3 of the 5 great hidden villages to destroy the Uzumaki's home. The casualties on the 3 villages' side had to be enormous. And Konohagakure was the smartest of them all, Kankuro muttered as he joined the two. His war paint was washed from his face, revealing quite similar handsome features his father and brother were known for, and a light frown crossed his face. He fingered his sealed puppet containing scrolls. He looked at the complex formulas the many-whiskered blondes were developing and sighed. The Sunagakure sealing knowledge is nowhere on this level. Konoha is the go-to place for seals because of their vast records given by their allies. Uzumaki seals are no joke. Meet one on the battlefield and you're smoked. Kurabi nodded from where he stood. The Cloud's forces were dwindled by the Habanero's traps, and they always were moved before we could put them on maps. Hey, you guys mind? One clone glared at the 4 from where he was hunched over a scroll close to them. This stuff is tricky and one slip up The clone was forcibly dispelled as a drip from his brush onto the formula he had started caused him to explode. The rest of the blondes shivered as the memory came to them. The one they presumed to be the original stood up. Okay, anyone else notice the seal he was in the midst of adding? The clones nodded. Don't add that one. The clones saluted. Right, boss. Kuretsuchi shook her head as the original sat back down and was lost in the sea of blondes. She looked at Kankuro and arched a brow. So, what did you figure out from the layout, puppet boy? The engines are powered by some sort of chemical combination that I'm not familiar with yet. Kankuro frowned, a bit miffed that there were some ingredients he didn't recognize, which meant more work for him. And their design, far more advanced than anything we have back in the villages. Well, anything that's not classified. Kurabi hummed and decided not to mention his brother's latest project since the discovery of more godlike entities. And you, Kuretsuchi looked at Chojuro. Figure out some of this ancient Greek stuff yet? Chojuro crossed his arms. I've found a few books in Naruto-sama's room, but nothing noteworthy. From what I can gather, they're mostly storybooks about myths or some sort. I mean, there was a picture of a 3-headed dog. It could be a book on the Inuzuka, Kankuro said thoughtfully. I doubt it, Chojuro muttered. He looked at the oddly silent Jinchuriki of the Hachibi. What have you discovered, Kurabi-sama? The kids on this ship have a lot of woe. It makes sense since they face a huge foe, Kurabi said smoothly. Each has their own secrets that they hide, but none hold grudges or amnesty to our friend, Mr. 9. We had to be sure, Kuretsuchi said with her arms crossed. I'm not going to risk losing the hat because some brat wanted to off the savior of the world, Kankuro snorted. Like that punk I knocked out. Pretty sure he was hostile. Guys, seriously, a clone to their left whined. He gestured carefully at his work. I'm trying to focus here. Yeah, the rest of the blondes chorused. Kuretsuchi rolled her eyes. Deal with it, Uzumaki. We were sent here partially to be your bodyguards. Part of the job is hovering over you. The Narutos grimaced and got back to work while Kuretsuchi smirked. I knew you'd see it our way. I pity the guy that marries you, Kankuro said under his breath. Like you're going to be a better husband to your wife. Kuretsuchi huffed. Chojuro sighed in dismay while Kurabi snickered at their banter. 2 hours passed before Naruto declared that he was finished. He applied the first seal to Kurabi, to see if it messed with his iron armor seal. Then he called the demigods out to see if it worked. So what exactly is a seal supposed to do? Leo asked as he munched on a breakfast bar. Anything you design it to do. Naruto returned as he double-checked Kurabi's seal and the seal he placed. So, basically it's a computer. No, it's Fuinjutsu, not technology. But they do the same thing. Leo, please don't start an argument just because you're bored. Piper sighed. She'd seen it happen when they were at the wilderness school. Leo just grinned as he took another bite. Whatever, beauty queen. Kurabi looked at Naruto as the blonde backed away and clapped his hands into the ram hand seal. Alright, let's see if it works. Ready, Octopops. Kurabi let a grin cross his face and held a thumb up. Naruto grinned back as his chakra flared. Fuin. Kurabi grunted as he felt Naruto's chakra invade his system. A minute passed and Kurabi grinned again. Not even a single squeak. Nice job with the ink. Does he always speak in rhyme? Hazel asked at the odd method of speech. Rhyme. Little girl, that wasn't a rhyme. The killer bee's raps happen all the time. Kurabi frowned and crossed his arms over his chest. I like him. Leo grinned. Kurabi grinned back at him while Naruto looked at the rest of the shinobi. Okay, who's next? Within the next 20 minutes, Naruto had applied the translation seal to the rest of the shinobi. Conversations ensued, and Naruto watched the interactions between cultures with a smile on his face. He laughed as he shamelessly eavesdropped on the group. Your hair is naturally blue, huh? Percy asked Chojuro, who was talking about his sword with a very impressed Annabeth. The wordsman looked at him and slowly nodded. Yes, why do you keep going back to that question? No reason. Annabeth rolled her eyes. You're not allowed to dye your hair, Percy. But Annabeth, no. Chojuro frowned as Percy sulked mildly. Is he okay? Annabeth waved Percy's depression off. He'll be fine. So, how exactly was the Haramakare forged again? Piper and Jason listened to Kurabi as he described the lightning armor technique to Jason. The power of the sky covers your body, making it nearly impossible for anyone to stop you, even me. But how does he cover himself in lightning? Jason asked. Kurabi shrugged. Dunno, man. Never gave it a try. Last time I did, bro made me cry. You use puppets? Frank asked Konkuro. Konkuro sighed. For the 100th time, yes. I use puppets. I'm the only active expert on puppeteer warfare in Sunagakur no Sato. Puppets can not only be entertaining or distracting, but deadly when the right poison or tools are applied to them. Frank stared at him. But why puppets? Why do you insist on using a bow? Konkuro asked in return. He looked at Hazel. And this guy's your boyfriend? Seriously. Hazel flushed and frowned all at once. What is that supposed to mean? Nothing. He just gets really focused on one thing far too easily. Konkuro shook his head. Kids today, I swear. You're not that older than me. Frank returned with a frown. I've been a part of an invasion on another country, threatened from age 3 to 14 with death, and fought against immortal undead shinobi in the last war, including my own father. Well, I never fought him directly. But I was there in spirit when my brother and sister did, Konkuro mumbled. He shook his head and glared at the young archer. Who are you to judge me, furry boy? Wait, what's a furry? Hazel asked. Frank flushed brightly as Konkuro stared at her and then looked back at Frank. Okay, starting to see why you two are together now. Leo and Kuretsuchi, however, probably stole the show. So, you're hot and I'm hot. Leo waggled his brows at the Iwa Kunoichi. Kuretsuchi glared at him as hard as she could with her pink irises. Shrimp, you've got 3 seconds to find a new place to stand. Or I'm going to melted my heart. 1. So feisty Tilda. Leo grinned at her. I like that. Okay, new plan. I'm just going to throw you off the ship into the ocean. Kuretsuchi decided as she held her hands out to wrap around Leo's neck. First, you've got to lose consciousness. Ocean. Leo blinked and looked around Kuretsuchi to see 2 large pillars that reached from the ground to the top of the Argo 2. Hold, that thought. Hot stuff. Hot stuff. You little. A few chakra strings held Kuretsuchi back from closing the distance between her and the Athena captain that rushed towards the controls. Brace for brakes. All hands hold fast. Leo cried as he ran into his control room. Naruto and the other shinobi clung to the ship with chakra, but the demigods lost their balance and fell as Leo slammed on the brakes. Huh, seems like we've reached the Mare Sternum. Naruto noted. Jason groaned. Mare Nostrum. That's what I said. I'm late. Sorry. Got caught up in almost being done with summer classes, finding a temp job, and just playing video games. So, yeah. Review. Rakudo Senin Moto. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto, Percy Jackson and the Olympians. Or Heroes of Olympus. Co-written by engineer Forever Fils de l'Amour, Mark of Athena 12, Rakudo Senin Moto. They've been gone for too long, Naruto grumbled as he rested with his back against the mast. Miu looked at him from where she had perched on his shoulder and he gently stroked her beak, but the irritation was visible in his actions. They had made it to the Mare Nostrum, but now they had to get permission to enter from the Dorman. The staple of Greek heroes himself, Hercules. Percy, for some reason, had no desire to meet him, something about a bad memory about a furry. ND and Annabeth was far more interested in discussing things with the shinobi. Leo was determined to get his fellow, hottie, to like him. Frank and Hazel were willing to go, but Annabeth thought that would be a bad idea. Considering they were both Roman and Hercules was originally Greek. In the end, the seven decided that Jason, being a fellow son of Zeus Jupiter, and Piper, a charm speaker, would be their best choice to go ask for permission. That had been an hour ago. Naruto was starting to get antsy. Relax, Mr. 9. I'm sure they're fine. Kurabi waved off Naruto's concern. Naruto grit his teeth and stood up. I got a bad feeling. Without any set plan in mind, Naruto went to the edge of the Argo 2 and peered over it. A good 200 or so fall, no biggie. Naruto, what's your plan? Oh. Kurabi's words died on his mouth as Naruto leapt over the edge. He snorted and rubbed his head. Well, there he goes again. Mr. 9 is so reckless and brash, he's gonna be the cause of my sore ass. Gyuki sighed in Kurabi's head. You do know that was a double entendre, don't you? Quote. He got no response. Naruto landed on the edge of the beach in a crouch. He stood up and looked around with a frown on his face. Jason and Piper weren't anywhere nearby, but they had been here. The ladder led to this beach and there were footsteps. He looked up at the massive pillars that sprouted from either side of the beach and rose to match the top of the Argo II's tallest mast. Well, I dunno. Is it compensation or? Kurama drawled. Naruto snorted. Probably. Naruto looked up as the Argo 2 slowly descended towards a clearing not too far from him. The landing gear popped out, an odd thing to see on a massive ship, and sank slightly into the ground as the ship settled. Naruto, what are you doing? Annabeth called to him. Naruto waved at her. Just checking out the beach, Anna Baba. Don't worry about it. We agreed to stay on the ship. That would have been wise. Naruto tensed up. A massive source of anger appeared behind him. The blonde turned and beheld a giant of a man, built like a powerhouse and dressed in a dark pair of swim trunks with sandals on his feet. He had dark roan hair and eyes a similar shade of gray that Annabeth and the rest of Cabin 6 had. Only, the man's eyes lacked the same wise feel that his aunts and uncles seemed to have. A scraggly beard covered his powerful jaw, but beneath it, Naruto couldn't help but see several resemblances to Jason. Hi. Naruto greeted warily. Despite himself, Naruto took a cautious step back. You're Heracles, right? Hercules. The god returned with a snort. Ditched that Greek name as soon as the Romans gave me the new one. I'd like to be as distant from Hera as I can. He looked over at the blonde girl that watched them from the deck of the Argo 2. I see you know the feeling. Nah, Anaba Annabeth is just watching out for me. Naruto shrugged. Hercules snorted and crossed his massive arms. Seems more like she's nagging to me. You don't know her. What gives you the right to judge her? Naruto asked as a frown appeared on his face. This god was already on his list of least favorite people. I'm a god, boy. The favorite son of Zeus, reduced to a doorman, but I'm still a god. Hercules rumbled. He glared at the son of Aphrodite. Why have you come? I already sent your two friends on a quest. Naruto blinked. A quest? To do what, exactly? Fetch me something. Not that it matters to you. Hercules turned and waved Naruto off. Begone, son of Aphrodite. Wait for the two other odds to return in the safety of your toy boat. How do you know I was a son of Aphrodite? Naruto asked with a frown. Hercules snorted. I'm the patron of heroes, boy. You are a hero, yet you reek Of cleanliness and your fingers lack any calluses. Naruto scowled at the reminder. Not by choice, I'm sure, Hercules said, disbelief laden in his tone. Run off, wait for your sister and my brother to return. The success of this little fetch quest will mean little to me, but it was either they get me something or I fight someone. Hercules shrugged nonchalantly. I've got a lot of anger against my stepmother to deal with. Naruto frowned. Then let's go, big guy. You and me. You're an insolent brat, aren't you? Hercules asked with a scowl. You want to face off against me? I am the strongest son of Zeus. His favorite son. He gave me immortality on my death. You believe you, a lowly half-blooded son of the goddess of love, can face off with me? Yeah, Naruto nodded confidently. He looked up at Hercules and crossed his arms over his chest. And if you lose, you help us fight Gia alongside Hera. Do you enjoy the fantasy that is your mind? Hercules asked. Naruto scowled at him. What's your deal? Why can't you push aside your anger for Hera to do what needs to be done? Hera drove me mad and in my madness I killed my wife and children. I was forced to atone for my sins. To cleanse myself of them with 12 labors, should have been 10, but I got duped into 2 more. Hercules grumbled. Damn loopholes, this was why he hated the laws. Not only am I tormented by the memories of my mortal life, but now I am subservient to the one that had caused me so much pain. Would you not hold a grudge yourself against the one who did so much to hurt you? If things hadn't played out the way they had for me, maybe I could have been like you. Naruto frowned. He held his hand over the seal on his stomach. I care not for your problems, boy. Hercules interrupted rudely. He crossed his arms over his chest. Besides, as I've already told you, I sent your 2 friends along to do a small quest to gain passage. He smirked. And once I have that horn, I can hold it over that fool's head for all eternity. I'll send it to Hebe to hang in my temple. Naruto frowned. Not only did the jerk cut him off from trying to build a connection, but he was also using his sister to bully someone. Yeah, fuck this guy. Uzumaki Naruto's friends and family were not tools to be used. Especially if he had any say in it. Well, you better start caring once I beat you into the ground. Naruto said with a frown. Hercules let his head roll back and a booming laugh escaped from his mouth. You are lively, boy. I'll give you that much. Tell you what, I'll indulge ye conscious after one of my punches. I'll even go off and whisk those other 2 demigods back, and give you safe passage through the pillars. Naruto nodded and closed his eyes as he felt Kurama take in natural energy. He wasn't stupid enough to leave his body completely defenseless after all. When the toad-like irises appeared, Hercules stared at them for a moment before he snorted. Interesting contacts, but they will do you little good. Hercules brought his fist back and grinned savagely. Nice meeting you, boy. The blow sent Naruto flying back a good couple dozen or so meters. Hercules had held back, finding that there was no need to actually kill the lad. Hebe and he were already distant enough, and he didn't want Aphrodite meddling with that. He liked his occasional romp with his wife. Nah. Naruto groaned and pulled himself out of the trench his body made. His eyes looked up and met with Hercules, shocked ones. A grin spread across Naruto's face. I'm conscious, so it would seem. All right boy, best me in a fight and I'll help you. Hercules smirked. You said I had to be conscious after 1 punch. Naruto frowned. I never swore on the sticks. Why would I have to keep any other promise? Hercules asked nonchalantly. He cracked his knuckles. I'll be fair though. I swear on the sticks that if you manage to knock me out, you will have free entry into the homelands for the rest of your life. The sky boomed and Naruto exhaled with a small frown on his face. Fine. Naruto doubled over the massive fist that buried itself into his stomach. He was lifted off the ground slightly and a barrage of punches assaulted him, which kept him suspended in the air. Hercules grabbed him by the collar of his jacket and drove his head into Naruto's, the blow strong enough to send Naruto 10 feet away. Naruto pushed himself to his knees and shook his head to clear the fog that had been brought on by the headbutt. That was just brutal. If not for his headband, Naruto was sure his skull would be mush. Naruto stumbled to his feet and barely managed to catch the right cross that would have knocked him out if it had connected. He still had to use the momentum to jump back, lest his arms suffer for it. Hercules smirked cruelly at him. Looks like some evil version of Jason, Naruto noted. He rose up and charged at the god with a fist brought back. Hercules took the punch to the face without a flinch. And Naruto's toad-like eyes widened in mild shock. Oh, shit. Hercules' grin widened and he grabbed Naruto by the jaw. He lifted the mortal up over his head effortlessly. I'm going to plant myself a dumbass tree. Naruto squeezed his eyes shut as he was drilled into the dirt headfirst, a massive crater formed by his impact. That, unsurprisingly, hurt a lot more than when Sasuke drilled him into the ground back when they were 12. A rough kick to the chest made Naruto skid inland through at least 8 meters of stone before the son of Aphrodite flopped to his back, his head papa D out of the ground it had been drilled into as a consequence. Hercules stalked up to him with a smirk on his face. This has been fun, but I said I was gonna plant a dumbass tree. Can't leave the seed uncovered. Naruto could do little more than groan as he tried to get his bearings. He felt the ground protest as a chunk of rock the size of the Argo II was pulled up. Shadow eclipsed Naruto's face, and he closed his eyes as the enormous boulder was raised above Hercules' head. Goodbye, mortal. I'll give my condolences to Aphrodite when she next visits. Hercules smirked before he slammed the hunk of earth onto his mortal foe and buried him alive. Well, buried him would be a more accurate term. He turned towards the ship that dare land on his island and began to walk towards it. Any other brave heroes wish to test their mettle against me? The shinobi glared at him, but didn't move unlike the demigods who tensed and prepared to fight. Hercules smirked. I thought not, he said. He crossed his arms over his chest. So, now that that's settled, now we wait for the other heroes to return in. The sound of rock cracking made Hercules turn. His eyes went wide in disbelief. Impossible. The ground where his mortal opponent was recently buried slowly started to rise. Hercules could only watch as the boy he defeated without a problem dug himself from his grave. Or rather, lifted the grave off of himself. That is so messed up, Frank mumbled from where he stood next to Kurabi. Hazel nodded from where she stood next to him. The Kumo shinobi smirked and crossed his arms over his chest. Never place a bet against the container of 9. You'll lose your money every time. Savior of the world, wrecker of your shit, they sound about the same, right? Kankuro asked Kuretsuchi, who swallowed visibly and nodded. Iwa really needs to revisit a treaty with Konoha. Kuretsuchi muttered. So does Kiri, but Mizukage-sama cannot know about this. Chojuro mumbled. She'll never leave Naruto-sama alone if she finds out. Desperate, much? Kankuro asked. As Chojuro watched Naruto get to his feet with the massive boulder held over his head, he slowly nodded. You have no idea. What? How? Why? Hercules stared at the rising blonde as he effortlessly held the boulder above his head with one hand. The minor god hadn't seen such a feat since he was a demigod. Naruto dropped the boulder to the side, undisturbed by the loud noise made from the action, and Hercules stared with wide eyes at the blonde. I have so many questions. You had your chance. Naruto frowned as he stalked forward and tore the remains of his backup hoodie off, revealing his slightly torn camp t-shirt. Stupid rocks, ripping his gifts, at least he had one more. He was going to hold off on wearing that, though. He did not want his last jacket to get ruined. Naruto walked calmly towards the minor god with a frown on his face. That wasn't too bad for a warm-up. Now I know I'm not strong enough to face you in Senenmoto. Naruto said, as he pointed at his toad-like eyes. A golden flame spread from his stomach to encase his body, and within a second Naruto stood in his 9-tailed chakra mode. This is my next level of strength. More of a speed boost than a strength one, so it won't really do me much good against you. TCH, just get on with it, Naruto. Kurama's voice echoed as the fox's head formed in a flame that sprouted from Naruto's shoulder. He glared at the god. I want to see this crybaby beg. Hercules glared back at the demonic image. So, the heroes have turned to ally with monsters now. Perhaps I am facing the enemy after all. That had the entire group of shinobi and demigods bristle. Kurabi's frown was most prominent of them all. He stepped forward with his arms crossed over his chest. Naruto. His voice was calm and carried far over the island. Naruto looked at his friend and fellow Jinchuriki as Kurabi held his thumb down. Show this clown what you can do, know that Kumo stands behind you. As does Kurigakure, Chojuro said with a scowl. He adjusted his glasses and frowned at the minor god. Show him why shinobi are feared. Bury him in the dirt. Kuritsuchi nodded. Kankuro grinned and leaned on the railing of the Argo II. Kick his ass, kid. Naruto grinned back at them and turned back to Hercules with his right hand held out. In the middle of Hai's palm where a black circle covered his seal, Kurama's chakra receded to reveal the small sun-like seal. Hercules, this is the Yang seal of Hagoromo Otsutsuki, the Rakuto Sennin and the god of shinobi. Hercules scowled at him. I don't recognize any god of yours, boy. Do whatever makes you feel better. Once you're finished, I'll crush you in my bare hands and then rip that hunk of bronze and wood in half. You should have just helped us. Nice meeting you, Baka. Kurama cackled as his chakra receded into Naruto. The blonde shinobi said nothing while he bit into his index and middle fingers on his left hand. Naruto then brought his hands together into the ram seal. He closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths. Ninjutsu of Hagoromo, before it was corrupted into ninjutsu. Created to ite the shinobi world and the rest of humanity. Kurama muttered. He snarled in Naruto's head. Show this god what the sage was capable of. Quote, gladly. Naruto opened his eyes and glared at the amused Hercules. Fuin. Kai. For a moment, there was nothing. Then, it was as if the universe stopped and focused on one thing. Naruto felt the implosion of the universe's energy. He failed to witness the giant dome of white light that expanded from him to cover the entire island. The demigods were forced to shield their eyes along with the shinobi while Kurabi had to squint behind his sunglasses. The force of the explosion made tidal waves expand out from the island and rocked the Argo where it was parked. Elsewhere, a wandering young man stopped and grabbed at his eye with his sole hand. Uchi. Sasuke dropped to a knee as the familiar power of the Rakuto's yin chakra filled him. His Char Rinnegan eye turned from purple to blood red and he felt the yang chakra grow. Recomposed, Sasuke rose to his feet and turned towards the origin of the yang chakra. His eyes narrowed. What are you doing, Naruto? Hercules was torn between being infuriated and in awe. This power, it was not meant to be wielded by a child, a demigod. It was a god's power that radiated off of the boy, that much was sure. No matter, Hercules would crush him all the same. Even Ares, the Olympian god of war, was no match for his limited demigod strength. This boy, a son of Aphrodite, would fall easily. Hercules' thoughts then shifted to wonder how the hell the world turned upside down so fast and why his jaw hurt so much. He landed on the ground flat on his face, 10 meters from where he once stood. He rose and glared at his opponent's allies as the strangely dressed woman laughed and pointed at him. Uzumaki slapped your shit. Kuritsuchi managed to get out between her laughs while Kankuro bellowed in laughter beside her. Hercules snarled and glared at the mortal that struck him. Naruto glared back with orange eyes. The pupils a solid cross rather than the toad fox slit combo when he was in Kurama and Senenmoto. His hair was a glistening gold, and blew from an unseen wind. His camp shirt and jeans had been replaced by a solid black body suit, a singular golden ring that hovered over his navel. His sandals shone just as brightly as his hair, and a golden jacket forged from chakra alone covered his torso. There were also 9 pitch-black spheres that hovered in a circle behind his back. The only thing that hadn't changed, oddly enough, was the boy's skin tone. You can't live with the pain of losing loved ones, I get that. The boy's voice traveled to him. Hercules glared indignantly at him and got to his feet to charge once again. Naruto watched the god prepare a strike as though it peeped in slow motion and easily intercepted the punch with his own hand. Unlike last time, the shinobi didn't get forced back. Hercules grit his teeth and his arm strained as he tried to force the boy back. My best friend lost his entire family to his brother, who dutifully put a stop to his own family's revolt, Naruto said firmly. He tightened his grip around Hercules' fist and effortlessly shoved the minor god's hand to the side. Hercules could hardly follow the next blow to the face that knocked him off the ground and sent him back several feet. Right now, my problem with you is that you choose, like my friend, to hang onto it as a reason, an excuse, to be a dick. Naruto lowered his hand and slowly walked forward. I also have to thank you, because you're the first one to give me a real reason to test myself. He didn't stop in his stride forward, and stopped another attack made by the patron of heroes. A backspin kick delivered to the stomach made Hercules tumble backwards and only stopped once he was a good 30 feet away. Naruto lowered his leg and continued his stride. Ever since my mother brought me to Camp Half-Blood, I've had to hold back considerably. I feel like I've entered a world made of cardboard. I have to take care not to break something, or worse, break someone. Naruto grimaced at the thought. I can't allow myself to ever lose control or someone would die. Hercules got to his feet and grabbed a fallen tree from the edge of the beach. He chucked it as hard as he could at the shinobi. Naruto held up his left hand and the black spheres moved to merge together and form a large circular disc. The tree made contact with the disc, and disintegrated immediately. No light show, no magic words, just touch, and the tree was gone. Hercules stared at the black disc as it separated back into spheres and went to hover behind Naruto's back again. But you can take it, can't ya, big guy? Naruto asked, not disturbed or broken from his train of thought at all. He continued to stalk towards the god as his hands clenched into fists. What we have here is a rare opportunity for me to cut loose. Let me show you, and everyone watching. Naruto glanced up at the sky for a brief moment before his gaze met with the minor gods once more. Just how powerful I really am. Hercules sneered at him. I've bested Ares, the god of war. Held my own against Apollo and Poseidon simultaneously. You, a mere mortal son of Aphrodite, are no threat to him. As he shot through the brush towards the lake of Achilles, Hercules had to wonder just when the boy closed the distance between them. That, and the pain he felt in his left cheek was enormous. Boo! Hercules looked ahead of him and found a golden sandal rapidly approaching his face. Gray eyes barely managed to close before the foot impacted and shattered his immortal nose as well as send the god of bravery and heroism back to the beach. Hercules made a trench 10 miles off the beach before his momentum stopped. Hercules fled the water before one of his least favored uncles tried to keep him submerged. He snapped his nose back into place as he crawled back onto the beach and spat ichor to the side. That fucking hurt. I will have begged Aphrodite for forgiveness, but she will have to deal with the obliteration of one of her children. Hercules roared as the golden-haired shinobi reappeared in front of him. Hercules began to glow, and even from the distance he heard one of the other demigods warn the mortals to not look. Smart child, unlike the fool boy that dare embarrass him like this. He was a son of Zeus, damn it. He was the strongest. How strong are you now, boy? Hercules, now in his godly form, asked. The smirk on his face died down as the boy faced him with his headband over his eyes. The black spheres thinned as duplicates of the boy appeared beside him out of thin air. 9 exactly, enough to match the amount of spheres that floated behind the boy. The spheres had turned into a single staff that the original held in his hand. Hercules, after meeting you, I now know one thing. Naruto, the original, said. His covered eyes somehow managed to meet his immortal ones. I'm officially going to be the strongest Hokage. What in Hades are you? A sharp throbbing pain shot through Hercules' jaw as the boy managed to strike him hard enough with the staff to knock him into the air. A glance down and Hercules' eyes widened in horror as his mandible had gone the same way as the tree. He didn't even feel the healing yet. Wah. 3 more of the clones struck I am with their feet in the center of his godly sternum and on either side of his ribs. Hercules felt the blows heal, but knew it was the least of his problems. He rose into his father's domain, and for just a moment, he thought that he'd be safe. So much for that. Hercules was sent back towards the island by a rough double-handed downward blow. Hercules was sent to the left by a dropkick. He was starting to get annoyed. How the hell could they hit him hard enough to break the sound barrier while he was in his godly form? Let alone while they had their eyes covered. Senjutsu, a voice said near him. Hercules opened his eyes to face the covered eyes of the demigod. Hercules the blonde was flying at the same speed he was. The Naruto clone tapped the side of his head. We can sense where you are and what you're thinking. It's easy, really. Oh, by the way. He spun and a golden sandal kicked Hercules in the gut. Hercules was sent down towards the ocean, the burn of re-entry on his back. His descent was halted by a sharp elbow check to the god's spine. Zoo. Hercules found himself rising back to the clouds. And more importantly, his jaw had finally healed back. Realizing he needed some assistance in this fight, Hercules decided to do the one thing he knew how to do best. Fath. Oh no you don't, a duplicate cried as it appeared above him. Two hands latched onto his freshly healed mouth and Hercules felt himself get spun in the air fast enough to make a cyclone before he was thrown away from the clouds. The faint boom made him realize he was going faster than 5 times the speed of sound. Ma. A direct downward kick sent Hercules plummeting towards the beach he once relaxed on. Hercules wondered if this was something Hera had planned. Perhaps it was a dream. Or another bout of madness sent to bother him in return for annoying her precious champion. Key. About an inch away from the ground, Hercules felt that he was no longer alone. He turned his head around and immediately regretted doing so. The original Naruto had appeared above him in a burst of speed with his staff drawn over his shoulder. A half-second before the minor god struck the ground, Naruto drove his staff into the back of Hercules' head. Hercules felt the back of his skull cave in and he was out like a light after that finishing blow. He would be haunted in his dreams by the loss. T2 words the son of Aphrodite shouted upon the collision of his strange staff on the god's head. Naruto Renden, 6 Paths Naruto Uzumaki Barrage. It was a shame about the beach, Kankuro said with an amused smirk. The beach that Hercules previously claimed as his own was now at least 5 leagues under the sea with the god in question. He crossed his arms over his chest and looked at Naruto, who was still in Rakudo Senin Moto. So, this is what the Rakudo Senin looked like, Naruto looked at him and then at his hands. The old sage was more wrinkly and had a big fat red eye in the center of his forehead. Naruto punched the air a few times, which unintentionally rocked the boat. I don't have that. Sasuke has the eyes. He's a Super Saiyan. Gods Percy. Annabeth rounded on the son of Poseidon. Naruto is not a Super Saiyan. Percy pointed at Naruto. Glowing blonde hair. Check. Flight. Check. Beat down a god. Check. And to top it all off, he has a freakin' power pole. Percy crossed his arms and nodded firmly. Naruto is a Super Saiyan. Actually, these are the Gudodama truth-seeking balls, Naruto said as he held his hand out and one of the black orbs floated into it. He grinned as it shifted shapes to change into various weapons he had seen at camp. They destroy any chakra-laced attacks or items and, well, physical attacks without chakra don't end well for them either. He sighed. Poor tree. Damn, dude, you are like the definition of hacks. Leo muttered. Naruto tilted his head, his hair still in motion from the chakra that flowed through it. What's hacks? Leo's explanation was held off as Piper and Jason returned through the brush with a horn in the charmspeaker's hand. Jason stared in mild shock at the glowing blonde while Piper openly gaped. Piper's mouth snapped shut as she looked around the area. Hey, Imo Udo, Naruto greeted cheerfully, as if he hadn't just put the smack down on the most famous Greek demigod. He pointed at the horn in her hand. What's that? The cornucopia. Naruto, what did you do? Piper asked with narrowed kaleidoscopic eyes, as she took in the surroundings and her brother's new appearance. After all the stuff Achilles put her through, she was tired and hungry, and frankly, she really didn't want to know why the beach was missing. Naruto hesitated for a moment before he started to float up. I'm gonna go scout ahead and see if there's any other islands with jerks planted on the beaches. Later, Imo Udo. Piper watched in disbelief as Naruto shot off with a golden after image while Jason blinked. Did he just fly away? Jason asked as a pout formed on his face. That was his thing. Yes he did. Piper groaned and climbed onto the Argo too. Come on, Jason. We'll get details from Annabeth and the others. Let's go to Rome. Yeah, not my best work. I liked writing the fight scene though. Can't wait to see what Engineer does with it. Anyway, y'all know what to do. Review. The pirate's life ain't for me. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto. Percy Jackson and the Olympians are heroes of Olympus. Co-written by Engineer Forever Fils de l'Amour. Mark of Athena 13. The pirate's life ain't for me. Naruto coasted through the air with a relaxed smile plastered on his face. He really never got to enjoy flight the last time he was able to do so, what with the psychotic rabbit demon lady trying to absorb all of humanity with her tree of doom. Now that he could take the time to enjoy it though, he regretted ever sealing it away. This is what it feels like to be free. Something in the back of his head whispered. No responsibilities, no more fighting, just free. No nagging from others, no more orders to be followed, and no more deaths. We could stop it all, and make a world where no one fights and dies for needless reasons. A world where no one fights or dies, that is my goal. The memory of Obito's warped plan, a product of having his broken heart manipulated by RT-less mama's boy that was known as Zetsu and a deranged old man named Madara, snapped Naruto from his daydreaming. Naruto came to a stop and floated in the air as more troubling thoughts came forward. It wasn't like him to think about being free. He liked having time to himself, yeah, but being a shinobi, having a sense of order and direction in his life, was something he enjoyed far more. He loved going on missions. He liked being useful, training to fight against opponents and, more importantly, helping others find peace with their life. He sighed and rubbed his head. Man, what am I doing out here? Being an idiot, Kurama suggested a bit too nonchalantly. Naruto glared down at his navel with mild annoyance before he shook his head and turned around. He didn't see the ship anywhere. Weird, he'd thought that they'd be back in the air in no time. With a silent shrug, Naruto reached out and felt for the Argo's shinobi inhabitants. His eyes, previously closed, snapped open in surprise. He couldn't feel the shinobi. More importantly, he couldn't feel Yuki. Naruto. Kurama sounded just as uneasy as Naruto felt. I know. Naruto turned around, tore through the air with a sonic boom not too far behind him. The air parted as a vapor cone formed in front of Naruto, and within seconds he was back over the Argo 2, which for some reason was in the water. Naruto frowned at the sight of a second ship alongside the Argo 2. The other ship was just as large as the Argo 2, but had black sails instead of white, and a tattered flag with a golden skull on it. There was something on the deck that made Naruto uneasy. He reached out with his connection to life that the Rakuto Senjutsu gave him. Naruto. Kurama's warning came just a fraction of a second too late as a massive black ball with golden arcs of energy shot up towards them. It felt like a Bijudama, but something about it was off. The most Naruto could do was bring the Gudodama around and make a shield that Barel Y held against the mysterious energy that was fired at him. The shield cracked as a second ball of the energy collided with the first and both expanded before they ruptured. The force of the attack made Naruto fall into the water. He emerged from the depths a second later, without Rakuto Senjutsu mode active due to the proximity he had with the others. If he tried to go all out so close to the Argo 2, he could accidentally blow the ship up. His friends, aunt and sister would forgive him if he accidentally blew them up. That was not just chakra. Naruto thought with a groan as he climbed onto He moving ocean with the aid of water walking. Any ideas? I agree, that wasn't just chakra. Must have been partly made of that magic fog stuff we keep hearing about. Kurama suggested as he gave his Jinchuriki some chakra to use. It managed to duplicate the effects of a Senjutsu, Bijudama, Sage Art, Tailed Beast Ball. I'm surprised it broke through your defense so readily. Quote, Naruto frowned. He didn't like not knowing what this fog stuff was, but it couldn't be helped. He ran to the Argo 2 and jumped up to the deck. The sight he found was, for lack of a better term, infuriating. Piper was gagged and bound at the foot of a half-dolphin man, and next to her was a knocked-out Jason that was covered in bruises. The satyr Hedge was also unconscious, but he was bound far more heavily than the others. Leo, Frank and Hazel were also bound, but their mouths were free of gags. The shinobi were missing, but with a single second to reach out, Naruto found their chakra being used like they were in battle. He'd go help them in a moment. Percy and Annabeth were bound and glared at a golden-masked man, who turned to face Naruto. Ah, and the God Slayer returns. The hideous golden mask hid the man's face. But Naruto could imagine the sneer the man's mouth had formed. I see your God mode failed to last against Mark 10. Mark what? Naruto asked. The man let out a dark chuckle, echo D by the chattering laughter of his dolphin men crew. Mark 10. 10. Get your ass over here, boy. The masked man barked. There was a loud stomp that made Naruto turn to face a very tall man, easily 7 feet tall and packed with muscle. The man had a black bodysuit underneath awesome orange armor. His hair was spiked like Naruto's own, but it was a shade of red that reminded him of his mother's hair. The massive man's eyes were red and a scowl was settled on his face. Blondie, that thing's a robot. It's got. Leo was cut off as one of the dolphin men punched him hard in the back of the head to get him to go down. Hazel and Frank started to open their own mouths, but when guns were pointed at their heads, they wisely became quiet. Naruto tightened his hand into a fist and he glared at the masked man before he looked back at the giant. So, Mark 10. Affirmative. Creepy. It even sounded like Naruto. Just robotic. The golden masked dude barked out another laugh. Mark 10. Tell him your primary objective. Primary objective. Absorption and assimilation of the chakra that belongs to the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki. The robotic announcement sent a chill down Naruto's spine. Secondary objective. Eliminate, kill, exterminate, exterminate, exterminate. Naruto Uzumaki. Yeah, no, that's not happening. Naruto scowled. He looked deep within himself and pulled on the chakra of Rakudo Senjutsu. A powerful punch to the gut made Naruto double over and cough up a bit of blood. What the hell was that? That felt like Han's punch. Your compliance is not required nor a factor. All interference to primary objective will be met with hostility. Mark 10 informed Naruto as he withdrew his fist from the blonde's stomach. Naruto fell to a knee and cradled his gut as he tried to regain his air. That was just like Han's punch, and Naruto only survived that thanks to his sealed hatred mode. Naruto, get some distance. Kurama barked out. Naruto quickly used a seal-less ka. Worry me with one of the dolphin men right before Mark 10 could hit him with another punch. That poor dolphin man didn't have the same durability Naruto did and he was promptly turned into goo with the blow. Naruto knew that Leo would be groaning about the mess on his ship's deck after this was over and done with. He overheard the golden masked dude talk about selling his sister to someone named Circe. Needless to say, Kurama had an easy time giving chakra to his now red-eyed Jinchuriki. Naruto attempted to blindside the masked man with a flying kick aimed at his head that would have surely Ken the mask, and knocked that head off of the guy's shoulders and straight into orbit, but his attack was thwarted by Mark 10, who appeared between Naruto and his target. The golden-cloaked Jinchu, Ricky's leg was caught in Mark 10's grasp. Naruto's eyes widened as his chakra cloak was sucked into Mark 10's hand, like dust into a vacuum. Kurama, I know. Kurama snarled in return. He's draining my chakra. Quote, resistance is futile. Mark 10's monotonic voice droned. The hand tightened around Naruto's leg and just before either Biju or Shinobi could realize what was going to happen, the giant red-headed warrior whipped them at the other ship's mast. The golden pillar of a mast gave way to Naruto's body as he plowed through it and landed in a heap on the other deck. What the fuck was that? Kurama demanded. Naruto shook his head and got back to his feet, his eyes locked on the approaching robot as he kept himself off of his nearly crushed ankle. Naruto felt the damaged Ray heel and clenched his hands into fists. Dunno. Let's ask him. All queries and complaints should be directed to Creator, Madara Uchiha. Mark 10 explained before he vanished in a blur of movement. Oh, son of a goddamn Uchiha. Both Naruto and Kurama voiced their displeasure, the latter far more upset than the former. Naruto brought his hand up and caught Mark 10's fist centimeters from his face. Naruto's mechanical opponent caught the counter-punch that was aimed at its head and the two sets of red eyes locked. Two chakra arms sprouted from Naruto's shoulder and over his head a Rasengan began to form. Naruto forced his fist free from Mark 10's hand and their hands interlocked. The two strained against each other, their strength matched up evenly. Naruto, succumbing to exhaustion of using God mode, Kurama mode, and Senjutsu, began forming hand seals with his left hand and Mark 10's interlocked hand. Mark 10's eyes went to its hand, which allowed Naruto to smirk as he took a page from Obito's book, thanks to Kakashi for acting out the genjutsu fight the two students of Minato Namikaze had, and drove his left knee into Mark 10's chin. Mark 10's head craned UPW. Ards and Naruto followed through with the Rasengan driven directly into Mark X's face. The robotic man flew back from the attack and destroyed a good portion of the would-be pirate's deck. There was an outraged cry, and Naruto turned to smirk at the golden masked dude. "So, got anything else, Goldie?" he asked. The man's shoulders trembled and a golden blade was pointed at Naruto. There had to be a scowl behind that mask. "For the record, boy, my name is Chrysor. Know it well, for it will be the last name you learn before you die." Mark 10. Obliterate him. Primary objective. Completed. Naruto turned and gaped at the sight of the robotic man getting back to his feet. He pointed at the robot angrily. "Are you freaking kidding me? I gave you a full-powered Rasengan to the face. Should have used a Bijudama. Atomize this bastard." Kurama snarled. Mark 10 used his left hand to push the damaged portion of his head back in place with a sickening mechanical crunch. His human-like face was shredded on the right side, along with the red hair that covered that side's scalp. Now a silvery skull was revealed from the top of the mouth up. Target: Kyuubi Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki. Primary objective: assimilation, complete. Naruto furrowed his brow. "What does assimilation mean?" Query retort. Assimilation, to make part of, to absorb energy, culture, or information. Notification: with primary objective completed, my secondary objective has been initiated. Mark 10 informed his mortal counterpart. He got back to his feet and grabbed his right hand in his left. The hand was jerked hard to the right 180 degrees, a feat impossible for most humans, and a loud click was heard. The hand and the forearm armor were removed, revealing a mechanical opening like a wed. Chakra cannon activated. Right cannon, that's the word. Wait a second. Infusing death mist particles. Mark 10's lone human-like eye narrowed. Firing. Hell Blitz cannon. Naruto's eyes went wide and he jumped up as a massive black orb with golden arcs of energy coming off of it shot from the machines. Cannon. The entirety of the cabin on the pirate's trireme was destroyed by the attack. Gah! Not the poop deck. Chrysor's voice was heard crying from the Argo's deck. Ignoring the son of Medusa, Naruto landed back on the aft of the pirate ship with his eyes locked on the robot. Well, that explains where the Bijudama-like attacks came from. Naruto, obliterate this thing. Kurama snarled. Naruto's eyes narrowed and he put his hands in front of him as both he and Kurama took in natural energy. A small black orb of energy started to form in front of his hands and a large fox head formed around Naruto's body. The fox's mouth opened as the orb became the size of a beach ball. The orb was swallowed into the fox's mouth and pressed against Naruto's hands. Senjutsu. Cho Bijudama. The black orb rapidly expanded to the size of a horse as it fired from Naruto's hands and out of the now open fox's mouth. Firing. Hell Blitz cannon. Mark 10's monotone order hardly had the same effect as Naruto's cry. The two black orbs collided and battled against one another as they rose up into the sky. The attacks were at least 50 miles above the ocean before they detonated and caused a shockwave that nearly flipped both the Argo II and Chrysor's ship. Naruto and Mark 10 continued to stare each other down despite the violent rocking of the ship. There was some ruckus back on the Argo II, something about Frank being turned into a dolphin, but Naruto didn't pay it any mind as he focused his attention on Mark 10. Red slitted eyes met metallic red orbs and narrowed while Kurama growled from his place in Naruto's mindscape. The machine replaced his hand and turned to look to the left. Chrysor, your assistance is no longer required by this unit. Good day. The robot's feet ignited and it rocketed off to the sky. Is it running away? Kurama asked in disbelief. Naruto just stared in disbelief and slowly nodded. The Biju snarled. It ran away. It took my chakra and then ran away. What the fuck? Quote, did he just run away? Chrysor was just as displeased as Kurama if that shout was anything to go by, which reminded Naruto. He turned back to the Argo II and leapt from the pirate's ship to land behind the golden-masked pirate in question. The rest of the demigods had gotten freed and Percy had his sword to Chrysor's chest. Seems like you're the one outnumbered now, brother. Percy taunted. He pressed his sword closer to Chrysor, who backed up into Naruto. The pirate turned and wilted under Naruto's angry glare. Naruto did not forget the plans Chrysor had for his sister. Damn it, It wasn't supposed to go this way, Chrysor snarled as he turned back to Percy. He made a feint with his sword, but Percy deflected it and unmasked the pirate with his own blade. Chrysor covered his face as Frank, who turned into a bear, rushed towards the pirate. Chrysor was knocked into the edge of the Argo's railing. He toppled overboard, despite Naruto's half-hearted lunge for the pirate's leg. Well, there goes that beat down, Naruto mumbled disappointedly before he made some clones to go search for the rest of the shinobi. He turned back to the group and went around the deck to help the 7 recover from the attack. I knew it. They called me crazy, but I knew Skynet was real. Next we'll have to worry about them developing a way to keep us in. Check. Wait. What if they already have? Leo grabbed Piper by the arms and gave her a grave stare. Tell me we're not in the Matrix. Leo, you need some nectar. You were hit hard in the head. No, give me the blue pill first. I'm no one's puppet. Piper sent a look over to Naruto, who came up and punched Leo hard on the top of the head. While Leo groaned on the ground, Piper frowned at her older brother. That wasn't necessary. No, but it got him to snap out of it, didn't it? Naruto asked, with a grin while he kept his chakra cloak active. On second thought, get me a red pill, and an aspirin, ow, Leo said with a groan. Naruto smiled in amusement before his smile fell and his eyes darted to the right. Before the demigods could stop him, he was already running across the surface of the ocean towards where his clone had dispersed. What he found when he arrived at the area made his eyes go wide. Trees larger than anything Naruto had seen outside of Konoha's aptly named Forest of Death had grown from the ocean and trapped Kurabi. The Jinchuriki of Gyuki the Hachibi had gritted teeth as he tried to pry himself from his wooden prison. The other 4 members of Naruto's squad were panting. Naruto-sama, thank goodness you arrived. Sorry about dispelling your clone, but I could not let him realize we had support. Chojuro expressed relief as he looked at the golden-cloaked shinobi. His eyes went to his opponent and Naruto followed his gaze to a lone boy that seemed no older than Lacey. The boy's hair was strange, as the right side of his head was covered in unruly, pure white hair and separated perfectly in the middle from the left straight, black hair. A solid white headband kept bangs out of eyes that were a dull dark brown. The young boy was covered in brown-plated armor that bore the clan symbol of the Senju. The boy stared at Naruto and blinked. Hashi ni, don't be fooled. Kuretsuchi's voice was low and harsh as she glared at the boy. He's got Mokuden and he's crazy as all hell. You guys need to rest and recover, Naruto said calmly as he walked by the 3. He closed his eyes and let his chakra flow out of his body. The 3 shinobi winced slightly as the Jinchuriki's chakra covered them in a weak shroud. Naruto looked no worse for wear as he gave his chakra to them. The boy frowned and tightened his grip on the sword that was in his hand. Hashi ni, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto greeted with a nod. He looked at Kurabi and then at the boy. Why have you attacked my friends? Hashi ni, I want Hashi ni. Naruto's eyes hardened as the boy's killing intent lashed out at him. It was nearly as potent and powerful as Zabuza's, which said a lot for the boy's strength. He was definitely a Jonin in strength, but the question remained, who was this boy? Kurama hummed in thought. I believe the boy is the foolish wood user's sibling. He is from the era of endless war. Quote, what do why? Naruto. Kankuro's cry snapped Naruto from his silent inquiry as he leapt away from the sword blade that would have bisected him at the shoulder. The boy's eyes had narrowed. Where's Hashi ni? Naruto dodged the sword attacks with ease. He'd give the kid this much, he had tenacity. Speed could use some work, though. I don't know who you're talking about, Naruto said as he pulled out a kunai and blocked the next strike. He gave the boy a smile. Why don't we just calm down and talk about Mr. 9, it's Sandame's time. Kurabi's warning confused even Naruto for a moment. But it became clear as the familiar crackle of a lightning fist flew through the place where Naruto's head had been. A massive dark-skinned man with muscles wider than Kurabi's stood next to the small boy. He wore the traditional white Kumogakure armor that revealed a scar on his right pectoral in the shape of a lightning bolt. A mane of platinum blonde hair poured down from his head and a bushy beard of the same color covered his chin. Green eyes looked into slitted red with an excited gleam. Ho ho, nice dodge, boy. The massive form of the Sandame Raikage, chuckled while blue chakra crackled around him. I did not believe Kurabi when he said there was someone who had outpaced me in my son's Raiden. Chakra Modo, lightning release chakra mode. Naruto frowned and tilted his head in thought. I thought it was called lightning armor. Bah, my foolish brat renamed my technique. A scowled and grinned and held up his right hand. Let us see if you can defeat me again, boy. The Senju boy turned and glared at the cage. I want Hashi ni. Yeah. You'll find the Kami no Shinobi in a bit, kid. A waved off the boy's comment. He grinned and straightened his right hand until it crackled with lightning chakra. Just sit there and keep Kurabi in place. Not cool, you old fool. Kurabi spat as his struggles renewed. Naruto put his kunai away and crossed his arms as he glared at the cage. I beat you before in Senin Modo. A grinned. So I was told. You can outpace me, you know how to beat me, but you don't know a thing about the kid. He turned to the boy. Do it now, Hashi ni. The boy cried out as he stabbed his sword into the water's surface. There was nothing for a moment before Naruto felt a surge of chakra form beneath him. Move, Kurama barked. I know. Naruto shot back as he jumped up just as a massive hand the size of a human burst from the water. The greatest concern that Naruto felt towards it was the fact it was made of wood. Mokuden was something that was extremely effective against him. Well, it was effective against Naruto unless he used Rakudo Senjutsu Modo, but where was the fun in that? What? He liked to hold back sometimes. Like against Hercules, he didn't use the boil release, unmatched strength. The technique was amazing and extremely fun to use if his knowledge on it gained B. Why his universal understanding of chakra and ninshu was correct, which it was when one used the technique against an opponent that was stronger than them, their strength multiplied to 50 times that. Theoretically, if someone were to use the technique against a bully who could bench weights of 200 pounds, the user would then be able to bench weights of 10,000 pounds with ease. Maybe Naruto should have used that in his Frog Kata Taijutsu against Hercules. Nah, the Rakudo Uzumaki Naruto Renden was way more satisfying. Nothing beat a classic. Back to the matter at hand, Yuto thought as he landed atop the clenched wooden fist in a crouch. He back-flipped off of his perch when a lightning-coated hand stabbed at him. Jigokuzuki. Yonhan Nukite, Hell Stab, piercing 4 fingers. A snarled as his attack missed. The wooden hand he struck shattered and collapsed into the ocean while it landed calmly opposite Naruto. He curled his pinky finger in and kept it in place with his thumb. Let's see how you do against Sanbon Nukite piercing 3 fingers. There's no time for this. Kurabi needs to be freed before Gyuki is too weakened to cover his chakra. Kurama mused to his container. He scowled. Loath as I am to admit it, you may need to call on that insufferable Tanuki's seals to stop this quickly. Quote, I can never enjoy a fight anymore. Naruto whined back in annoyance. Getting a snort from his tenant. Believe me, Naruto, I know. However, we need to find that damn robot thing before it returns our chakra to Madara. Quote, right. Naruto narrowed his EY's at the blue lightning-covered shroud that had covered the third Raikage's right hand sharpened further. As the hand thrust towards him, Naruto called upon his Rakudo Senjutsu. His chakra cloak turned into a simple jacket as his bodysuit turned black entirely and his skin lost the translucent glow it normally had. He kept his now orange eyes on the hand as it pressed into his chest and bluish. Black markings appeared on the tip of the Raikage's middle finger. Fuin. The moment the word left Naruto's lips, a trail of lines spread up from A's finger and covered his arm. The markings spread to cover A's body and the Raikage grit his teeth. His body froze and he was unable to move. The chakra expelled around his body cut out and he was kept in place by nothing more than will. Uzumaki. He seethed lowly as the seal spread across his face. You should all be dead. I made a pact to ensure it after you. Uzumaki killed my predecessor. I'm sorry that you lost a dime. Naruto was cut off as a raged. I was going to kill him. Okay. Didn't see that coming. Naruto blinked in mild surprise. He sighed and frowned at the Raikage as he lifted his hand to rest on A's head. I guess. All I can say is I hope you find peace in the afterlife. The black markings turned into golden chains and slowly began to deteriorate as his chakra the one thing allowing him to stay on the planet, was sealed away. Kurama growled in light irritation as not only did his container use his least favorite sibling's ability, but he used it in a manner that was similar to how his mother would often seal him. Stupid sealing chains are bullshit. Kurama thought bitterly. Juinjutsu. Kongo Fusa cursed sealing technique. Adamantine sealing chains. Naruto stared impassively at the raging Raikage. D waited until the deceased leader was completely gone, back to the underworld, before he looked down at the boy with two-toned hair. Naruto descended from the air and the Gudodama hovered listlessly around him before they formed a shakuho in his hand. Naruto looked at the weapon with mild distaste and forced it to take the shape of a simple bow staff. The shakuho was Madara's preferred form for the Gudodama, and Naruto would not use the default shape. Naruto's feet touched against water and he mildly felt annoyed that he had to rush this. The kid was strong, even if he was young, the boy wit. Two-toned hair could still beat anyone on the Argo too easily. He had grown in the Warring Clans era, died during it as well. He had died young, full of both love and hatred. Naruto gave the boy a soft smile as they connected through chakra, even if the boy wasn't aware of it. To die filled with so much anger and fear aimed at another, even if it was Madara, was no way to die. He was scared and wanted his older brother, Hashirama. It was his last wish before he died. He wanted to be comforted by Hashi, told that it was all going to be alright, told stories about their mother. He was the son of Senju Butsuma, younger brother to the prodigies Hashirama and Tobirama as well as older brother to the late Kawurama. He was Senju Itama. The name made the young clan warrior stiffen and raise his sword slightly. Naruto looked at the staff in his hand and planted it firmly in the surface of the water before he released it and took a few steps away. The Gudodama staff remained upright as Naruto walked towards the younger boy. The boy backed up with each step Naruto took, his sword raised firmly while his eyes widened in fear. Naruto stopped and looked down at himself in the reflection of the water. His otherworldly glow and eyes were imposing, especially to someone who died against a group of people with unique eyes. He pursed his lips and took a deep breath. The Gudodama staff vanished as Naruto's Rakudo Senjutsu was released. What is he doing? Kuretsuchi asked heatedly as she glared at the back of Naruto's head. With gritted teeth, she prepared to move. That idiot. No, wait. Kankuro used his chakra strings to keep Kuretsuchi in place while he watched Naruto with a small grin. He didn't get the members of the alliance to put their faith in him because he was the strongest. Chojuro followed Kankuro's line of thought and smiled lightly as he sheathed his massive blade. He still remembered when Naruto rallied the alliance against the ten-tailed beast, Obito and Madara. Chojuro remembered how all of Konoha had so effortlessly thrown their faith into him and the rest of the shinobi quickly followed suit. He remembered the feeling of hope, that he believed EY could win against such impossible odds of a man that could ensnare the entire in an illusion, that swelled up inside him as Naruto denounced any false reality Obito offered him. Chojuro remembered that he had decided that day, the day that marked the end of the Fourth Shinobi World War, on October 10th. Naruto's 17th birthday, that he would never doubt any of Naruto's plans ever again. Naruto opened his eyes and smiled lightly at the young boy, Senju Itama. There. Betties lost their tears, but became very wary. Either the blonde or the boy with two-toned hair could close the distance between them easily. His sword remained up, but Naruto gave it no second glance. Sorry about scaring you like that, Itama. I was really in the zone. Ibeo. Naruto chuckled sheepishly as He rubbed the back of his head with one hand. Just got through fighting a big robot thing that drained my chakra, made by that Madara. Madara. Itama's grip around his sword tightened and his eyes squeezed shut as a tremble went through his body. He's not here, Naruto said quickly as he held his hands out. Why don't we just sit down and talk about the first Hokage, Hashirama? Hashi. Itama looked at Naruto warily. Naruto smiled widely and interlaced his hands behind his head. Yeah, he seemed like a nice guy when we met, but we couldn't really talk much. The Nadaime, Tobirama seemed cool, too. A bit cold, though. Tobirama, Itama said as the sword lowered slightly. He furrowed his brows and a hand went to his head in pain. Itai, Hashirama, Chi Tobarama, Nisan, Itai. Taking a chance, Naruto moved cautiously to close the distance between them. He was almost an arm's length away when Itama lifted his blade back up and glared at Naruto through his cringe of pain. I want Hashi Nisan. I want Hata Tobarama. Itama's arms trembled as his eyes slowly squeezed shut and he cringed again. Nisan, oh Otusan, relax, Itama, I don't want to hurt you, Naruto said softly. He gripped the katana firmly with his left hand, ignoring the blood he spilled as he carefully took the sword from Itama's hands. Itama didn't make it easy, but a surge of pain in his head allowed Naruto to throw the sword away. Itai. Itama grabbed at his head, each hand taking a grip of the differently colored hair. No, you Uchiha, Otusan, Tobarama, Hashirama, it seems that he's reliving his death. Kurama mused disinterestedly. There were only two demi-beings Kurama really cared about, and those were Hagoromo Otsutsuki and Naruto Uzumaki. Was it wrong that this boy died so young? Yes, Kurama was not a monster, he was a Biju. There was a difference. He just didn't care about humans, they were a horrible species and the so-called gods that ruled them were no better in his opinion. If you're not helping, then shut up. Naruto returned as he put his hands on Itama's shoulders. Snap out of it, Itama. The wars are over, there's no Uchiha here. Oh, but Naruto Uzumaki, how wrong you are. The voice made Naruto freeze and turn around to face the owner. Kurama roared angrily and Naruto's eyes burned with hate as they locked on the translucent form in front of them. With a mane of black hair that traveled down to his legs, red eyes that held 3 within them. He was dressed in blue-plated armor with a massive fan strapped to his back. He had a small and amused smile on his face. Madara, and there's that, so, tell me what you think. Review.